Uh, yeah. Big, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm a simple man, never chasing the throne. Just trying to lead this world a little better than I found my own. I got common sense, ain't pretending I'm elite. Just another pair of sneakers walking down the same street. I relate to everyday people cause I know the grind. Bills due, back sore, too much on the mind. I got everybody values, that's the code I choose. We all taking punches, but we don't all gotta lose. As I talk to people with empathy, that's what we all seek. A little understanding when we're feeling weak. Everybody carrying the weight you never see. So I'd rather build a bridge than create enemies. We all gotta get through this life together. Storms keep coming, but they don't last forever. Why we always trying to make it harder for each other? Could have been strangers, but maybe we end up brothers. I'm still looking for the truth every day I wake, learning from the choices and the chances that I take. The world's complicated, but this much I know: kindness makes it easier wherever we go. Don't even care if morals are objective or subjective. Find a way to live with stabbing me's not your perspective. Call it reason, call it culture, call it what you please. Just let people breathe without dropping to their knees. We've all got hard lives, gotta muddle through somehow. Can't rewind yesterday, only deal with the now. Every scar's got a story, every smile hides pain. Everybody's trying to dance in the middle of the rain. No need to make it harder than it already is by making up a God and adding that God's list. Extra rules, extra guilt, extra fear to obey. I'd rather help my neighbor than worship all day. I'm not saying I got every answer in my hand. I'm just another human trying hard to understand. If tomorrow proves me wrong, then tomorrow I'll adapt. Truth ain't something fragile, it's stronger than my man. I'm still looking for the truth every single day, but it's amazing how much truth is already on display. A hungry kid needs dinner, a lonely soul needs time. A helping hand is louder than a sermon or a rhyme. We laugh, we cry, we celebrate, we grieve. We all got dreams too stubborn to leave. Whether heaven's waiting or it's all we got, this moment's still precious, don't waste a shot. I don't need the vision to know what's worthwhile. Sometimes changing someone's day starts with a smile. No halos, no demons, just people like me and you. Trying to find tomorrow with the best that we can do. We all gotta get through this life together. Different roads, same sky, same changing weather. Why we always trying to make it harder for each other? Yeah. Life's already tough enough. Why not help one another? I'm a simple man, that's the way I'm gonna stay. Common sense and compassion every single day. Still searching for the truth, but here's what I found. The good way, the best place to start is with the people around. Yeah.
Worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn. Watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere, no prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder 'cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. But the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. man who's been writing all your lines. You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Hey there, everybody. Happy Saturday to all, or almost Sunday. And I'm Gretchen. Good to see y'all.
I'm Nick too. Happy everybody's here.
Kiddoke. Let me
Just having a quick smoke outside, so you guys will probably hear crickets for a few minutes.
I don't think that matters. I think everybody can hear my crickets like all the fucking time anyway.
Mhm.
So, all right.
Sometimes your keyboard will sound like crickets too, though, for some reason. I don't know why.
My keyboard sounds like crickets?
When you're typing, sometimes.
Really?
Yeah.
How about that? Did not know that. Okay. First up tonight, we got Evan Porter in first place tonight.
What's up, Evan?
Congratulations. Get the gold. Then we got Noga. Hey, Noga. What's going on? Lindsay Bowe's here. Always good to see you, Lindsay. Randall Flagg, the devil himself.
Right? Love to see
Hi,
him.
Robin. Yeah. Hey, Jackie. Always good to see you, Jackie. Opal. What's up, Opal? Ben's here. Hi, Ben. And Opal again. Austin. How's it going, Austin? I didn't catch your stream when it was live today, but I did I did watch part of it and liked and shared and all that good shit. So Gretchen, say yes, can I use my one? Oh, okay.
Felix,
Felix, I will.
Here.
Yeah.
Harpy's gone
okay.
tonight, and I don't know how. I don't want to.
Puggles. Hey, Puggles, my dear. Let's see. Randall.
What's up, Puggles?
Mornoga. DZ. Good to see you, DZ. Yoza. And Anani's here. Hello, Anani. How you doing?
Yeah, we got a good crowd to start. That's nice.
Good to Resist is here. Post the link somewhere. Yes, absolutely. Post the link somewhere. Post it everywhere. Let's do this. So And thank you, Resist. I was having trouble. I posted that thing on async like 3 times and it wasn't showing up because, you know, I don't know why. Let's see. Resist. Evan, Two Hand Dan. How you doing, Dan? And Easy Jackie Resist. And there's Felix again. Well, not again, but Marduk. Hey, how's it going, Marduk? Let's see.
I think that's it.
I think that's it. Hey, Gretchen, neck to chat.
So
Sorry,
far.
I'm tagging around. My hands are busy. That's okay. We're cool. Have fun with your doggy. We got your message anyway, Puggles. We love you. Hope you're feeling better. Hope you're continuing to feel better.
Right? Agreed.
And okay, so first order of business, I guess. Felix. Do you have anything new to say, Felix? What do you want to talk about?
Well, he's gonna say he's gonna always say he has something new to say.
Yeah, but like,
And he'll change like the first sentences. He'll rearrange the words in the first sentence, and then the rest of it will all be the same.
I'll be honest, Felix. I don't know if. I mean, I think when you do show up, and if we're gonna give you any sort of attention, I think nobody on fire needs to be here when we bring you up.
Yeah, or RP at
Um,
I don't really have any patience for it.
yeah, I don't really have a lot of patience for him most times either. And you get pretty fucking out of pocket, dude. I mean, last time you were up here when nobody wasn't, do you love me, Gretchen? Like, what the fuck was that? That was weird. And
Yeah, that was weird.
you know, and I don't know, you act better when nobody's around. So, you know, he's the one that talked me into letting you back once a week. So I think when you do your once a week, I think it has to be when nobody's here.
Be right back.
I just think that's a good rule, and it will keep me from being unnecessarily mean to you. And he has the patience of a goddamn saint. So I
All right,
think we're gonna go with that.
I think
I
it's a
mean,
good idea.
anybody in chat have a, you know,
I think the consensus.
any agreement or disagreement, or
I'm fully on board.
especially any of the mods, or because chat should have a say in it too, because if he's not up here, he's going to be in chat fucking with them. So you vote no on my plan that when he gets his once a week, it should always be when nobody on fire is up on panel. Because that's what I'm asking you guys to vote on. I think that, Oh, okay. He likes that idea. Cool. Yeah. Okay, Felix, that is. So it's gonna be no for tonight, but if nobody shows up and says, yeah, okay, let him up, then okay. But so that's the way it goes. I'm sorry, but
So we've got like 4 no's. No one has said
you
yes.
You can drop from backstage now because I'm not going to let you up tonight. So, barring, if nobody on fire shows up and says, yeah, cool, Felix coming up, then, I guess I'm kind of making nobody your handler, but I mean, I'm thinking of us, yes, but I'm also thinking of you too. Like, people are very mean to you, and especially after that fucking clown show with Jason last night. I don't want you to come up here and just, make a complete ass out of yourself. So, or out of us. So, no. I think we're gonna, sorry, nobody on fire, but I am totally doing this to you. I'm gonna make you our conscience when it comes to Felix. So, but yeah.
Totally fair.
Okay, and you're not dropping from backstage, so I am gonna kick you. And
I wouldn't expect him to
there we go.
drop.
So, yeah, Noga, yes, Jason was being an ass last night. Unfortunately,
I saw some of
that's
it, too.
it's really being Jason just being Jason. He's kind of done that every time he's been here. It's like he shows up once a month. He picks a target. It's usually Cafe, but last night, for whatever reason, it was me, and it was Kelly, and it was a deconstructing guy, John. And I'm not okay with that. So, Jason's no longer welcome here. I don't know if he was drunk. I don't care if he was drunk. It's not an excuse. I mean, Cafe was fucking ripped too. But you know what? He didn't do that to people. He got out of hand with all the drug talk. He really did. And we are going to have a talk with Cafe about that. And if he doesn't mind his manners and the rules, then he's going to join Golden Arm and the Freak and, and Jill. And he's going to join the list of people that just are persona non grata here. But I personally think Cafe actually isn't that bad. And I think once we talk to him about it, I think he will actually yeah, Equinox, he is dishonest about it, but he needs to just stop it altogether. I mean, he can, because once we get TikTok integrated, like, he can't be talking like that. He's going to get entire streams taken down. And I don't care for that at all. So, yeah, if he won't stop talking like that, then he, like I said, he's just going to find himself on the no fucking chance list. So, but he will get his, he's going to get his warning before we do anything. Yeah, Jason was a fucking nightmare, Issa. That was just fucking nuts. So, yeah, Jason lost his shit. And I mean, it got to the point where, like, Chrissy's like really worried about his, like, mental health at this point. Honestly, I don't if that's the case, if he has some mental health issues, then I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean that you get to show up and turn everything into a fucking circus like that. I don't know what kind of hole he has in him that he needs to fill by being mean to people. And, I, there's also some background that you guys don't know where, Jason has, he straight up threatened to take our entire channel down because he thinks he's popular enough to where he can do that. And that was a night that he went up to Arpy that night, didn't he? It was one of the nights I had a migraine, and he fucking went straight after Arpy. And
Was
that's
RP
not
on
okay.
last night, or was RP just in?
Hmm?
Yeah.
When?
Did RP stream last night?
He oop, your connection ain't great tonight, buddy.
Right.
Yeah, he called in from the road, or they
Right.
called in from the road. Talked to John for, I don't know, like 10 minutes or so.
Right.
Sounded like he was on just a break, to get gas and stretch his legs and stuff. But just called in as a guest. Contingent RP, apparently is the name. Or contingently RP. But yes, Kelly, like Kelly, who apologized the other day. She's making a good faith effort to at least try to, apologize for the shit she's done. And, I'm not a total monster. I'm gonna give her the grace to do that. I completely she and I got off on the wrong foot like close to a year ago on Taco's channel. And so yeah, the stolen valor thing was fucking weird. And he did these DMs he was reading last night between me and him. Yeah, that conversation did fucking happen. He heard the shit she was saying, and he decided right then, oh, she was never in the military. And I was like, look, I don't know, the whole fucking thing was weird. Because it was. And I told Kelly that last night. The whole thing was weird. And yeah, I don't know why he's going that hard when he's not even a veteran. Just because your dad was in the military, it doesn't give you the right to do any of that shit. It was weird. I don't know. I've actually met Jason in person, and I've gotten to know him somewhat, and he doesn't act like this. It just seems to be late nights when he's been drinking, and he shows up here, and I think it's the alcohol, to be honest, because he doesn't act like this normally. And I don't know if it's the alcohol or some mental health struggles or what, but it's not okay. It's not okay. This isn't the first time he's done it, even just on this show. He pitched an absolute fit when I took his mod wrench away. And like I said, he's threatened RP. He's threatening to kill the async show.
Is
And
this? Can I ask? Sorry, because I don't know this person at all. Are they a theist or an atheist? What's their position? Like, I don't even know.
atheist.
They're an atheist. Why are they acting like an idiot then?
It's not the Bible, Jason.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know why he's acting like an idiot, but it's just he's a very angry person, and he just seems to want to take it all out on us. So, you know, yeah, in chat he
What
is
is he
cool
pissed
and
about
funny as fuck. You're
specifically?
right, Buggles. And then, but then once he gets up on the panel, he just turns into a catty fucking bitch for no reason, and then
Wow.
just like takes it out on everybody. And I mean, honestly, like the shit he was saying about me last night, you know what? I didn't like it, but you know, I clapped back, so fine. And it seemed like he'd settle down after that. But then, and I know he's had an axe to grind against Kelly for months. So all right, that I mean, and I gotta say Kelly handled that.
Jason's just toxic all the time, though. He never dials it
Yeah,
down.
Kelly handled that with more grace than I think Jason deserved. But like, okay, Kelly, do you? It's when he decided to just like
Does he have a
attack
channel?
a deconstructing. No, he doesn't have a channel. It's when he attacked a new guy, John. He's deconstructing from Christianity and MAGA at the same time. You know what? There was no reason to be a catty little cunt to him at all, but he did.
Is he still? Is he still pro-life?
Jason? Or the
John?
The guy
the
who's
deconstructing guy?
Yeah.
I don't think we even came anywhere near abortion. But
Yeah, no, I can understand still being like "fuck you" to somebody who used to be MAGA but isn't anymore. Like, probably isn't enough by itself. It's not bad,
just coming in
Jason
good
was
faith.
talking to the guy for like half an hour for like normal, like being cool about it. But he started trying to be kind of bitchy, but then I'm like, no, he's not. He's recently deconstructed from Christianity and MAGA, so stop with the questions, Jason. Because Jason missed the beginning of the conversation with him, so I caught him up, and it seemed like it was going to be okay. But then John made a I don't even know what you call it. Just
I would have a lot of questions.
Completely ignorant joke about trans people, and he needed to be corrected. And I tried to do that, but Jason decided to be a dick about it and go on for, and I'm like, this is. And then Kelly showed up, and he fucking attacks Kelly.
Yeah, and that's what I was just gonna say, was that when people are deconstructing, like any atheist, like they're going to have baggage for years, things that still pop up from time to time in their social interactions. It's not something they necessarily intend. They just haven't swept out all the bugs yet.
Yeah.
It's something that they were used to. So you got to give people the grace, and just jumping on somebody because you said you deconstructed and you're not perfect yet. Like, what the fuck's your problem? Like, that's just not helping anybody.
And I don't think Jason liked that I kind of called him out because, he's always willing to, just attack somebody just for basically disagreeing with him. And I'm like, yeah, well, and then he plays fucking victim. And he says, oh, it's because I'm gay, isn't it? Everything is always about him being gay. He'll throw the fact that he's gay in your face, like anybody fucking cares that he's gay, and he'll throw it in your face and basically dare you to fucking attack him for it. And then you know, once you attack him, he's like, "Oh, you're attacking me because I'm gay." Like, you know, get off the fucking cross, bitch. You know, fucking,
I mean, him
like,
being gay sounds
I was
super
like,
base.
if you're just gonna play the fucking victim about everything, you could have just stayed a
Oh,
fucking
he's
Christian
in
for
the
that.
chat.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, is that him,
Cool.
not the Bible Jason?
Yeah. Bye, Jason.
He says wild. Oh,
Yeah. Now he's not saying anything.
He's been listening the whole
So.
time.
I don't even care. I like don't even care. I'm done. I'm done, Jason.
well,
If you think you're popular enough to get my whole channel taken down, fucking bring it. Let's go.
well, oh,
Oops, sorry.
not the Bible Jason.
You know?
It sounds like Gretchen here has laid down a classic boundary. And it sounds like she felt you came on up into her house and you was just being a little bit toxic. And she said, I don't care for this toxicity. And she asked you, she showed you the door. And you're outside the door, brother. I don't know what else to tell you.
That's
That's
good.
exactly it. He did this shit with Cafe. He did this shit with Arpy. Now he's doing this shit with me and John and Kelly. Like, fuck all that, you know? Which means he's going to disappear for a month, come back in another month, and who's he going to attack next time? Just what? Whoever? Like, congratulations. You know? Now I see why Deconstruction Junction fucking banned him. And, you know.
Yeah, we can.
I don't know who Sam is.
I don't know why I thought
I don't know
saying it
who
like
Sam
a
is. I
Southern
don't know what
lawyer
they're
would
talking
help.
about.
But for some reason, I don't know why I thought saying it like a Southern lawyer would help, but I think for some reason it did, and it does sound pretty fair, I think. And yeah, you come in
I
and
dug it.
the host asks you to take your shoes off, or they asks you not to do the thing you're doing, like for
Right.
instance, pulling down your pants and taking a huge dump right on the rug. That's they're within their right to do that, and if you don't comply, they're within their right to ask you to leave. So
Yeah, I gave him more than
Well said.
I gave him several chances because we went through this all when he attacked Cafe, and
yep.
you know, we did it again after the night he attacked Arpy. But you know, it's because, you know, my personal relationship with Jason, I know that he's not always like this. So
Right.
like,
Yeah. If
I gave him more chances. I even let him stay up on panel longer than I normally would have with anyone else.
That's true.
Because I know that he's cool, but if he can't, apparently he can't be cool on this channel.
If your goal is to actually change people's minds, you have to have some access to them.
Right.
If you're toxic,
you attract
and
more bees with honey than vinegar.
Right? Yeah. It's not going to matter if you're right. People are likely to disagree with you just to troll you and piss you off, just because you're upsetting them.
And I don't think that Jason's goal is to change anybody's mind about anything, to be honest.
That would make sense.
I think he enjoys the combativeness and I
think he likes to
fighting with people.
Flaunt the fact that he's gay. He likes to throw his fucking money around, you know, like last night when he was saying, "Oh, Kelly's going to be working for me by this time next week." Like, you know, oh, go fuck yourself. You know, you're not God's gift to fucking business. You know, he thinks he is. And then, you know, threatening to get people's channels taken down, like he has that kind of power. Like, whatever. He's you know, and he thinks he's popular. I don't know why he thinks he's so fucking popular, but you know what?
He's no
You're just a fucking I don't know, Jason. You're just a pay pig like the rest of us, you know?
Well, an interesting fact is that humans, whether heterosexual or bisexual or homosexual or whatever, are deuterostomes, which means the first
Asshole
opening
first.
that develops on our zygote,
Yep.
the
Knew
blastophore,
you were going with that one.
is the opening that becomes the anus. So yeah, at one point you're nothing but an asshole. Many
We
people
were
never
all
mature
assholes.
beyond that stage.
It always reminds
True.
me, like, that should segue right into the meme from Spaceballs. Major asshole.
Yeah.
We're all
Major
assholes.
asshole, yeah.
So
Some people never grow up. That's true.
yeah.
For some people, it's high school all throughout their adult life.
Well,
Yeah.
I know he's probably
Like I
still
said,
watching, and I don't want to
he
like.
probably still is, and honestly, I still personally want to attribute it to the fact that he was drunk or intoxicated in some way, and if that's not the case, then you have bigger problems you need to worry about, Jason. But and even if it is the fact that he was drunk, that I I don't forgive you for saying, "Oh, remember when you were a racist, Gretchen?" Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
And
that was really out of sorts.
remember when you hated LGBT people, Gretchen? Like, where did
No,
that come from? I'm like,
Yeah,
those were
he's like,
probably
well,
jokes.
he's like, you told me that, and I'm like, I never told you that, like, not ever. Um,
Oh, what's up, Chase?
like, get fucked. And so, what's up, Async
yeah. I
fam? Good to
think.
say hi, Chase. So yeah, I
Is
mean,
it
so
your birthday today, Chase? Happy
even if he
birthday.
was drunk, I don't forgive that. Then he needs to stop fucking drinking.
Yeah,
Period. Because he can't
racism is a
handle
pretty
himself.
touchy topic.
So, and I don't know why he chooses to do it on this show. I don't see him doing this on other people's shows, but like
Was
maybe he's gotten himself on, in this kind of hot water for being on panels before. I mean, apparently he functions okay on Thinker's show. I mean, cool, but then maybe you should just stick to Thinker's show,
Racism is bad. Okay.
because I'm
Right.
not cool with someone coming up here calling me a fucking racist and calling me anti-LGBT and then saying that I said it. Like, get fucked. You're
What do you
being
mean tomorrow,
ridiculous.
Chase? Do you
Yeah.
mean tomorrow is in Sunday or tomorrow is in Monday? Oh, Monday. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I didn't even. Oh my God. He's. I read it and then asked. That's funny. That's
Well,
funny.
like I said, he's probably still watching, and I don't want to inflame things or provoke him anymore and invite malice. So maybe we should move on and find something else to talk about.
Oh, that's the worst thing for him. He wants us to keep talking about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just wanted him to know that. Thanks, Jason, for all the attention, but
He is stirring up engagement, though.
I will have none of it. So,
As long as he's sticking around and chatting.
yeah. You're not going to be allowed on panel anymore, and
Yeah, that's like
you've
throwing a musket to the rebel.
you've been perma-banned in chat with not only your name, but two of your husband's names as well. So,
Oof.
yeah, because after I kicked him from the panel, he went in chat and started talking shit. So
So you got
he got himself a timeout on one name, and then he came back with under two of his husband's names. Like,
So you got a guy that was
calling me grandma like it's a fucking insult or
right.
something.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you know,
Right.
get
That's like
that's
someone.
why,
That's most people's goal.
yeah, if he wasn't drunk, then he's disturbed or just dumb. So like take your pick, but
Or
that
both.
doesn't mean you get to make your problems our problems.
So you got
And
an ex
like I said,
MAGA
I'll
ex
have none
Christian.
of it. Yeah.
What's his name? Did he say his name?
His name is John.
John. That's right. Okay.
Hmm. If it is his real name.
Well, I
We
would
don't
have a
know.
lot of questions for him too. I would
Yeah,
definitely.
even
I would want to
RP
know.
called in and had some questions for him, and you know, and he was actually he was pretty cool about everything, and until he relayed an off-color joke about trans people,
Right. Yeah.
to
So
where even to
for
Wildheart was like,
sure.
even
Fuck.
Wildheart, you know, raised a red flag about that. He's like, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
Because he was calling them transfusion people.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no. But I thought it was important that he understand why calling them transfusion people was a negative thing, and that, you know, you need to take into account who you're talking to. You know, read the room before you do shit like that. Because
Yeah.
if you're going to continue to, you know, be part of the atheism community, at least on YouTube, you can't be talking like that. You know, I get you're in Missouri, you're surrounded by all these people, and you know, he's real tight-lipped. He's not telling people he's left Christianity. He's not telling people he left MAGA. You know, he's just kind of in that, at least by my estimation, he's in that deconstruction space where he's like just decided to not vote anymore. Because he doesn't want to vote for the bad people.
Man, I
But
wish I would have talked to
he's
him.
not like deconstructed enough to actually vote for a Democrat yet. So like, okay, cool. And
Yeah. I mean, for sure.
you know,
Fuck
he's the same way with Christianity. He's not willing to lose all of his friends and family just yet, and he thinks he will, because he's lost a
Probably
couple
rightfully
already.
so. Yeah.
You know, so he's in that in between space. Like, he says he's basically an atheist, but I just don't think he's
I'm
done
basically an
deconstructing yet.
atheist.
Yeah, and he's just not done yet. And you know, having Jason say shit like, you know what, you're such a piece of shit that I'm okay with you still being a Christian. And I'm like, go fuck yourself, Jason. Don't tell him that. You know, this is deconstructing from MAGA and Christian, and like, that's a double win, and I'm not giving that
Well, it
back
sounds like my guy has a
just because
lot
something he said
more.
fucking ticked you
He has
off. Like, fuck
he
that.
for sure has a lot more deconstructing from MAGA to do, because he's still
Yeah, it's a process.
anti-trans. He's probably
Mhm.
still anti-choice. He's still got a lot of the gross MAGA views. Like,
Yeah.
I would
But
want
he
to
started to
know.
realize that he needs to go through them all and check them all.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's a process.
And
That's something you
and
can't
that's
just
fine,
decide overnight.
and we can help him with that. But you know, if he's just going to run up against people like Jason, then no, then
Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
He's gonna
And
get polarized back into the opposite direction.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's tough.
so
I get it.
you know, and it's just not the kind of, you know, nobody needs to be exposed to that kind of shit. You know, not me, not RP.
Plus, we're supposed to be the side with
Not
the
even
empathy,
Not even Cafe deserved the kind of shit that
right?
Jason throws at him.
That's supposed to be our strength, is
Yeah.
our empathy, and we need to show it.
I have big problems with Cafe, so I don't want to jump to
I don't
his
like
defense
talking with
at
Cafe,
all.
but Cafe's not a bad person.
Like I said, I got
enjoy
big problems
conversations with
with
the
him,
guy.
and I don't want to. I don't want to antagonize anybody. Like I've told Cafe my problems with this stuff before to his face. So
Yeah, I still have. I've told he last night. He says,
That's
"Next to you, I know you don't like me." And I was like, Cafe, it's not has nothing to do with whether I like you or not. I like you just fine. You're not a mean person. You're fine. I just don't agree with you, and I don't like having conversations with you.
this became a drama episode, you messy bitches.
That's what we do.
did.
We're just pulling all the drama out.
Last night was major drama, and it's I don't know.
Who's Jimmy Jones?
James Jones. You don't know Jimmy Jones?
Jim
The
Jones,
Reverend Jim Jones.
Jonestown.
Yeah, I know who that is. I didn't realize that's what he was. But the fuck, Jimmy Jones. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I just read it wrong, but I thought he was saying isn't harmful. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's saying
Like
it is harmful because you tell people to drink the Kool-Aid and
Yeah.
train them to drink the Kool-Aid. They drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I read it wrong.
And then only one time you put the poison in the Kool-Aid and they drink the Kool-Aid. Oh yeah, we have to watch topics like that if you're going to be on TikTok too, aren't we?
I've never heard
Mhm.
anyone refer to him as Jimmy either. Jimmy Jones.
So, yeah,
It
we
was
are
good, man.
definitely gonna have to. That's why I started turning off my camera because I smoke a lot. So, and you can't do that on TikTok either. So, in fact, YouTube's changing its terms of service to where they don't want to see people vaping and smoking on camera either. So,
Oh wow! Somebody in the audience said they actually went to Jim Jones's church as a kid. It's crazy.
oh no way. So yeah, the whole
Jim
but
Jones.
yeah, we
is a
will.
classic
We are gonna
example.
we're gonna have a talk with Cafe about the drug talk, and
Right?
Yeah.
This
I,
cafe is promoting. Like, if you ever hear me, like, I
am sorry if that means you don't have anything else to talk about, but then you shouldn't have gone and made drugs your entire personality. I guess.
100%.
I mean, what can I say?
Right. There's a difference, like, in the way people talk about it on the stream. Like when Cafe talks about it, Cafe is promoting. Like, when I talk about it, I talk about the harm it did to me and how I've changed since.
He's not just promoting, he's promoting using dangerous amounts of substances because that's
and you can't
yeah.
have
And last night he was challenging people to do it, and it's like, no, now you're just you're promoting illegal activity at this point.
He's the pusher man.
Yeah, I've told him to his face multiple times that if somebody follows his advice, they could end up dead. So they probably should not. And he just goes, oh man, blah, 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 whatever, blah, 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 blah. And no, Cafe, you're just full of shit.
Eric handled him very well last
he wants
night.
So badly to see God that he will pretend that getting high is a path to God. There's nothing there, Cafe.
Right.
You're building a path to nonsense and bullshit. And all you're doing is validating your confirmation bias. And I hope to God nobody listens to you. I hope everybody is intelligent.
No, I don't think anybody listens to him.
That you're absolutely full of shit.
But there are 14-year-old, 15-year-olds who will occasionally pop in, and if they don't know him, and he's making these what they think are compelling arguments, a kid like that.
Forget a 14-year-old, just somebody who has impaired reality testing or somebody who's going through a really hard time and is just really vulnerable. because they lost
Well,
somebody they loved, or they
he
lost
has
their
his own
job or
channel,
something.
and he can go talk about the shit there. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
he's welcome to do that. I mean, that's always been an option. Just do it somewhere else. And for the most part, when I ask him to stop, he does. But
Well,
I
so
don't know
much
if
for
if he
not
keeps at it, he's gonna get a
advocating.
muzzle. Period. That's all there is to it. And
Yeah.
you know,
You gotta
What?
respect the
so
live.
You heard it. You heard it here
and
first.
you got no one to blame but yourself, because like Cafe's another one. He's had plenty of chances because I personally like the guy. So
Yeah.
but when my other co-hosts are now talking about him in our production chat, then my personal feelings about you are gonna go out the window, because
From
now
what
we're gonna protect the channel. And
I heard,
sorry if you're not part of that.
Matt Dillahunty hung up on Cafe almost immediately, and I think that's the right call.
When did he call in the Matt Dillahunty?
Like I said, I don't know. This is just what I've heard. I heard this secondhand.
I thought this was like recent or something.
No,
He called Mezzo, like, was it him or Felix? One of the two called Mezzo like a month or so ago, and
Felix
Mezzo decided he was creepy, and it was like, nope. It's creepy.
You're gonna hear some
But
crickets.
I think Cafe is called Mezzo before too. Yeah, those my crickets. They're loud tonight. So. But yeah. So yeah, things have been interesting the last 24 hours.
Right.
I mean,
I see you're up to 645 subs now. Congrats,
Yeah,
that's great.
am I? Oh, cool.
Yeah, we're getting there.
So yeah, that's neat.
Did you look at any of those videos I threw
Okay,
in
then
production?
Felix says he's never called Mezzo, so yeah, it was Cafe
Oh.
then.
Are you sure, Felix? I think you did.
I think Felix is only called Joel.
Maybe
I don't
that's
think
what
he's
I'm
called
thinking of.
Mezzo. Yeah.
I know I've seen him on one of them.
Yeah, I think it was Joel.
Maybe that's what I'm confusing it with. Anyways, did you happen to take a look at any of those videos I threw in production chat?
Oh, yeah, I kind of did.
I threw like a mixed bag, so you had some variety to choose from. If you don't want to watch any of them, you don't have to. But tried to find things that looked.
The only problem is my let me see. Yeah, for whatever reason, my Discord on my Chromebook isn't updating.
You want me to grab the links and put them in the back chat?
Yeah,
Give me a few minutes to finish smoking.
like just do like two of them for now. The Matt Walsh one, and what was the other one?
I thought the Matt Walsh one was probably the best looking one.
I haven't seen it. I've been seeing it all over my feed, but
Yeah, me too. That's why I finally decided to throw it on.
I haven't
Plus, Mr. Beat's
watched
good.
it
I
though.
haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah. But yeah, the Mr. Beat, the Dead Domain one looks interesting too, but
yeah, I picked that because of the conversations that you were having yesterday.
yeah, that's actually the connection I made too when I saw that. And of course, Planet Peterson. Like, let's start with the Planet Peterson one because
Okay.
you
So
know,
that one's number one.
since Arpy and nobody aren't here.
Okay. I'll do that one first, then I'll do.
Let's dunk on some Phil Rose for a couple minutes, and then we'll.
Yeah. And then I'll do the Matt Walsh one second, and then the other one third.
Felix Mezzo is only on TikTok. That's why. I don't think you've ever called Mezzo.
Oh, is that? Yeah. Okay.
Come on, Gretchen. You have the authority to let. Hang on a second. Make that bigger. You have the authority to let me in tonight, or are you afraid to be flexible and what people in the chat will think about you for letting me in? Felix, I'm not afraid of what anybody thinks about me. The only thing I care about is what I think about me. And for whatever reason, which are many and varied, I get mean when I
Felix,
talk to
there's got to be
you.
somebody up here for you to engage with, to interact with. If nobody that's on panel right now really cares to do that, you might as well wait for nobody on fire. It's in your best interest.
I get mean for no reason when I'm talking to you. And I don't like how that makes me feel about me. So, no. I don't care what anybody else thinks. I asked the chat what they thought, because if you're not up here on the panel, then you're going to be in chat fucking with chat. So you can't talk about any topic because you don't know about any topic. And like I said, I always end up being mean for no reason. And that's exactly the shit that I was calling Jason out for last night. For being mean for no fucking reason. So why would I put myself in the position to just be what, Jason for tonight? No. Not happening. So, I mean, you can talk all the shit you want, but it's not going to work.
I need to eat a bowl of cereal. Hang on. I'm going to eat a bowl of cereal while I'm putting those links up.
Okay. So. I'll find the Planet Peterson one. Pretty sure I can do that much.
Are you sure? I was grabbing it right now. It doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. Put it up there. Sure.
Okay.
Blitz did a rando Saturday stream today, and then I missed it because I fucking fell asleep.
I couldn't find it. You had to. It was like on some other channel, or you had to go to like click some special link. I didn't really try that hard to figure it out, though.
You did? Which one? The moon landing denial?
Yeah.
It just showed up under the Dr. Blitz Debunks channel.
Oh, maybe that's why. Because I only looked on his main channel, but I was napping when it came up. So.
Yeah.
And then I read some comment like he said like we have to have it here, and he gave a reason. Yeah, I don't know.
So
all right.
It looked like he was probably gonna watch the Bart Sibrel movie.
Yeah, but I've seen it before, so
yeah.
I didn't need to watch it with Blitz.
Yeah, we've seen Professor Dave tear that one up, so. Okay.
Actually, you want to grab that link? Why? I don't want to. I have the link now, but I'm worried that if I exit out of Safari, that it'll crash. You know what I mean?
All right, hang on.
Yeah, it'll be easier for me to just throw things in Discord.
Planet Peterson. There we go. Bilbro redefines every word in existence. Okay. There we go. And then just when you get the Matt Walsh one, put it up and the dead domain.
So I'm agnostic. I think some kind of God can exist. The God of the Bible definitely doesn't exist. And I think certain conceptions of God, like the perfect, like tri-omni God or whatever, I think is a married bachelor. So
Oh, well, I have the Blitz one pulled up. I paused it and then I made a phone call and ended up like talking for 2 hours. So, and then I crashed after that. So, but I left it up and paused. So the Blitz one I have.
So that thing doesn't exist. But, you know, if some other idea about God or some imaginably supernatural being can just be, I don't know, imagined to exist, yeah, sure, why not? I don't see any good reason to think so, but
we could just think of like a bear form, so like some necessary being in which has a mind. That's all that's going to be argued for, if that's okay.
Oh, well, that's just incoherent.
How is that incoherent?
Because nobody has any evidence of a disembodied mind. Or a mind not attached to a body. You may be a dualist, I guess, but...
Or
I'm a hylomorphist,
operating
not a dualist,
outside of time.
No idea what that
like
means.
not a substance dualist specifically. But, I mean, like, yeah, we could say that, like, I would just say that mind is, like, can be a disembodied property. Like, it's not necessarily a property which is an application to a physical object.
Yeah, so like property dualism?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But I don't see how God is... God's mind isn't remotely coherent on any framework of mind that we could possibly develop, because God has absolutely no material form. God has no properties that are even knowable. We claim God has a mind, but how does God's mind work? I can tell you how my mind works. I could tell you how your mind works. But with God, there's literally nothing at all we can work with.
Yeah, to be clear, to be clear, I'm not sure how this is like. There are obviously some facts that are knowable about God. Like, there's a property of existence. There's the property of necessity. Things like these are pretty typical.
Those aren't knowable facts. Those are claims.
Wait, when you say knowable facts, I mean, are you just referring to the facts that we know at face value?
In order to have knowledge about something, you have to produce, like, there has to be some sort of, like, justification. Claiming brute necessity isn't a justification.
Wait. What's being argued isn't brute necessity. It's saying that, like, well, arguments want to say that for any objects to exist with, within a potency or to be actualized, are the kinds of objects that require a pure object. And then we just say this object is God. And I would say, like, if you want to say that, well, maybe we could have a universe.
Then I say it's the necessary wave function. Yeah, it goes to exactly what you're talking about.
The necessary wave function?
Yep. Everything is just wave function. Physics tells us this.
The wave function is
Hey,
The wave,
they're talking about me.
yeah, the wave function is objectively
I was
better
just going to say that.
because the wave function it operates within time as opposed to needing a mind that operates outside of time to start the universe, which a mind operating outside of time is just nonsensical. A mind is an emergent property of time. It's an emergent property of change in particles in a brain over time. In almost every instance, of a mind we know of, pretty much, right? So yeah, wave function's better.
Mhm.
Way better than a mind with no substrate.
I love the look on Planet Peterson's face. Like super
Oh,
uninterested.
pause like that.
He's
Yeah.
been playing a lot of this like trucking game, and one of his recent
I
streams
have it too.
he
It's addictive
Yeah,
as
the
fuck.
trucker character.
did, and it was
I bought the one
hilarious.
from
I
my
loved
state,
it.
and I just been driving around my city, and it's pretty accurate. It's pretty close to. I mean, some things are out of place, but I don't know why. It's fun to do. America. I think it's the same game I got. Looks like the same one I have.
Do you think in every possible world that there's a wave function?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's not substantiable.
But a magical mind in the sky is what?
Again, I don't know why you're using this polyemic term of like magical. Obviously, I'm not assuming
Because
some
God is
sort of,
magical.
obviously, I'm not assuming some like indigenous view on like what God is, that being like a being that's like somewhat contingent or like related to magic in any sort of way. But like, I mean, obviously, you should.
Does your God do things using nature and the laws of physics?
No, yes. So that's.
Well, then I don't know what you believe in.
Well, that's a pretty standard view, saying that like.
No, it isn't.
All, like. Yes, it is.
Are you a no? It is.
To say that,
are you a
that
Christian?
Natural, yes. Wait, Christians think this. We're not.
Okay.
Wait.
When Jesus walked on water, did he just freeze the water?
Well, obviously, he didn't freeze the water. That's not what's being.
Okay, what did he do
then?
Like, what did he what natural things occurred?
I mean, we could conceive of some theories, but probably should take the brute assumption that like it's unrelated to natural facts. But to be clear,
unrelated to natural facts, so it's not natural. So he didn't use the laws of nature or physics to do it.
Yeah, he didn't use the laws.
So your God is magical, exactly like I just said. And then you called me polyamorous.
You're assuming some indigenous. You're assuming some indigenous like polyemic, like conception of God. That's obviously not what's being presented here.
Yes, it is. You just said that it is. God violated nature.
How am I presenting an indigenous view?
Because your claim is that God and Jesus violate nature in order to do their miraculous things. That's called magic.
Wait, that's not even what most indigenous culture thinks magic is. Most indigenous cultures think magic.
Do I look indigenous to you? Like, what are you even saying?
Why
are you talking about Candy-Rank and the indigenous critique of French society pre-Enlightenment? Like, what are you talking about?
You brought up magic, dude. Come on.
Yes, magic. A term that's been used by cultures other than... I don't know what you even mean by indigenous... What do you mean by indigenous terms?
Yeah, like indigenous cultures.
You think I'm part of the nation of the Iroquois Nation? That's where you think that comes from?
No, but like to be clear,
then what does it mean?
Oh my God, what I'm saying is that you're being purposely polyamic.
You're not saying anything at all. What does indigenous mean?
Indigenous means like originally of that land. So like some peoples which are originally of that land.
Okay, and what land are you referring to?
What is he saying? Polyamic? Is he trying to say Pollyannish?
I believe he's mispronouncing the word polemic as polyamic.
See, that's what I thought too, but it doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound like it sounds like he's trying to say like Pollyannish, like,
or as polemic.
You're being Pollyanna about it.
Yeah.
Like the Disney character. So yeah, I'm not sure.
I think he's trying to. I think he's
fucking it all up.
I think he's trying to accuse Planet Peterson of
being precious.
snobbery.
Yeah.
And he's calling him polemic. He's claiming that the argument he's using is a polemic, which a polemic is like an argument that's used to like fiercely argue against a position. It's a fairly abstruse term. Somebody might not know what it means. And I think he might have only ever read the term and not heard it used in conversation and misinterpreted it as polemic. But yeah,
rhymes with
that was my first instinct, but the way he keeps using it, it doesn't fit with that. So I'm like thinking weird. I don't know.
context
Maybe we'll find out.
leading me to say polemic, though. I agree.
Maybe we'll find out.
When I say the word magic,
we'll
and you
out.
say that's indigenous terminology, what part of the world are you referring to?
Well, we could refer to African places. There's Indo-European.
No, what did you refer to? Not what could somebody somewhere in the world imagine it might have meant. I'm talking to you. What did you mean?
Yeah, the various African and Indo-European cultures.
So you think that when I say magic, what I'm doing is I'm making a connection to my inherited African culture that I have none of?
Oh, what I think you're doing
is... You're a fucking genius, you idiot. Okay, so you believe in a magical god. So what do you want to talk about next? The evidence you have for your magical god? That you definitely don't have?
Yeah, we're gonna... Oh, wow, that's a pretty big assumption. Yeah, obviously we have...
Give me one proven magical event. Go ahead.
Yeah,
in order for me to believe that your Jesus can do magic, you need to prove to me that magic even exists. Right. So give me some examples.
Stop using your like Eurocentric stolen terms, buddy. It's very racist. Yeah, so we're gonna push past your racism and actually gonna get into the substance of the subject, right? So obviously we're gonna make
yeah, I'm literally waiting for you to tell me one.
Is not our entire language like Eurocentric stolen terms? Like
the English language is the European language.
You could say it's a smorgasbord, couldn't you? Of stolen Eurocentric terms. So, yeah, that's our entire fucking language, buddy. That's hilarious.
It's a Germanic
example
language.
Of magic. Oh, you know what? Pray to your God right now for a McChicken to appear in front of me. Go ahead.
Actually, I have a McGriddle in front of me, ironically.
Pray for your God for a McChicken to appear in front of me.
I don't want a McChicken, I want a McGriddle.
I want you to pray to your God for a McChicken to appear in front of me.
Well, that's not what I want, so why would I pray for what you want, man? I mean, like, listen, I already have a McGriddle.
You don't want anybody to believe in your religion?
No, I just don't want you to get a McGriddle. All right, send a McGriddle, McChicken.
I said a McChicken, so way to track. So you don't want anybody to believe in your religion. There's one incredibly easy thing you could do to get a convert right now, and you won't do it.
Well, that would be a contradictory to God's nature in order for him to do that.
To do miracles?
He's gonna do the whole
W concession.
To do it
doesn't
for you?
Exist.
You're going to lose your free will if God tells you anything about his existence.
Nani, true.
What did that say? I was reading like only got half of it.
Says, well, Gretchen, he's trying to say shut up, so labeling all English as stolen would fit.
Nice. That is good.
That was funny.
That's not a concession.
So anyways, give me one like verifiable demonstration of magic. Go ahead.
Yeah, so an action that we can verify from God is the actualization of an actual world. And the motivation for this is that if we have no freely acting mind in which could choose arbitrarily between two equally profitable...
Oh my
Look
God.
at the trees. Look at the world. It's obvious.
Yeah.
If it was obvious, then everybody would come to that conclusion, bud. And that we all
Obviously, you know, the singularity that created the universe is too complex to explain on its own, so you have to invent a more complex God that's capable of contradictions that appears, ex nihilo, and then use that to explain the universe. That's not a huge violation of Occam's
Right.
razor or anything.
The god of the god of contradiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find it so funny that they use look at the trees, and like it's just so obvious and so simple, like, oh, the complexity, and oh, the simplicity. They talk about complexity and simplicity like interchangeably for some reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, okay, and then meanwhile they're making up all this shit to defend their simplicity fucking argument, which is insane.
It's
Like
the
even
ultimate
like
appeal
even
to
watching that you guys see that Professor Dave thing from a couple days ago, where the creationist video
Oh
from
yeah.
I saw
Answers in
part of it.
Genesis. Oh my god, at
Still
one
working my
point it's like just to explain their simple, God created the world argument, and it's so obvious that anybody could see it. Like they had to add in a fucking Indiana Jones character and a robot
Fucking robot
dinosaur and virtual reality, which apparently doesn't function like virtual reality. What do they call that? Big biblical reality glasses,
Yeah, biblical. That's
Uh,
hilarious.
and it was just like fucking insane. And at one point, they had like the robot. They had to like yell at the robot because he was eating flowers. And I'm like, why the fuck would a robot need to eat? What are you guys doing?
Gretchen, you're thinking too much with a clear brain. You need to like whack your head against the wall a couple of times and just let the brain damage set in a little bit, and then you might understand the viewpoint a little bit better.
Yeah, this shit was insane. And of course it was like it was an Answers in Genesis thing.
Yeah,
Like
that was
yeah,
around the
and it was
time
just like,
I tuned out because I've heard so much of their shit. I'm sure it's nothing I haven't heard before a million times.
oh, it was, yeah, no, it's nothing you haven't heard before, but it was fucking funny. It actually was hilarious. So, it'd probably be worth a watch if you ever like get some downtime, because it was
I'm always
fucking
down
funny.
to watch Professor Dave video, so I probably will
Yeah.
watch it.
I mean, and it's super, and it was actually kind of nice to see Dave like just laughing, because
Yeah. I like that he doesn't drink
you-
so much on during those. He said that
Yeah.
he will do it on occasion, but that some people who had troubles with alcohol had asked like for some without, and he's accommodating those people.
That's, yeah, I don't care for that kind of shit at all.
Well, he didn't have to, but it was kind of him to do so.
Yeah, it is. I don't think anybody should be
I wouldn't personally ask
making
him for that,
any requests of any sort of creator just
right?
because of their own personal peccadillos. Like, you know
I would
what?
just find somebody else to watch that aligned more with
You
my values.
if this is a problem for you, then I'm afraid that the rest of the world is going to be even harder. So
Yeah, no joke.
like, I'm sorry this is a problem for you, but I'd like to really making it mine. That's not okay either.
Do you
but
know
then
that he said
it
that?
it kind of works though anyway, because like I said, YouTube's starting to crack down on drinking any alcohol on screen.
Dave, whether he
Who's that
drinks or
dude?
not,
That video
he-
gamer? That his name is like one stab, one hit,
I
something
don't know.
like
I
that.
don't watch any of the gamers.
Well,
I don't know.
He was some video gamer, but he would drink on stream, and then his live streams ended up switching over to just people paying him to drink, and it basically destroyed his life. He's well known. He's like he's a joke now. He's been doing this for like 15 years, and like the before, like when he started, to like what he looks like now, is just like it's worse than a meth picture. He looks awful.
Yeah, some of the mukbangers have become that too, and it's just like, come on.
He's heavily
You guys
addicted to alcohol now.
You guys killing yourselves for what, a few super chats? Give me a break.
That's
I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't really blame YouTube for doing shit like that. Like they're gonna start cracking down on that because they don't want that on their, But
yeah, I just wanted to say that whether or not he drinks, he always brings a high density of debunking to the table. So like, I enjoy it whether he's drinking or not because I always get useful stuff out of it.
Yeah, and personally, I don't think it makes a difference whether he's drinking or not.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
to me.
he's
still. You done with your construction over there, Neptune?
What was I doing?
I was gonna say,
I don't know.
sounds like
you're building, like you're assembling an IKEA desk,
yeah,
or something.
I'm sorry, I can't tell when I'm being loud. I have no idea what I did. I'm sorry, but I'll try to just sit still. I'm outside though on a deck, and I'm in a rocking chair. So
okay, you know what? Hold on a second. Time out. Golden Arm. I will talk to everybody else about it. That is the most you're gonna get out of me.
I saw Golden Arm. Where did I see him today?
He just DM'd me, and since Felix got a reprieve and a once a week thing, now he's asking if he could get a once a week deal too. So I will talk about it.
But
I will bring it up.
Felix had nobody on fire vouching for him.
Yeah, exactly. Felix's once a week thing is that he can talk to nobody on fire about his Philbro bullshit. How about Golden Arm? Your once a week thing is if you want, you can come talk to me about evolution. Because you've been dodging that debate with me for weeks. Months even.
Yeah. Austin has a whole ass channel that you are not banned from.
An ass channel.
Yes. Austin's whole ass. Science,
so,
aka ass. ASS.
Yeah. Go to Scientific Origins. He's got a whole channel you're not banned from. So while I will talk to my 5 partners, and I will bring it up for you, Golden Arm. How about that? And you apparently have Jackie in your corner already, so.
I love debating younger Golden Arm.
And Jackie's opinion carries a lot of weight with me, so we'll see.
Yeah. Jackie's on the money.
You know why I love debating Young Earth's Golden Arm? Because it's freaking fish in a barrel. Because Young Earth is nonsense. Ridiculous. Impossible nonsense. The heat problem alone precludes it. Done. Bam.
So. Alrighty.
Possible.
Give me one verifiably demonstrable example of magic.
Wait, why are you using...
I don't care about your, God is pure act and actualizes the potential. Actualizes the potential means literally nothing at all. I can prove to you that it doesn't, but I'm not interested in that. Give one verifiably demonstrable example of magic.
Wait, when you say verified, do you mean like a verification?
Yeah,
theory?
That's exactly what I meant. So go ahead, give me one verifiable confirmation of magic.
It's crazy that no historian or scientist agrees with verificationism. That's crazy. Yeah, why would I use your model when it's not even...
See, what you're doing is you're using a very indigenous interpretation of these words, but I just meant them in the plain sense of the words. Verifiable, can be verified, confirmed, has been confirmed. Maybe I'm being tautological, who knows? Give me one example that's in evidence of real magic. Go ahead.
One evidence, okay. I can give you evidence. I'm just not going to do a verificationist model for you. Yeah, we can...
Then I don't care. What do you want to talk about next?
Wait, you accept?
An argument isn't evidence, by the way. So you're actualizing the potential thing, and that a universe exists, therefore a magical mind is real, won't prove anything. So what do you want to talk about next?
Yeah, so Peterson, maybe I should educate you a bit on the history of.
I promise that you can't do that. What do you want to talk about next?
Verificationism has long since been denied in scientific and
yeah, you're using indigenous language. That's not what I was using. So we're just talking past each other because you don't really understand. You have a very colonial mindset, and you've raped all the indigenous words and co-opted them into your own framework. So, but we're not doing that here. That's very racist of you, and I don't really appreciate that. What do you want to talk about next?
Yes. You cannot woke me, buddy. Yeah, so like I'm obviously not using indigenous words, right? These are going to be words.
Whoa!
Damn, that was like
quit borrowing language from cultures that aren't yours.
Right there. That was some rhetorical skill. He twisted everything right back on him and landed each one with success. Like that was good.
It was gorgeous.
What?
I said it was gorgeous.
Hell yeah. It was great.
Yeah, I do seriously admire, Peterson's ability to just plant his fucking feet and not take anyone's bait and not run down rabbit holes, and he will just he will nail your fucking feet to the floor and make you pay for it every fucking time, and I just dig that.
Right.
That's why it was so disconcerting when he debated Andrew Wilson, and he let Andrew Wilson get away with that shit. He followed every little fucking piece of bait Wilson dropped for him.
Get upset if I watch that. I've never seen that debate. That just sounds like a bad time.
Yeah, it was at like a debate con or something, I think. But yeah,
it was. Stand it when my favorite debaters do that kind of stuff. It's like those are. If it was
out of character for Peterson, but he did it. So.
Well, he talked about that debate con afterwards and said that the audience was very hostile and unbalanced, which is kind of expected from the modern day debate crowd at this point.
Right.
So I imagine he was probably taking his opponent's home field advantage into account.
Yeah.
But yeah, that can backfire on
That's just unlike him, that's all.
Yeah. And we all make bad strategy choices sometimes as debaters. Nobody's ever 100%.
Very true.
Everybody has off days.
True. That is the case.
But the thing about our side, I think, is someone like Planet Peterson, he can just recognize, I had a bad day or whatever, and not make excuses for it. And we tend to accept it for what it is, I guess. Whereas the Christian has to always admit, that's not the word I want, always double and triple down on they won, they had a good day, they never had a bad day, God exists. Because if they lose and admit loss, it's like they're saying God doesn't exist or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Literally all the words you just said, your culture didn't invent any of those words, so let's not go there, buddy. So anyways, what do you want to talk about next?
It's crazy. We did invent those words. Cannot woke me. Hey, you cannot woke me.
Nope. Anyways, could you actualize the potential?
Actually, you cannot.
We invented all the words in all cultures. All words are invented. There are no exceptions.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this guy's a troll or not. He's sounding very trolly to me.
It's possible.
He sounds more like an idiot to me, but right.
If an alien species were to come to Earth, they would look at Earth as having a single species, having a single language, right? And they would all the fact that we can't understand it, each other doesn't. It's all they would identify it as the language is all being made up by the same species. So
I
they wouldn't
forget
see it as
what movie
separated.
it was I saw a long time ago. They were saying like human speech is so primitive that it's considered a virus in some sectors or some galaxies or something.
That's interesting.
Always stuck with me. I don't remember what the movie was, but
If you ever think of it, you should let me know.
Was it Men in Black? I
I've
will
seen
take
Men in Black.
Jail's. I'll take Jail's word for that because he's usually spot on with the movies. So, but yeah, I guess it was Men in Black.
I've seen Men in Black. I've
Such
only
a
seen the
good
first
movie.
one, and it was so long ago. I've only seen it like once or twice.
Oh, it's the best one, but
all I remember is like the big bug creature at the end, and the fight at the end with Will Smith.
Yeah, the cockroach monster.
Yeah, and I remember some of the bits from Tommy Lee Jones, like him saying, like, and then until 5 minutes ago, you thought we were alone on this planet, or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't remember much else though.
I remember the intro beginning with the farm and the UFO
The Egger suit.
crashing into a cow. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
human thought is so primitive it's looked upon as an infectious disease in some of the better galaxies. Yep, that's it right there. So I can't believe I forgot that was Men in Black, but I mean that tracks. So all right, let's go.
Bring forth this evidence. See, the way you bring about evidence is you have the potential to bring evidence. I need you to actualize that potential.
Yeah, so the evidence is going to be that we make no observation of permanent choice paralysis.
An argument isn't evidence.
That's not an
Give me
argument.
evidence.
That's obviously a verifiable claim.
Claims aren't evidence. Go ahead.
Claims actually are evidence, you dumb fuck. Like if you read any
Then I'm
sort
going
of...
to claim that they aren't, and now all of a sudden they aren't.
Well, that's good. That's evidence. Doesn't mean it's good evidence, right? So, like, to be clear...
Okay, W concession. What do you want to talk about next? You like the NFL?
To be clear, it's
Not
very...
a-
Do you like the NFL? My favorite team's the Broncos.
I know.
I actually don't watch much football, to be honest.
That's fine.
Yeah, so, I mean, you have to admit easily that there's no permanent choice paralysis, right?
No. That's
No?
just a
You
claim.
think
Claims
there
aren't
is?
evidence. I need you to actualize the potential to give evidence and then give that evidence.
Wait, it's obviously true there's no permanent choice paralysis. That's obviously true.
No, that's just a claim.
What? Wait, you don't accept that to be true, that there's no permanent choice paralysis?
That's literally just a claim.
Oh my god, you literally observe this every day in your life.
That's also a claim.
Wait, it's not a claim. You
You
know
just
for
made a
fact-
claim that I observe this every day. That's literally a claim.
No, I know it's like a fact that you don't observe this every day.
Oh, so if you just declare it, okay, I declare God doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's not obviously true.
Okay,
I mean,
W concession. I'm not talking to Phil
Damn.
Bros today.
It's pretty obvious.
just not.
True, actually.
I'm just saying, if humans came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? You can't have an atmosphere next to a vacuum. The Big Bang violates the second law of thermodynamics. Everything that's created requires only
something in the distant future. I feel like we as humans don't have
What just
sufficient data or like sufficient information to make accurate like theory.
What does what mean?
I said, what just happened? Was that part of like? I thought we were listening to a.
Oh,
call.
it was an ad for his book and stuff, and I just tapped through it.
Oh, I was so confused.
Gotcha.
These are like get accurate insights about it.
I think that's just utterly ridiculous. Do you think we can know what happened yesterday?
Yes.
What about the day before yesterday?
Yeah, sure.
What about the day before that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, when does this magically stop working?
I don't know, but would you agree with me that the more like distant you go back into the past, the less accurate our data is? Like,
Yes, but the Big Bang is not so here's what I would agree with. We can know a ton about what happened yesterday. We can know a lot about what was happening even 50 years ago. But the I'm going to say resolution, the resolution of the data that we are going to have about things occurring in the world 50 years ago is going to be way different than it is today. Like, this is just the first example I have. So, like, we'll think of war. Right now, there's a war. There's
Oh, and you said permanent choice paralysis is like another way of saying stun locked, kind of. You know, same basic idea.
probably more than one war going on, although I'm only aware of one. There's a war going on right now, and we know a huge amount of all the little itty bitty details that go into that because it's going on right now. You with me so far?
yeah,
Okay. Now, if we think of, I don't know, some random war that happened in the 1800s, I don't know, like some of the Napoleonic Wars,
yes,
we know why they happened, but we have grander narratives. It's more granular, it's lower resolution. It may be the case because, like, right now we can go to individual things that individual people said that really give us catalysts and jumping off points for the war currently going on right now. We don't have that same kind of stuff with, a Napoleonic War that happened over 200 years ago, right? But the Big Bang, and so we can also make a comparison. Now let's jump to some sort of scientific thing. We can know by doing, like, I don't know, forensics, stuff that was happening, I don't know, during World War II. We can like use archaeology and forensics to study what was going on then and you could write a really detailed book about what was happening. The Big Bang, that was billions of years ago. So we don't have the same kind of resolution, but the Big Bang is a very grandiose and broad thing. It's not the kind of nitty-gritty stuff where we're simply talking about what happened yesterday or 50 years ago. So the Big Bang's not purporting to have the same kind of resolution that typical, like many other what you might consider typical scientific ideas do. Does that make sense?
That was really well explained. I like.
yeah. I mean, when it comes to the Big Bang,
Yeah.
isn't it still a theory? Why are you stating that it's a fact?
Because it is
was
a fact.
theory.
It's a scientific theory is a explanatory model that explains a huge number of facts. The explanatory model is composed of known data, scientifically proven data.
So
it's important.
But so
one-
wait,
one second,
theories aren't always
before
facts,
we
right?
move on
Because
here.
Can you pause,
sometimes
Christian?
as scientists may have.
Go ahead. Bob.
So it's important to acknowledge that what's happening when somebody makes this argument is they are doing an equivocation through which they're demoting a scientific theory, because they are equivocating the colloquial definitions of relevant terms with the scientific definition of those terms. So for instance, a scientific theory contains and explains several facts and scientific laws. Technically, the scientific theory is higher in the hierarchy of scientific epistemology than facts
Right.
and laws.
Right.
So it's
I
not a
agree.
demotion to say that a scientific theory isn't a fact, but it is also kind of perverse to say scientific theories aren't facts. They are factual, they're highly tested, and they,
Really,
like I
yeah.
said, encompass and explain
Explanatory
human bodies of
framework
facts.
of physical phenomena. That are,
Right.
I like Ian's take on the whole theory thing.
yeah.
You
I
heard
made a
that?
whole video about this on my
I'm sure
channel,
Nick did.
refuting evolution deniers specifically, but it covers this in great depth. Go subscribe to my channel if you aren't already. Please, thank you. A little bit of self promotion. Anyways, carry on.
You're fine. Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Gretchen?
Yeah, I like Ian has an explainer on how theory became to be, like, he's like historical, I think, examples like of where theory became like demoted colloquially.
Oh yeah. What was that? I don't know
You
if
know,
I've heard that before. What did he say?
I would have to watch it again. I think
Oh,
RP played a video like a month ago where he explained that in 19 like sometime like, you know, where people like took conspiracy theory and colloquialized that, and then just like the whole, he broke it down pretty well. We'll have
yeah.
to
I want
find
to
it.
see it. I probably just need my memory jogged because I usually watch anything and everything he does, but I do miss bits occasionally. So maybe it's something I missed, but it's piqued my interest. I definitely want to see.
Yeah, I think evolution
Yeah.
is a great example because evolution is both a fact and a theory.
Hi,
In
Oe.
that evolution is a
Yeah, I
fact. In that
actually, hold on a second. I did that like a month ago, Oe. I took out about half the mods because we got to a point where like everyone here was a fucking mod at one point. So it's like I took out the people that didn't show up all that often. And
I'm not even a mod hero, but anyways,
nope, not everybody needs to be a mod.
no, that's fine.
Just
We have
saying.
just like a whole community of mods.
Mm-hmm.
I think evolution is a great example in that it's a fact in that populations of organisms change over time. So that's the fact of evolution. That's the thing about evolution that's a fact. And then it's also a scientific model. And the scientific model is how we explain how things change over time, right? Using mutation and natural selection and drift and hybridization and embryological biases and all that fun stuff. And then the theory of evolution encompasses and explains several facts and laws. Facts like taxonomy, laws like the law of faunal succession, and the law of monophyly, which, this is, I hope that explains in depth that theories, saying it's not a fact is just like such a non sequitur argument. It's a dumb argument to make. Insofar as anything is a fact, scientific theories are definitely facts.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Oe, I was not happy with that conversation. It doesn't mean I hold it against you. It doesn't mean you're persona non grata here. I was not happy with that last conversation. That's all. And I told you so at the time. So you don't really ever have to guess how I'm thinking about you, because I will 99.9% of the time I will just fucking tell you. And I believe I did. So anything you heard from the grapevine, it does not trump what I told you with, oh, here you go. Hi, Oe. Yeah, as I was saying, anything that you heard through the grapevine does not trump what I told you with my very own mouth, because I absolutely said everything that I thought at the time. So taking your wrench away, it wasn't punitive or, I have a very specific set of things for what I want from my mods. And
no, I appreciate that very much. I just want to make sure that I haven't been around because I've been super, super busy with work. As you guys know, I overwhelm myself, and I signed up for a master's program going back to college, which is
Congrats.
Probably not the best idea, but I just couldn't help myself. I love education so much and I want to change careers. So I've been really focused on that. And so I just haven't been around since that conversation, and I heard a lot of people talking, and I wanted to make sure, because I didn't know you could just take my wrench from me. I thought I had to come like leave a comment and give it back to you
No.
like willingly. So I just wanted to do the right
No.
thing and be humble and say, hey, listen, I know that we had a difference of opinion, and I want to be, like I said, just give the wrench back respectfully. But you can do your own thing. I didn't know you had that ability, but I do want to.
Yeah.
I do really appreciate your what you just said right now, because despite our differences, I really respect you, and I think you know that, and I respect RP very much, and I respect this community very much, and so it means a lot to me to hear that from you, because just like I said, despite our differences, I just want to do the best I can to live up to my own values, which is to treat everybody like I want to be treated. And I think despite my fallibility, which I admit that I am fallible and I may not be on the right side of every fence, I do the best I can. And I think you recognize that. And from what I was hearing, from other people.
Yeah. I don't hold it against you. It's just on that one issue we disagree. I don't understand why you can't see it, but you can't. And all right. We're just going to continue to disagree. And all right, that's cool.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree. I did do a lot of research into it since our conversation, and it would be an interesting conversation for you and I to have offline. I think would be the best place to have that. But yeah, I did do a lot of research into that. But I do think we will ultimately probably end up agreeing to disagree, even after all that. But you might, I don't know, you might be interested in what I learned, because I did do a lot. I spent a lot of time, which I don't have, frankly, a lot of time, but I did spend a lot of time because you and RP and people in the chat, you guys had a very strong position, and you're people that I respect very much. And so I thought, this is something I should look into. And so I did. And it was really an interesting, I wouldn't even call it a rabbit hole necessarily, because it's all relative. And it was really interesting to look into the history of all that. And I'm actually glad that happened in that way.
Well, good.
And I have been trying
to learn something new.
I learned a lot actually from that. But I've been trying to plug you guys on my channel ever since then, and before then I have been able to. But for some reason, when I type in the @ symbol, your guys' channel is not coming up. And I type in a-sync, and it's still not coming up. Like, I cannot get you guys to come up when I quick search on YouTube. You know how you can link channels in the descriptions and titles and stuff like that? Your guys' channel will not come up.
Weird. Yeah,
this happened before with Missing Mod and another channel. I can't think of who it was now, but it happened before to me. Austin actually. Is Austin here right now? Did I hear his voice?
Yeah, he's here.
Yep. What's up, Daniel motherfucking Leroy?
Yes,
I'm right here.
yes, sir. Oh, brother. I don't want to derail from it, but I actually spoke to another gentleman on a different channel by Cougar Doomer. He talks a lot about climate change, and I had Dr. Greg on recently. He's really big. His new pushes in climate change. I think I talked to you about that in a DM or something. That's going to be my next video that I want to do with a panel with experts on climate change.
You're doing all the spicy topics. You covered evolution with me. You covered vaccines with Dr. Greg. You covered transphobia. And now you're doing climate change. You're hitting all the good ones. Are you going to get Holocaust denial eventually?
I probably should just do the gamut. And what's funny is because I say I'm really, and I admit that I'm really ignorant when it comes to politics. In fact, that's one of the kind of things we had going on here with my ignorance of politics. But all the things we just mentioned here, the only one that I am going to do, it's not going to be Holocaust denial, but I'm actually going to do a panel on abortion, which is another big topic. But
that's a great one too. Yeah.
I think it's really important. But my view on abortion is going to be from the fact that I think we should be reducing the population ethically. And so that's going to that's like my hot take. I know. It's like, oh my God, who's the fucking guy? But I do want you to be on that panel, and anybody who's in the chat right now, and anybody who wants to, if you're into climate change and protecting the environment and really taking that seriously, I really do want to put together a panel of people who are informed. Either you're educated in that field, like formally, or you've put a lot of time into that, because that's really important. We've got to take this climate change thing seriously. I think Austin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're about 50 years behind. Like, any significant change that we make is going to be at least 50 years behind when it's actually realized. The benefit is actually realized. Is that about right?
So we're talking about multiple interdependent systems of weather and climate on the entire planet, which also integrate with the biosphere. So it's hard to say, man. Like we're seeing things like rising levels in the sea level, rising levels of ocean acidity, and there's a lot more pollution and square footage that's covered with trash and refuse. It's not good. Like I kind of tend to think, even if there isn't some catastrophic disaster waiting, like what's the downside of cleaning up that trash, of removing toxicants and refuse from the environment, using more sustainable and ecologically balanced practices so we don't cause things like mass extinctions. Like it's really easy to cause these things if you just trigger the wrong change. For instance, uh, India experienced a horrific, catastrophic, like domino effect, a chain reaction that was the result of just one vulture species either going extinct or they almost reached extinction, but their population just declined extremely, almost vanishing, if not vanishing outright. And that alone was enough to cause this, domino effect. There was more carrion around, so more animals were eating it that normally wouldn't. They got infected with diseases. They were attacking more people. It's amazing how the slightest change can be extremely disastrous. So whether or not it's 50 years down the line or 30 years or 120 years, I think eventually, if we don't change something, there's probably going to be some domino effect like that. Yeah.
I think that these things, historically, when we look at these mass extinction events, it's not actually one thing. It's what they call a runaway effect, right? So, like when people think of the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, they think of the thing that everybody thinks about is, oh, that big asteroid hits the Yucatan Peninsula. But it's actually, that was just only one part of the process. They had mass volcanic eruptions combined with climate change that accumulated into a runaway effect. That's what actually
also the
eliminated all the
nuclear,
dinosaurs. So it's
there's
several
also
different
the nuclear winter that occurred in the
Exactly.
aftermath.
Exactly. So it's not just one. It's not just the asteroid that hit the Yucatan Peninsula. It's actually a series of events. One, it's a chain link. You know, it's what they call the runaway effect. And that's actually, if you look at all 7 of the mass extinction events, there are a series of different events, right, that cause.
We're actually undergoing one right now. We've actually triggered
100%. And this is one of the ways that biology ends up being really relevant to climate change, even though it itself isn't a directly meteorological field. It's because there's things like indicator species.
Oh, hey, what's up, Eric?
Things like the mass extinction that's going on right now, which is there's a huge rate of extinction occurring, biodiversity loss. Some biologists won't call it a mass extinction. I think it qualifies as a mass extinction because it's a rate of species loss that's 10 times the mean. And I think that's a pretty significant deviation from the mean. And then there's also just the fact that human population growth is on an exponential J curve. That's another biological fact that brings biologists into the fold on climate change. So
bro, this is my biggest issue, is because I'm not an anti-natalist. I don't think it's fundamentally unethical to have children, but I think that the people who are having children need to take all things into consideration. Do I need to be in a country that can't even feed the populace that we have and have 8 children? Probably not a good idea. Do I need to be a crack mama and crack daddy, or do I need to be a daddy that won't stay home and take care of my children? I mean, there's so many things that we could look at and say, no, you should not be having children. If responsible adults who are there to actually provide a good life for their children were the only people having children, we could effectively reduce this population to a sustainable amount. And I think people who live in the ecosystem, who actually think about living intentionally within the environment, we are animals just like all the other animals. And so we need to have a certain balance with nature, right? Like, how many humans are we going to actually procreate and accumulate this population? Otherwise, we become an invasive species.
And then despite this, you have people who are like quiverful Christians who are like, pump out as many babies as you can.
Bro, it's all it's I don't mean to cut you off, but it's the fundamental religions, and it's also the politicians, because the politicians are focused on infrastructure. So the problem with the infrastructure argument, if you get rid of all religions, you still have the political issue, the infrastructure argument. So we need healthy adults, middle-aged adults to sustain the infrastructure, right? The problem is, to get healthy adults, you have to have X number of babies, and you need to have more babies than adults, because not all babies are going to be healthy adults that can actually work and sustain the infrastructure.
Yeah, especially if their
Then
parents aren't vaccinating them.
But with the advancement of medication, or with the advancement of medicine, the adults, these healthy middle-aged adults, they're living longer, right? So these elderly people that are living longer but can't really sustain the infrastructure. So now it becomes this imbalanced wheel that must keep perpetually turning. We need to pump out more and more and more babies to sustain this infrastructure. The infrastructure itself has to sustain all the babies, all the healthy adults, and all the elderly people. 2 of those 3 categories cannot sustain the infrastructure itself. And so the governments are like, pump out babies, pump out babies. Look at what's happening in Japan. They are literally in a replacement cycle crisis. They're importing people, middle-aged people, to support that infrastructure, because they don't have enough babies to sustain the infrastructure. So they're actually importing people because they're at a replacement rate crisis.
Well, that's what happens when you let income inequality get so out of fucking control that the middle-aged people you're depending on to support your infrastructure have fucking nothing but stress, and you're gonna run the system off of their backs, and so they're gonna fucking turn to drugs and shit just to get by. And now you don't want them to have fucking kids either.
And we don't want them to have kids. And at the same point in time, while we have to,
you need them to have kids.
Well, they need to support the infrastructure. They qualify as these middle-aged adults, but these people who are on drugs should not be having children, because they obviously can't even take care of their own lives. But then we have to look at, why are they on drugs? They're on drugs because the society has made their life so impossible, right? They can't live the quote-unquote American dream, or whatever dream they're in, the Indian dream or the Mexican. It doesn't matter where you're at. Every country is fucked like this. So they cannot sustain that. So they buy into I've got to sustain my own happiness, and I'll do this chemically, right? I'll do this false thing I'll take these drugs. I'll chase drugs, alcohol, sex, money, whatever else, because I can't attain true happiness by living within.
And sometimes having kids is what they do to chase happiness.
Yep. Thank you.
And you can't take that away from them either. That's,
Well, how do we do that ethically? That's the problem, Gretchen, because you're right. That's what
you can't decide who has kids and who doesn't based on, your morals, because morality isn't objective.
It is objective, actually. But
it's not.
Well, that's a different debate. But how the key question is,
that's fine. You can be wrong about morals. I will still like you.
I'm in your channel. I'll acquiesce to you right now. I'm in your home. But how do we focus on getting the people who shouldn't have kids to not have kids? How do we do that ethically? Right. That's the problem.
I don't know. Back that up. I would say, what gives you the right to decide who can have kids and who can't? You got to solve that one first.
I don't know.
You show me you show me somebody with the right to decide who can and can't have kids.
I can't do it. I don't know how to do it.
No, you can't. So you can't have the follow-on conversation without that.
I agree. That's why the conversation is a non-starter, and I agree with you 100%. But we can look at the analytics, like what Austin was talking about. If you look at the population growth, you look at climate change, and you look at the Industrial Revolution, and those graphs work all synonymously. It goes just like this, to a straight up. We can pull up the stats right now. Look at from the basically 1850s onwards, right? Population growth, Industrial Revolution, climate change. It all grows together. So there's clearly a problem. We are overpopulating this planet at an exponential rate.
That all happened because of oil.
It's not just because of oil, because people are pumping out children too fast, and that started with the
Without
agricultural
oil,
revolution.
oil
Well, I
is
mean,
the foundation.
population increases like near exponentially, and it always has done. You have to have energy. Before oil was ever even discovered.
Thank you. You're right. Exactly. ever since the agricultural revolution, 10,000
But you have
BCE.
to have you have to have energy to fuel your civilization, and without the discovery of oil, it wouldn't have been able. You wouldn't be able to. Like we used oil first, and then we discovered.
Sure, it would have. It still would have, and it wouldn't made a difference because we're still humans. We still have the same, biological instincts, and we would have, even without oil, we would have found a fucking way.
Perhaps. I'm not saying that's impossible.
I don't think that. I mean, oil may have juiced the numbers somewhat, but I mean, we would have found another way. I mean, shit, before oil, we were using whale oil, and we totally would have found a way to, I don't know, like fucking farm whales or something and get more whale oil. We would have figured it out, I don't think that, I know, but I don't think oil can be blamed for, the,
No, you're right.
the rise in population, because
right.
I mean, population was already increasing on a certain, slant line already, and we didn't. It's not like it just started going straight up after we discovered oil.
The oil
it kept going up on and it's going to keep going up.
Keep increasing.
I think you have a noble goal, but I just don't see that kind of social control ever being instituted without ethical horrors. And so what I think you're left with,
not here anyway.
Is
sounds crazy.
You have to instead convince people through rhetoric and cultural views that having excessive amounts of children is irresponsible and destructive. And I think we're working on that.
I think that
I think the economic system's taking care of it itself.
Yeah,
like there's a reason millennials and Gen Z aren't having the kind of kids that everyone else did.
I think
they're kind of doing it out of protest. So all right.
Yeah, I think the evolution actually does play a factor in this, and I think that Austin, you're right, and Gretchen, you're both right, because what we're actually seeing is that the repopulation
I love
rate
it when everyone's right.
I know, right? The repopulation rate is actually
with
dropping.
Mutually exclusive ideas.
Yeah, we're down to where the population rate, the replacement rate is dropping. We're down to like 2.1 or something like that. And I think they say we need to be at like 2.33, right? But I think that as women,
I would disagree with that.
As information starts to travel around the globe, because we're realizing the globe is very small, right? Women, I don't really know. This is not scientific. This is my own hypothesis here, but I think that more women what we find statistically is that women who are in more
Equinox
advanced countries, more right, like first world countries, are having less children. People who have more money are actually having less children. So it's the people who are less informed, less educated in impoverished countries that are having the most children, right? So as education and resources become more globally accessible, then hopefully more women will be having less children, because my assumption is that the reason that the women in first world countries that have access to most education are having less children is because I'm just guessing. I'm not a woman and I don't know what it's like to have those hormones and chemicals, but I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes, saying, why the fuck would I bring a child into this world when we have all these fucked up politics, fucked up the climate change is a serious issue. The globe is in a serious issue. I'm an agnostic atheist, and I'm not going to buy into this God concept. And I'm looking at what's really happening through the lens of science. Why would I bring children into this world? And I think that is what's actually affecting this reduction to the replacement rate. I'm just hoping that's what it is. And it could be more economic, like Gretchen's talking about, but it's something is feeding into that, because the replacement rate is dropping.
Evolution is very relevant to the conversation, because evolution is the entire reason we feel that compulsion to procreate, even though we're overrunning the planet, right? What we want is symbiotic relationships. We want functional levels of populations. We want, humans on the planet flourishing, but not so many of them that it's destroying biodiversity, right? That it's causing rampant deforestation. It's causing rampant loss of indicator species like lichens and amphibians. We want to keep the bees. We want to keep the
Right,
birds
Puggles.
around, you know, and
Sorry, I'm hitting this by mistake.
we
Go
have
ahead.
to make more ethical choices, and some of those choices are definitely in the area of whether or not we should reproduce, whether or not we should add more humans to the number of humans already on the planet. And I get that those questions are complicated, and it's really tough to navigate them without ending up having some nuclear takes. I
Nuclear
definitely
cake? Is
nuclear
that what you
takes.
said?
No, nuclear takes, like really hot takes. Like, I'm concerned about the human population growth rate for
Okay,
sure.
gotcha.
You know, like I
Nuclear
definitely
cake.
would like something to be done about it, but it's like it's definitely a heavy ethical question weighing on me. What should be done about it? How anything can be done about it without causing ethical horrors, like
Yeah.
from similar situations like China's one-child policy.
Right, right. Yep. Yeah. So people have reached out to me recently to ask if I'd be part of a Discord that they're talking about ethical eugenics, and I haven't.
No, no.
No,
Fucking
yep.
run!
Hard
I haven't
no.
talked to him yet.
Run!
Hard no. So
I haven't talked to him yet, but at some point, these conversations are all going to be relevant, right? Like
as an
how do we figure
evolutionary
this out? Like,
biologist, let me give you this right now. Eugenics cannot be ethical because it's based on misunderstanding evolution. Eugenics
right.
requires you to interfere with natural selection and reduce genetic diversity and hybridization. So it is literally the exact opposite of evolution. It's a bastardization and perversion in its understanding of evolution, and that's why
all right,
eugenics can never be moral because it's based on nonsense from the ground up.
So for devil's advocate, and I just want to be very clear. I'm not promoting any kind of eugenics, right? I'm just saying there's ideas out there. If we do a scan on a child, right, an embryo, and they have no arms and legs, and we're like, oh shit, this kid's going to be born with no arms and legs, would it be the ethical thing to do to abort that child if the parent wanted?
No, you should have the child.
Is abortion ever? Because I'm pro-choice, so abortion. Are you saying abortion is not an ethical thing?
Well, who's decided that a child without arms and legs is not a
Well,
like,
the mother, it's her
what
body.
What I mean is human beings are different. There's a wide spectrum of human beings, and
I
someone
agree with
who has
that.
Down syndrome isn't somebody who has a defect. It's just a different way of being human.
I agree.
So, like, what I mean is, who's out there deciding, what a human is?
Well, Stephen Hawking is a great example, right? Stephen Hawking, like, is basically a potato in an electric wheelchair, and he's one of the greatest
I understand, like,
minds
the idea, if
that
it's,
we've
to
ever
limit
fucking
suffering,
known.
a life of a miserable. If you knew a child was going to be born and his entire life was going to be extremely painful and miserable, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess there's maybe a conversation to be had.
But what about so I'm pro-choice, so I think the mother is the only person in the conversation. I don't think an embryo is a person, right? I don't think a zygote's a person. I don't think a baby is a person until it's actually able to be sustained independently of a mother. So at that point, is that a form of eugenics?
I don't think abortion is
No.
eugenics.
There's a two separate conversations entirely.
I don't
completely
think that can
separate.
be eugenics because that's a personal decision, and eugenics is about shaping entire populations by controlling who reproduces,
Okay.
who gets their genes into the next generation.
So that would I didn't realize that that definition. So I don't know much about it. So I'm like most things, I'm coming at this very
Eugenics mostly is going to be centered on limiting who can reproduce.
Right. Right. No,
whereas the pro-life crowd are basically forcing everyone to reproduce.
Right.
So
yes. And
they're kind of opposites in that respect.
And very interesting as this conversation is, I kind of have to hop off. I need to go get some food and victuals to sustain myself. But it's been great talking to all of you. and thanks for having me up. If you all are still going when I'm done eating, I might pop back up. Thank you.
Also,
Oh,
I'll
we
reach
will
out
be.
to you. I'll DM you for that talk on climate change.
Thanks, Daniel. I appreciate it. Peace out, y'all.
Later, Austin.
Yeah, that is. I didn't mean to derail the whole show. I just want to come in, just clear the air, make sure that we're all, that we're all on the same page. That I have a lot of respect and appreciation for you and RP. It's a shame RP wasn't here tonight. If you want to go back to your show or whatever, if you want to talk about how eugenics and pro life work together, we could do that too. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, not particularly. Eugenics is just like there's no such thing as ethical eugenics. It cannot exist. Because you're, like Austin said, you're betraying all of evolutionary biology at that point.
But wouldn't that be an objective claim if you say it cannot exist?
That's just my opinion, so it's totally subjective. But it's just based on the the facts and evidence. Yeah, it can't be ethical.
Well, facts
once
and
you start
evidence.
once you start talking eugenics, you have to come at it from for lack of a better word, a fascistic point of view.
You say
like just a fascistic. You have to end up being a fucking fascist about it because
fascist. I'm sorry.
What are you gonna create some sort of fucking instead of a death panel, you're gonna have a life panel? Who gets to decide who can have kids and who can't? And then you're gonna limit our biological imperative to reproduce. Which I know some people don't think that's fucking real, but I do. And you can't just limit that because you don't think someone meets the societal requirements that you want to see going forward in the future, or someone has a tendency toward drug addiction. You just want to cut that, but you just can't do that. You have to be a fucking authoritarian asshole, and you're fighting the human fucking brain and everything that we've evolved to. You're trying to fight fucking nature at that point, and you have to be authoritarian about it. You got to become a fascist to actually promote that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's really a tough conversation because how do you even deal with overpopulation, climate change, invasive species? Because I build boats, as you guys know, right? We have in most states at this point have invasive species laws on your watercraft. Like you can't take a boat from the river to the ocean to the sea or whatever because there's invasive species laws, right? You got to clean the hull and everything else, and you got to sometimes have a licensed Coast Guard inspector or wildlife inspector inspect the whole of your boat, depending on the size of it, because of invasive species. And we know how dangerous invasive species can be. At this point, I think it's fair to quantify the human race as an invasive species based on climate change and overpopulation and the wars and everything else, all the terrible shit that we're doing. Fascism, like you talk about, fascism is a huge problem. That's part of the human problem, part of this problem that comes from human population growing so big and so vast. So how do we effectively deal with that without having some kind of standard that we want to live harmoniously within the ecosystem like all the other animals do, right? At some point, how do we separate ourselves from being an invasive species to being harmonious within the ecosystem?
Well, I don't think we are an invasive species. I think we're just a species. And we just happen to win the evolutionary lottery, and we have, our opposable thumbs and our, evolved brains to where we figured out technology, how to lift us out of the, out of the food chain. So, okay, cool. But I don't know how you get a species to just stop reproducing. You would think that, yeah, we're smart enough that we could figure that shit out, like how to live within the ecosystem. But let's face it, the world's become so fucking huge and chaotic that a lot of people don't even think about the ecosystem that we're living in.
That's
and they
the
don't
problem.
they
Yeah.
don't put it together that, you know what, the earth is going to be just fine. You know, we can make all the fucking plastic we want. It's going to be, I think George Carlin said it, it's going to be the earth plus plastic. You know what, earth's going to keep on spinning. It's fine. It's what we're really doing is limiting our capability to survive as a species.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. And you mentioned that we've taken ourselves out of the food chain, but we haven't. We're the apex predator, but we're still in the food chain because when we die, we get eaten by bugs. We're actually still part of the food chain. We're the apex. We're one of the apex predators.
Well, yeah, but we're at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, we are the apex predator. But all apex predators must live cohesively within their own ecosystem, or eventually they will themselves eat themselves out of food. And that's what we're doing with plastics and things like that. Like I was watching a video about the Mariana Trench. It's the deepest place that we've explored on the entire planet, right? The Mariana Trench. Do you know they're finding microplastics down there where people can't even go without extreme technology to get down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench? And they've already found microplastics down there. It's fucking insane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I personally think that we're all going to kill each other before like overpopulation becomes an issue.
Well, I think overpopulation has already become an issue because of the human-caused climate change. I think we're so far behind.
Yeah,
I said 50
but
years.
we're highly adaptable too, so we've just learned to fucking work with that. You know, for
that's true.
centuries. You know, it like, all right.
No, you're right.
And we've kind of already baked it in, I think, but as we haven't bothered, you know, with the nuclear war shit. I think we're just gonna fucking kill each other. That's my personal point of view.
It's gonna be missiles.
I'm
a
jaded, cynical fucking misanthrope. So like, okay, you know, take that for what you will.
You're an existentialist at this point.
Yeah, I'm definitely not an optimist. So.
Yeah. You know, I think the existentialism, I hate to say it because I'm not an existentialist, because I have a lot of hope that we can turn this ship around. And I'm probably very naive in that thinking, because I think that what Austin was saying is really relative about the rhetoric. Like if we can get enough people saying the right things, that will motivate enough people to do the right thing. And I still think we have an opportunity to get this ship turned around, but it's like a big ship. So an ocean liner, it takes, I think, like a mile and a half to turn an ocean liner around, right? Which is a long distance to get a big ass ship to fucking make a U-turn, right? Like a mile and a half is a long way to go. And I think we're on that same kind of a trajectory. Like I think that we can fix this, but it's going to be a huge process. And I think that I don't like to think of myself as an alarmist or extremist, but I probably would be considered a climate alarmist at this point. And I think that's a fair label to put on me because I am really concerned. And my wife and I decided not to have children because we felt like, based on my upbringing and our financial situation when we were young enough to even consider it, I said, hey, look, I don't want to have children until we can meet certain criteria. I want to own our house. We want to be both financially independent, you know, blah, 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 blah.
That's a good idea to be stable.
Yeah. And so we just decided we just are not going to have children. I think that's more.
I got friends that decided that too.
Woody.
I think that's
yeah,
more
I know. I give off that impression all the time. I'm just so super sweet and full of fucking sunshine. That's me. That's funny.
Pretty sure you fart rainbows at this point. Like it's like you're you're so positive.
Yeah, that'd be me. Super positive. That's me. So.
But I do think that you're right, though, Gretchen. I'm not an existentialist.
We all love Woody.
I think that if we don't make some serious changes, that it's inevitable because we are an invasive species at this point, in my view. We are literally like I said, if you look at the graphs between population growth, climate change, and industrial revolution, all those graphs work together. All three of those lines will work together, and it's growing at an exponential rate. And the technological revolution is making it. That's that fourth line that feeds into that. We have evolution works in three ways, right? There's biological evolution works very slowly. It takes thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of years even billions of years for biological evolution to make changes. Social evolution takes thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of years to make changes, right? So socially, like we now think, oh my God, slavery, not a good idea. That's a very recent thing in human history. For most of human history from the written record, slavery was perfectly fine, right? So social evolution is very, very, very slow. Technological evolution is extremely fast. From the time that we went from the calculator to the fucking cell phone is insane how fast that went, right? And so we can, what that means is we can do things so much faster than we can actually sit back and say, wait a minute, is that a good idea? Should we have done this? We've built entire societies around burning fossil fuels. And now we're like, holy fuck, if we just snapped our fingers and cut out fossil fuels, billions of people would die overnight. Billions, right? The planet would be better off, but billions of people would die because we built this whole system up on fossil fuels before we were able to sit back and say, is that a good idea? And that's the problem. We're so far behind the 8 ball.
But I mean, that's very human of us, you know. We, like I said, we're highly adaptable. We don't sit around and think about all the, you know, the philosophical consequences and all that shit of the shit. When we have a new technology, we do tend to go full fucking bore right at the fucking wall if that's what it happens to be. But you know, we do it. Like, you know, look at nuclear weapons and fucking AI. It's like we're gambling our entire economic future on fucking data centers right now, and it's crazy. They don't even have a fucking product right now to, you know, they don't have artificial intelligence, but they're fucking selling it like they are. And you know, we've got people in Gary and Diana that are starving and haven't had electricity in fucking 10 days or some shit. And, you know, fucking dipshit presidents out there talking about fucking golf tournaments and not even fucking mentioning them. Because why? Who knows? But you're still going to make sure, but he's making sure that his stock portfolio is still all fucking topped up, and he's betting on fucking data centers too. And he's going to be dead in a few months, so whatever, you know.
You're right. It's the elites.
You're expecting a lot if you expect like the majority of people, and you do have to get a majority of people to think like you do to actually make any like meaningful change. And to get that majority of people thinking like that, you're expecting
resources and a lot of effort.
You're also I don't even think resources and effort are going to do it, because what you're really talking about here is getting a majority of humans to go against their own human nature.
Well, unfortunately, it's going to be a combination of what we've been talking about. I think, Gretchen, I think you're 100% right. I think there's going to be a catastrophic event. It's going to wipe out a significant portion of the population, and the people that are left, they will be sitting back saying, holy fuck, what did we do wrong? And they will actually adopt these principles moving forward. So it will happen, but it's going to
after an apocalyptic event or something.
Right,
sure,
right, exactly,
maybe that will be enough to get people to actually start considering the philosophical consequences of all these choices. But until then, I mean, we just had this talk with a guy a couple nights ago, this guy named Sean, you know, trying to get people to eat less meat because it's good for the, you know, environment. But all right, cool. But like, he won't even stop eating meat. So like, what are we talking about here? You're preaching something that you won't even do for yourself. You know, that's human nature right there. But I want, you know, we're about emotional fulfillment of ourselves first, you know. And there's nobody on fire.
You know, when you get into second level cognition,
hasn't played. Hold on a second. The fuck is he talking shit about? I follow people are still shitheads after the end of the world. Okay, that's true.
No, you're right. When you get
I
into
have not
second,
played Fallout, but I've seen the series. So like,
when you
you're
get into
right.
second level cognition,
People are
there's
still shitheads.
I make my arguments about morality and stuff. The concept of morality, whether you think it's objective or subjective, it all boils down to empathy and reason. And when you get into second order logic and stuff, that empathy and reason become like more like, instead of like building blocks one on top of the other, it's more like a web. So it's hard to delineate empathy from reason, because our emotions and our cognitive abilities tend to work like syncretically. You can't really pull one from the other, right? So we can have a reasonable response or an intellectual response to an emotional reaction, and vice versa. So you can't really separate one from the other. And I think that ultimately, after humanity wipes 90% of itself out because of its own bad choices, and the planet really like puts its foot down on us, then the people that are left are going to have to sit back and say, okay, we understand we have an empathetic response to like all the things you mentioned, that this natural proclivity to reproduce, like women want to reproduce, fathers, men want to have children, whatever it is that drives people to have kids. That's a biological function that will continue, as you said. But then there's going to be this reason that says, look, we grew from this small population at one point. There was a bottleneck in evolution to now we had 10 billion people on the planet, and all the resources were gone. They were shooting nuclear bombs across the fucking oceans at each other, whatever wiped us all out. This didn't work. What was working was certain advancements that made a lot of sense. Factory farming, bad idea. Small farms, good idea. Veganism doesn't lead to anything productive. It leads to actually more animal suffering than it actually solves. So all religion, bad idea. Organized religion. So the people that are left, they will actually have an opportunity to look back at all this history and say, this is what we've learned from this moving forward. The only problem is that 92%, I think it is.
You know what might help you, OE, is go into the Async Discord. There's a channel there. What the fuck is the name of that channel? Hang on a second. Let me find it. It's Collective Knowledge. And when we had this discussion the other night, one of our members or users had some good ideas, and I had her post all of her stuff in Collective Knowledge on the Discord, because she's actually got some pretty strong takes on like, is it factory farming, or is it like maybe the overarching point of the stuff that she posted tends to be like, we need to think of like regenerative shit, like self-sustaining, whether it's like large industrial scale shit or even less. But we need to think about the regenerative qualities, and she has some interesting shit to.
What'd you say? Collective Knowledge?
Yeah, that's the name of the channel on the Discord. So and then
I got it here. Okay.
Yeah. So you might want to cruise through those, and that could probably help you, at least give you another niche to look at.
Oh, for sure. Thank you for the resource.
I'm not sure.
Who was it? Do you know who particularly it was you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't remember the name on Discord. I think it's HLT is her name in YouTube. I think it's the same. Yeah.
Oh yeah. HLT. I got it right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good looking out. Thank you, fam.
So yeah, that will
Oh yeah, climate change and permaculture. Yeah, she's talking about right here. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, there's some interesting shit in there. So and it definitely goes along the lines with what we're talking about here. So
yeah, for sure.
I don't claim to be an expert in it. I mean, I'm just,
yeah,
giving you off. I'm just giving you off the top of the head, kind of.
That's a good resource. Permaculture is really important. It's really about, well, as the name indicates, permaculture, right? Living more intentionally with the ecosystem. I say on my channel all the time, self-respect, mutual respect, and respect for the environment, right? That's what it's all about. You can't have respect for other people.
No problem, sweetie. Told you I'd read it. I don't actually agree with all of it or even understand all of it probably, but you know, I did find it interesting, and thank you for posting all that. So,
All right, I've got to get out.
but
I've
yeah,
gotta
I mean, if you want, and she, you know, she seems to feel pretty strongly about it, so you know, you might want to like hit her up in Discord and talk to her about that shit too. I mean, it could give you at the very least a different POV on it, you know.
I'll look into it, and I appreciate the resource, and I appreciate it. I really enjoyed talking to you tonight. Give RP my best. If you see him, tell him I love him love them so much. I love you both, and I will look forward to talking to you again. Okay.
Have a good night, OE.
Catch you later.
Peace.
Okay.
You want to dive back into the Planet Peterson then?
Yeah. Nobody, you coming up? I don't know if we're about to get taken over by Felix, so I guess we'll find out.
Oh yeah, we can wait if you want to wait and see.
Well, might as well watch the video while we're
Sounds good to me.
waiting for that to solidify, I guess.
Sure.
So, they may have a theory on something, but it may not actually be
that's what we call a hypothesis. A scientific theory, like atoms.
And there it is. Hi, nobody. How you doing?
What's up, nobody?
What's up? I just got home. Oh shit, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you heard earlier, but
I cannot hear him.
Yeah, you're pretty low.
What about now?
Better. Yeah, I basically put a leash on Felix, and I am hereby handing you the leash.
No.
You have a new. No, I'm not going to say that. That's mean.
Sorry, and I mean he's still here.
I don't know. Consider it an honor, I guess.
We can talk about whatever after you're done with this clip, I guess.
Oh, this is a pretty long clip, so like
I don't 23 minutes.
This is 29:31. Yeah,
okay,
so I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna make it all the way through it.
That's fine. Is Felix even still here?
We're more than halfway. Yeah, Felix, are you here? He's probably already clicking the link. So, all right. Well, we'll jump back into this until we got 12 minutes left of it. Yeah, we can.
I really doubt that you don't think that atoms don't exist, but it's called atomic theory. Everything we know about atoms is from atomic theory.
Okay.
But that's
or not what?
Or not. I said we could probably knock out the last 12 minutes, and then you're not logged in under your co-host account, are you?
No, I keep clicking the YouTube link.
Yeah.
Can I just always use the same email link to
yes.
Oh, now I know. Okay. I guess I could bookmark it, huh?
Uh-huh.
That's probably
but
you do.
Before you do that, you need to because the icon that's going to show up for you is the I, and your name will be T. So
whatever, I guess. But wait, I can't even change my name?
No. What I'll do is I'll kick you as a co-host, and I'll send you the link again, and then when you go through it to log on, just click join through YouTube instead of using the email address or Google or anything. Just join through YouTube, and it'll pull your icon from your YouTube account and your name from the YouTube account.
Okay.
So it'll say nobody on fire, and it'll have your the different eye that you use for YouTube.
Yeah. You could try that.
So, but I have to, let me kick you real quick, and then I'll send you a new email. You'll just have to do it.
All right, that's fine.
Through the, you'll have to do it through the new link, and then whatever link you get to join, just always use that one. And then, so like, if you were logged on as a co-host, then it would have told, you would have heard the Papo, aka Felix, has joined. You know, you would have heard that.
Okay.
He's waiting backstage. So, yeah, I'm doing it
Felix
right
is
now.
waiting backstage.
Yes, Felix is waiting backstage. You should be able to see him.
Oh, I had my stage hidden, or my side bar hidden.
Okay, I just sent the invite again. So,
Hi, Felix.
and then just instead of using your email or Google or whatever to accept it, just click link through YouTube or whatever it is.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm gonna hop off then, since you guys are gonna do this. I got.
You're noping out of Felix, huh? All right.
No, it's not because of that. I wish I could stick around longer, but you know, I told you what's going on, right?
Yeah. We're good. We're good.
But, all right. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Right.
I'll be back for a full night tomorrow
night.
Night.
Okay.
Night too. All right, so you're saying leave and then come back with this invite?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Felix. How you doing?
Hi.
Okay. All right. Nobody, you should be able to put yourself on stage. There we go. You got it.
What happened to RP? What happened to RP?
RP's dealing with some family issues, and they're out of state for the weekend, so, or for a few days. So RP will be back in a normal capacity on like Tuesday, I think, or Wednesday. So.
Is nobody on fire host?
Yes, nobody on fire is a host. So.
Yeah, wait, what do you mean? Like you didn't know that? What?
Yeah, were you unaware of that?
I guess I'm not obvious about it, I guess. So then, like, when you're saying that I switch my avatar, like, how do I do that?
Did you click the link through YouTube, right? Whatever account it is you have that has that as an avatar, you need to switch your avatar to on that account.
Oh, okay. So like
yeah, because your name came up as nobody
account,
on fire, but
my Google
yeah, so
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because that's where it pulls it from. So but until then. So if I take the video down, then it will show your name, so then it doesn't matter what your avatar is, you know. Yeah, because within Talk Studio, it won't let you change your avatar for whatever stupid reason. And it won't let me do it for you. So I think Nectu figured out that if you just join through YouTube, then it'll just pull. Only I thought it like took your YouTube thing, but apparently not. It's just that eyeball.
Okay. Should be updated on Google now. I guess I'll just.
You might have to drop. You might have to drop out and come back for it to actually.
Yeah.
Like update. Ray managed to do it, so did Nectu and Hizzle. So I definitely know it works. Okay. So Felix, did you not know nobody was a co-host? Because he always has been from the beginning of the channel.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep. So how are you, Felix?
I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Good.
How about yourself?
It's been a roller coaster the last couple of days, to be honest. But, you know, sometimes life just bees like that. Especially when you're dealing with other people. Why what?
Yeah, the people. The best and the worst.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the best thing in life is?
You want me to resend it? Okay, hold on a second. Coming at you. Oh. Hang on, nobody. Is it the same email address for your YouTube account that you've been sending me for the...
Is that right, Sammy?
Well, I'll send the same one just in case. And then if it doesn't work, then team is full. What are you talking about? Hang on a second. This might fuck up a little bit because I need to refresh real quick.
Was here a good chat, Sammy?
Okay. All right, we're back. Let's see. Oh, I think this is going to have to happen again because... All right. All right, cool. All right, it's coming at you again. Nobody right now. All right. So
you know what the best thing in life is?
No. Hi, nobody. Nope, still that I.
It probably needs time to refresh. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it probably does. We'll figure it out later. But your name's up there, so.
Oh wow, I had my YouTube open. I sound weird. So
you sound like you always do.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't listen to myself. I've never listened to a debate I've ever done. Oh, except when I talked to Andrew Wilson. I did listen to that a couple times and laughed.
That was funny.
You talked to Wilson?
Yeah. He didn't like me.
About what?
You know what? I think that's on him because he didn't like me either.
You talked to him?
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah?
He lasted a couple minutes with me and then he didn't like where I was going, so he told me to fuck off. So
he lasted longer with me, but then eventually he just resorted to saying that I was drunk. He's like, "You sound drunk." I'm like, "I'm not drunk. You sound drunk." Okay. Now what? Not drunk. So
yeah, I just talked to him about his conversation he had with Charlie, and I didn't like it. And I asked him some funny questions, and then he told me to fuck off. So
I thought it was great. So
I mean, it
How
is.
long it lasted?
Oh, I don't remember. It's got to be at most like a 10-minute conversation, and that's because people interrupted us.
How about you,
I still
Robin?
remember I just had a fresh cup of a cup of ramen that I just fixed. I dropped that shit all over my lap as soon as you said, "Do you in fact lick sniz?" And I'm just like, I was not ready for that, and I was just like, and my lap was like burned for like 3 days after that.
That was very
I
funny.
was not prepared for you going there.
It was way funnier when I watched it back, honestly. Like the timing of everything was like very funny to me. But yeah, I was like, this is partly in jest, but it is kind of a serious question if you're asking if, you want to know if you're hypocritical. And I was like, Andrew, do you lick sniz? And then like, just got weirder and weirder after that.
That was just too funny. So
how long it lasted, Gretchen?
What, with me talking to him? I don't
Yeah.
know, like 15 minutes, I think.
That's a long time.
Okay.
I mean, it's a really long time for someone like Darth Dawkins, but like, I think Andrew has like he wants to argue,
Yeah.
He wants to be right.
He wanted to push me into a position where he wanted to hold me. He wanted me to validate like the claims JL was making, and some of the shit that Nobody on Fire said. Like he wanted me to like support their claims, and I'm like, that's fucking stupid because I never made those claims.
I was the same day that On Fire talked to him.
Yeah, it was the same night. It was right after Nobody on Fire. I said something nasty about him in a super chat, and he called me out for it. And so I was like, all right, cool. I went up and talked to him. So.
Did you say you were friends with On Fire?
What?
Did you tell him that you were friends with On Fire?
I think
no, I did not tell him that, but
did you show up after I already left, Gretchen, or was it the reverse?
I think you were still up there. He had already shut you down because you
yeah,
said
funny.
that shit.
He's like, no, fuck off. Why would I have to do that? And I was just like,
yeah,
okay. And then that was it. It was over.
Yeah. And then he moved on to just talking shit about everyone in the chat and saying, oh, that woman in the chat, her head's going to explode. And what, and I made a comment about he doesn't actually debate anything. He just fucking pulls you down into the basement and then fucking tries to beat you to death with shit that you never even said. And he didn't like that I said that. So, but that's all he does.
Why don't you put the conversation so we can watch it?
I don't have the conversation. It was on Taco's channel, and he has since taken everything down. So I don't even know where that is. I don't know if anybody has it or what, but so Nobody, you got a bunch of people talking to you in chat, so
We can watch my debate with Matt Dillahunty.
Yes, Hizzle, that is my actual eyeball.
So,
Yeah, what'd you say, Felix? Matt Dillahunty?
Yeah, I need to step away for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
We can watch the debate I had with Matt Dillahunty if you want.
Oh, when was that?
About 2 months ago.
Okay. Well, I can at least see if I can pull it up. Oh, do you have a link to the video? Or wait, let me test if I can even. Well, you should send me a link to the video in the back chat, or I don't know, like add me on Discord or something.
Yeah,
But,
you can just put it in the back chat, and then you should be able to just click on it from the back chat and then share your screen, nobody.
Yeah, I'm just gonna test that really quick. I'm gonna pull up some.
And that'll give you the control of when to pause it and comment, or
Yeah, let's see if I can even do it. 2.5 versus 1. What does that mean? OE.
But he has a recent video of my debate only where he edited everything else but me.
I think he's talking about something on Raging Tomatoes where it was 2.5 versus 1. I don't know how he debated a half a person, but
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Wait, does that mean that your friend or your teammate wound up against you? Is that what you're saying? Or partially against you? Objective morality against hard solipsism.
yeah, you see that second instance showing up in the queue of you? Just click show on stream and it'll throw it up there. There you go.
Okay, I see it. But wait, am I going to see it on the YouTube though? Oh yeah, there it is. It worked.
Yeah, you
Very
might
nice.
want to go to if you look at your tabs, you'll have one that has like a rectangle with a blue outline. That's the tab you're sharing. And then you'll want to go to that one and like open it up to full screen. There you go. You're all good. And then you control it from that tab.
Okay. All right, I see.
You're all set.
So then what do you want me to watch, Felix? Like, where's the link?
I'm looking for it right now.
OE, what was the topic again? It was something weird, like, can you have was it morality itself, or was it objective morality without God, with naturalism, rational or reason, which would be rationality, I guess, and then there's a third option or something? I forget. It was a really weird topic because, like, it's obviously possible, and all Can is doing is asking if it's possible. Oh. Damn, now I really should have showed up, huh? Like, I could probably defend moral realism or subjectivism or error theory. Wait, what? Hizzle? What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, the video is called "Is Your God Actually Real? Prove It." Colma Delahanty and Mandisa Thomas.
Wait, sorry, you want me to type this? What is it? What is it called?
Is your God actually real? It's a question.
Okay, and
that's the name of the video. The title of the video.
Is it on the line?
And then it's the line, yes. And then it says, "Prove it." Colma Delahanty and Mandisa Thomas.
Wait, Matt Dillahunty and
Mandisa.
Mandisa. Got it. Yeah.
Thomas.
Do you have a timestamp?
I'm the first caller, I think, in that video.
Okay, and then can you have objective morality without God based on natural law, empathy, or reason? Oh, I don't know. Natural law, yes. Empathy, I don't know. And then I think reason could like split to like some type of rationalism or like a virtue ethicist or something. But like, yeah, can you? Just is asking, is it possible? And that's just crazy. Like, there's so many questions to be like, possible and like what?
Oh, come on. If you want to have a discussion like this with nobody, just come back the fuck up and do it. Like, for
Well, that's
real.
fine. That's fine too, either way.
Yeah.
Yes, that it's not my choice. That is my real eyeball. Yes, Jackie. Yes, Hizzle. But my Google account has to update, and I just changed it. So you guys get to see my my right eye for a while. Like, whatever.
It's 1422.
Okay. You see Owie back there? NOF.
Let me actually. I have my screen split. Hold on.
Yeah, just click the hide on stream button and it'll.
I don't like that. What is going on? Okay, I guess that
There you
works maybe. And then
like if you full screen it, it'll take all the extraneous shit at the bottom out.
Oh yeah, I see him. Oh cool. Did I add him? Did it work?
Yep, you added him. You're good.
All right, nice.
Yeah, bros, it was such a hot mess because when Sarah first hit me up with the debate, she's like, "Hey, I've got some opponents that want to debate this objective morality from a secular position, you know, based on natural law, empathy, or reason." And she said, "Do you want me to find you an opponent or find you a partner? It's going to be a 2v2 debate." And I was like, "No, don't find me a partner. I'll look for somebody." And so I hit you up, right? You're my first choice. And so when you had to dip out, which I totally respect, you got your own shit to do, whatever. I got no hard feelings. But I didn't. Sarah informed me. She's like, the day before the debate, by the way, your partner, Nobody on Fire, had to cancel. So I found you a partner. She never gave me the opportunity to actually replace you because I have 3 PhD scholars that are all moral realists that would have fucking taken your place. And so she gave me a partner, this guy Bones, who I really appreciate the fact that he just took the debate last minute, but he's not even a moral realist. And so there were 3 different talking points he conceded because he's like, you know what? I actually agree with you because I'm not actually a moral realist. And so I think that argument sounds good. And I'm like, wait a minute. Whoa, bro, what are you even doing right now? So I was literally debating against both the other guys plus my own partner to defend the position. It was such a fucking mess, but I think it went really well. I think the debate, I can't say I won it, but I would say it was a push. I don't think it'd be really hard to come up with a winner because they hid behind, like I said, they rejected God from the get-go. Like they said, we're not going to even talk about God, even though it said without God was part of the prompt. They're like, we're not even going to talk about God. And then they tried to hide behind rejecting logic, standard logic, Aristotelian logic, and they also tried to hide behind hard solipsism. And I really countered. I think I did a really good job of defending objective morality, even from a solipsistic position. It was I thought it was a pretty brilliant performance, to be honest with you, on my part. But you would if you were there, bro, we would have killed that debate.
Well, what? So, okay, okay, wait. Let me scroll up and look at the prompt again. Can you have objective morality? So, is it possible to have objective morality without God? And then based, and like, were you? I mean, okay, whatever. Like, we'll just stick with the 3 things, right? Like natural law and empathy and reason. But so even if your teammate who's not a moral realist like says like, okay, yeah, I agree with you guys, that doesn't do anything to address whether or not objective morality is possible, because if he just agrees to subjective morality and they're questioning whether or not objective morality is possible without God, whether or not he prefers or is intuitively, in communicate or
inclined
supportive, inclined to intuitively support subjective morality, that has nothing to do with whether or not it's possible to have objective morality without God. So like, it's really confusing to me because, well, one, they said they're not even going to talk about God, so I assume they just said a bunch of like Hume or like Isaac Gap, blah blah blah, and then your homie was like, all right, you convinced me. And then this is supposed to have some type of bearing on, is it possible to have objective morality? Like, I don't even think it's possible to have objective morality with God. If
It's
your
not.
objective
It's
morals,
not, and they
or
know
I'm
it's not.
sorry,
No,
right.
they know it's not.
If your morals are based on God's stances, then they're not objective, which is fine. Like, I don't know why theists try to hold on to that. Like, just bite the bullet. Who cares? It's, appraiser relativism, right? So like, you just have the best stance. Like, they just embrace that. Who cares? And so I don't think it's possible with God if it's based on his stances. And if it's possible with God, it's because he's appealing to something like a Platonic form or something of justice. So yeah, it was just like a really confused topic, because all you have to do is show that it's possible. And like, your teammate being a subjective moralist, or like someone who supports subjective morals, has nothing to do with whether or not it's possible to have an objective moral framework without God.
Well, my teammate had never actually considered the moral realist position, and so he did a cram course in philosophy the night before the debate to try and like be on my team. And like I said, I'm not throwing any shade at Bones. Like, the kid, he was really nice. He's a really smart kid. And for doing a 24-hour cram course on objective morality and moral realism, I think he actually did pretty good. The problem is, because he didn't actually hold that position, he conceded 3 talking points to the opponents, because he was very honest, and he's like, oh yeah, that makes sense to me. And I was like, wait a minute, what are you saying right now? Because my opponents were they hid behind, like I said, hard solipsism. They rejected logic. They rejected natural law. They rejected every single thing that could be considered objective. And they even went to anti-realism as a principle. Like, you can't even know what's what. Like, they wouldn't even consider something like what would be a good example? Like phenomenological realism, for example, right? Like, they literally try to take an anti-realist position to anything that I would present, which obviously refutes any God concept whatsoever. Like, they even said at the outset in their opening arguments, both of them said, we're going to just throw out the God. We don't need to talk about God because God is not relevant to this conversation, even though God was in the prompt. So in my closing argument, I was like, it's really interesting that my opponents threw out God and hid behind hard solipsism. But I actually think I handled the hard solipsism contention really well, because that's actually a really good argument against objective morality. Like, if you're only one person on an island, which isn't hard solipsism, but it's a minimized version of that, right? I think I still think that objective morality holds. Like, the normative of how you would want to behave, even if you were the only person in existence, still holds because of reason and rationality, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And that's totally in line with Gwurf. I knew you would eat that up.
There's a weird thing you said. What was it? Oh no, I lost it, dude. Shit. What was before the Gwurf thing and like the reason?
They threw out logic.
Oh, the solipsism, the logic. Yeah. I don't know. I lost it. But like, all those things combined, like throwing out natural law, I don't know what that means. Natural law in this is what? Like, the way the natural world behaves?
Natural law is the argument that Aquinas adopted from Aristotle to try to harmonize the God concept with Aristotelian like natural law of reason, which with Gwurf is leaning heavily on Aristotle. Most arguments for objective morality ultimately tie into Aristotelian, even Plato to a certain degree. But there's this natural inclination that humans have, right? This is where when you get into meta ethical concept, which we didn't even get into meta ethics in the debate, but that would have been a really interesting place to take it. But that's where phenomenological arguments really come into play, is in the meta, right? Like, it appears to be such and such. This appears to be so, a certain way. Like, it seems to be like torturing babies seems to be a bad idea. Like, we can't really necessarily like justify or explain, but it appears to be that most rational people would say, yeah, torturing babies for fun, not a good idea, right? That's the phenomenological meta ethical position that most people would accept to be true.
Well,
That's the natural law.
So okay, like, are you saying that like natural law in this sense that it's being used is almost like akin to like Michael Humer's like intuitional realism, where he's saying that like
Yes. Yeah.
it is the case that we have wait, how do I want to say this? We have an inductive case that most moral intuitions line up, and that leads to like some type of like objective I don't know, like bettering. I'm not sure how to represent humor.
No. Well, you're on the right track, though. You're on the right track, and this leads into the objective being intersubjectivity, which you can counter with other arguments. But that's the humane thing, where he would say, look, it appears to be, this is the phenomenological argument, right? It seems to be such and such, and we could take this. The opponents could take this intersubjectivity. But then we get into the meta of what actually makes an ought, right? So we can go to the normative on the first order logic of normativity, or we can get into metanormativity. And in either case, it's actually justifiable and explainable with an objective standard, because all of the oughts ultimately ground out in an is, which is what Goethe is leaning on, Aristotle's leaning on, Aquinas is leaning on. Everybody who argues for this objective standard says, look, ultimately there's an is at the bottom of all this, right? It seems to be demonstrably a certain is at the bottom level. So even the subjective moralist would say, I don't like this. It's my subjective feeling that slavery is wrong. It's like, okay, well, why? Well, because I think we should treat people as humans. Well, why? And then we ultimately get down to it. There's this ultimate grounding that's going to be in something that's demonstrable and mind independent, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I agree with like virtue ethics. I agree with like Goethe. Jackie thinks I'm a scrub and thinks I need to read like this other book, and I haven't yet. I'm a lazy fuck, but I don't know. I think there's like just like so many ways that have some type of justification, that like that debate that you were in like is just necessarily one, because it is obviously possible that there's objective morality without God. And like, you know, I could believe in God tomorrow, like I could believe in God tomorrow and then cease belief the day after. And either way, there still remains this possibility that like there's obviously there's a logical possibility that there's no contradiction in objective morality existing and God not existing. Like that's obviously not logically contradictory. So it's logically possible. And then like, I don't know what you're going to say after that. Like, is it going to be metaphysically impossible? Is it going to be, it can't be deontically impossible, because I assume there's like people who work with like duty driven deontic logic, such that they're atheist and they think that there are objective truths and like, you know, contradictory actions. It's like getting towards Goethe or whatever. It's just obviously possible. And so when the debate prompt is like, can you have this? The obvious answer is yes. And I guess I'm still like confused what the natural law means. And then I remember what was it was like rationality, and then like a third one. I don't remember what the third one
Empathy.
is. Oh, empathy. I would say that like empathy could even be arguably attached to some type of virtue. I don't know which it would be, or if it's its own virtue. I'm not even sure. But obviously empathetic actions, a lot of them would fall into being virtuous. And yeah, I just don't see. I think it's almost impossible to show that it's impossible.
No, when we get into empathy is really interesting. So this is where second order logic or second order normativity comes into play, right? Because when you get into this concept of meta normative, empathy and reason, instead of being like linear or building blocks or even like delineated to where you can see empathy on one side and reason on the other. When you actually get down to second order, neurologists, neuroscience tells us, and psychology tells us that the empathy, the emotions, and reason work synonymously together, like a web. Instead of a staircase or something like this and delineated, it's actually a web. So you can't really effectively separate our reason and our emotions. So empathy obviously ties to emotions, but we can make reasonable, rational responses to our emotions, right? So when we say empathy, we have to understand at what level are we even having this conversation, because we do have a visceral response to torturing babies for fun, right? We think, oh my God, that's fucked up, right? So when I look out the window and some guy stabs a lady and takes her purse, right? I don't look out the window and see shiny object, body, blood gushing, dude running. No, I look out the window and say, oh my God, that lady just got assaulted, right? So I have this empathy and reason, these emotions and reason all working together to assess that situation in a normative concept, right? And that taps into the meta-normative of why do I see that as being a bad thing?
Are you saying having an intellect or rationality? An intellect with rationality is what makes us human and where we ground our morality on?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the meditative, that's a meta-normative right there. What you're talking about, what actually makes us human beings? Where does this come from? And it's not actually just linked to human beings. I watched a video that was crazy the other day. There was an elephant that came crashing to the jungle, whatever you want to call it, the woods, and collapsed. Looked like she may have been attacked by a tiger or some other animal. She had big gashes on her side. And there was a gorilla that was next to her that was in the area. And the elephant was dying, and the gorilla tried to feed the elephant. The elephant was beyond recovery and died. After the elephant died, the gorilla covered the elephant with branches. So there's this empathy that's tied into this natural law, right? That creatures with a certain cognitive level have this access to this empathy. And we see this in dogs, cats, this gorilla elephant example. So it's not even just restricted to human beings.
Mm-hmm. And it's also like cross species. Like I hear stories about like dolphins like assaulting sharks that are potentially threatening humans nearby and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if like it's a good assumption to make that if there's evolution at all, then there will be like normative progression. I don't know if that is something that a lot of people would accept, but it's more like that combined with like social behavior being cohesive to survival in like a tribal sense first, or well, a species, but you know what I mean, like tribal. And then like once that obtains, then like there's no reason to think that they wouldn't apply it outside of their species or something like that.
Yeah, that's where natural law comes in. That's exactly what natural law says, is that there's this underlying principle that's natural, and any agent, this applies to any agent, right? So agent isn't restricted to human beings or Homo sapiens that we saw like in the gorilla and the elephant example, right, or like you mentioned, the dolphins example, right? So agency is far more than we tend to think about, because we tend to think of ourselves as being the only quote unquote agents, right? Decision makers. But it turns out in the animal kingdom, the more we study about animals, a multitude of animals would be considered agents. They actually have goals. They set goals and take actions to achieve certain goals, which is the definition of agency.
Mm-hmm.
But if our difference with animals is not a radical one and it's a degree one by degrees, then we have no basis to ground morality at all.
No,
it's grounded in true facts. It's grounded in natural law. It's grounded in true facts. So when we talk about morality, we have to understand, are we talking about the ontology, the epistemology, or the teleology, right? And we have to talk about first order, or second order of normative, because teleology has to do with the normative or meta-normative. So you have to really parse this out, because most people who talk about these things are only talking about, so you might get a person who's saying you can't ground objective morality. Well, grounding goes all the way back to the grounding. Well, grounding is in nature. Any skeptic or atheist who doesn't believe in a theistic God is going to ground nature as a brute fact. So that's the grounding right there. And it's mind independent. So everything builds up from that point, right? So then you have to get to the normative of what ought I do. That's a teleological argument, right? Epistemically, we get from the grounding, the ontology, to the teleology of what ought I do. Then we have to consider, depending on what level philosophically you're talking about, am I talking about normative or metanormative, right?
But ontologically, our human nature must be grounded in our human nature, basically in our immaterial intellect. Otherwise, we have nothing to ground it out in our human nature.
No,
The human
that's not the
nature
case.
is what's
Like,
important.
no. So, really quick, are meta normative and meta ethical doing the same thing, or am I missing a distinction between those two?
No, I would argue that they cross over. So they can't, yes, they're not mutually exclusive.
They're not the same, but they're okay. But they're like very in line or something. Okay, that's fine. for
Yeah,
me.
exactly. So when we think of the oughts, right? So meta normative is there actually what makes an ought an ought? Meta ethical deals with oughts, right? So they do cross over.
And then we were talking about like Felix, I think you brought up like ontology and what was it?
Human nature. Human
Right.
nature. The intellect, the immaterial intellect, the mind
Okay, well, but
must be grounded on that.
Okay.
Otherwise, we have no grounding at all.
Do you think that
That's the only thing
immaterial,
that makes us human.
by immaterial you just mean not matter, right?
Not matter, unbodily.
Oh, Jackie, that's it. That's what it was. So, I was going to say to you, OE, that there could be necessary aspects of reality, and some of those things that maybe are like constants that could be different or something, those could be brute. But someone could still hold to the position that either all of that is necessary, or it's just necessary that there is like a world simpliciter or whatever. And then with the world, whatever's the bare minimum of the world that's necessary, like let it be like a wave function with a certain type of, behavior or something. So that could be necessary. And then like something like later on or higher up in the vertical causal structure could be like a brute property that thing holds. But that's, I'm just saying that like there could be people who think that there is like a necessary fundamental reality. And then like there's like that, if I'm not mistaken on the verbiage, there could also be like essential things to certain worlds that aren't necessary for other worlds.
I think if we're gonna make the modal argument, the cosmological and the modal cosmological argument, I think we need to understand that whatever is necessary must be necessary in all worlds. So it's how are you delineating necessary and essential?
Well, it depends. Well, so essential would be like it's necessary in our world or like a world that we're talking about. That's the way I'm using it, or the way that I was recently like learning a distinction between the two, right? So like I could be wrong, but to be clear, what I'm talking about is that like it could be essential for like our type of world in some sense, or it could be necessary for just our world. So that's like this essential distinction, right?
Modal logic like that works. If it's necessary in any world, it must be necessary in all possible worlds. That's modal logic, right? The MOA.
Well, there's different axioms though, and so if it's necessary in one world and therefore it's necessary in every world, then that seems to be assuming like K, T, B, and 4. Like I can't remember the exact.
And 4, yeah. Right.
Yeah, and so that gets you to S5, right?
Right.
And so with all those axioms assumed when it comes to the accessibility of necessity or possibility from world to world, then my understanding is that there are reasons to reject like S5, which is like
because X5
S5
has the symmetry breaker towards possibility, and that gives the, like, for example, the MOA argument, for example, versus the RMOA. It tilts towards the MOA because the symmetry breaker must be at possibility, and that's really broken, because we would say that possibility doesn't equal existence, right?
Right. Well, okay. So that's the reason that like I agree somewhat, even though like I really don't know enough, but like I know a decent amount about modal logic. And so when you say in S5 that there's a possible necessity, if I remember right, possible necessity in S5 means it is necessary. So then anytime you say that there's possibly, you know, an external explanation for the big conjunctive fact, big contingent conjunctive fact, anytime you say that, you're actually saying that there's a possible necessity, which due to S5 forces it to be an actual necessity. I could be wrong.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I mean, if I'm wrong, Jackie will tell me in the chat right now. But
I think.
So,
well, I'd love to say. I'm pretty sure the symmetry breaker is towards existence versus non-existence, because you can run the RMOA, right? And so you have a symmetry. So you've got to break the symmetry one way or the other. And S5 breaks the symmetry towards existence.
right, but premise 2 just becomes stupid either way.
I agree. It's nonsensical, which I think that I actually run a formal argument. This is kind of off topic, but I actually have a formal argument that I've put together against the God of classical theism. It's a hard atheistic position that the God of classical theism, which is a necessary and unchanging God, does not exist. And I actually run, I think it's 8 principles. I don't call them premises, because it's not really syllogistic, but it's built very similarly that. But each premises justifies the subsequent premises, and there's RMOA can be used to start the whole argument off, and then you go through hard solipsism and Heraclitus you can't step in the same river twice. And because of hard solipsism, and we know that everything is the only constant is change, you can refute the necessary being as being God, and God being unchanging, right? Using the Delphi maxim, and the Delphi maxim, and it's the Socrates, know thyself, right? Between the Delphi maxim and Socrates, know thyself, you can know that I am not God. And because we know that everything is in a state of constant change, and we can justify this empirically with something like entropy, we can refute the God that is necessary and unchanging. Because if anything is necessary epistemically, it must be myself, and I know, because of the Delphi maxim and know thyself, I am not God, and we know that everything is in a constant state of change, right? Heraclitus says you cannot step in the same river twice. I could refute both those arguments epistemically.
I'm really sorry. I'm typing like a response to Jackie, so I'm like fucking.
But that doesn't refute the necessary being.
No one needs to refute a necessary being, Felix. We've been over this. It doesn't have to be God.
Of course it does.
Yeah, I can refute the necessary being as being God, Felix.
How so?
I've got an argument for it.
What's the argument?
All right, I'll run you through step by step here. So the first principle is nothing cannot exist. This relies on Parmenides, from nothing comes nothing, ex nihilo nihil nihil, right? Nothing cannot exist. You cannot get behind that first principle. anytime you talk about something, you're no longer talking about nothing. So that must be the first principle. So we can build off that first principle to therefore something must be. Being requires existence, and something cannot only be, something can only be irreducible to a single being. That's metaphysical ontology. The third principle is the laws of logic. We rely on the three laws of logic: the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle. The law of identity is what we're looking for here, so that when I say I am I, or being is being, we know that A is A. The fourth principle is I'm having an experience. Hard solipsism says that I can only know that I exist necessarily. This relies on Descartes' cogito ergo sum, which inspired F.H. Bradley's I cannot transcend experience, and experience must be my experience. From this, it follows that nothing beyond myself exists. The fifth principle, being can only be reducible to an abstraction and or specific thing. 6, change is the only permanence, because you cannot step into the same river twice. That's Heraclitus. So the first conclusion is, if God is a necessary being, then I am necessarily God. 7, God is defined as necessary and unchanging. That's classical theism. 8, I am not God. That relies on the Delphic maxim, know thyself, and obtains via Socrates' self-examination. Therefore, the conclusion is, if God is an unchanging and necessary being, then God does not exist.
I deny we cannot know we are contingent and changing.
That is refuted by the Delphic maxim and Socrates, know thyself. So if you are the only being in existence, then you would know yourself, and you know this through self-examination. So principle 8, refute your denial.
But I deny that we cannot know anything else but ourselves.
If you're the only thing in existence, then there is nothing else to know.
How does that follow?
Because if you're the only thing in existence, there's nothing else to know but yourself.
So you don't know that something always existed?
Something does always exist. It's myself.
But you didn't always exist.
But I did epistemically. That's the only thing that can be justified because of hard solipsism. So you cannot refute hard solipsism. If you think you can, you'll get some kind of like.
But then the principles you stated before about nothing ever existed, you can't know that either.
Yes, we can, because of the principles. The first principle is nothing cannot exist.
Yeah, but they're principles outside yourself.
You cannot epistemically justify anything outside yourself. That's called hard solipsism, and it's the unsolvable problem in philosophy. So if you think you can solve hard solipsism, the unsolvable problem in philosophy, congratulations, write some papers, you'll be famous. You can't do it. It cannot be done. The reason it can, I'll explain to you why it can't be done. If you don't, do you know what hard solipsism is?
Well, you're talking to me right now. You're not talking to yourself.
How do you know that?
That you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Are you talking to yourself?
Possibly.
Possibly.
That's the only thing I can epistemically justify, is that you are in my own thought pattern. You only exist in my own world. You may not exist. I cannot epistemically justify that you are even there.
And you believe that to be true?
It doesn't matter what I believe. That's only what I can justify epistemically.
You cannot justify that a universe exists?
Everything that exists only exists due to my experience with that, or interaction with that, is always going to be relegated to electrochemical signals inside a brain state. So I could be not even just a physical brain in a vat, but just energy in a field of energy fields. And I could literally be the only I, right? We talked about the laws I, A is A. I can only justify A, which is myself, epistemically. That's hard solipsism. You cannot get away from that. So you and I might be having a conversation in my own mind. I cannot get away from that, and neither can you. Now, we assume that you are the you and I am I, and nobody on fires and my computer's in front of me. We assume a lot of things, but we cannot epistemically justify any of our assumptions. Those are presuppositions at that point. So epistemically, the only thing that I can justify is I'm the only necessary being. And because I'm the only necessary being epistemically, I know that I'm not God. Therefore, I know that the necessary God does not exist because of self-examination. And I also know that I am changing all the time. Therefore, God cannot be necessary or unchanging. That God does not exist. That's the God of classical theism.
No, because the necessary being cannot change by definition.
I change all the time.
But
No,
you
that's
change,
just that's
so you
well.
are
Wait,
not.
wait. That's not true. Something can necessarily change.
No, not the necessary being.
Yes,
Yeah,
a
you can.
necessary being can
You're
have.
asserting this, but you cannot demonstrate this.
Because it's always existed. It's the only thing that has always existed.
It doesn't
Okay,
mean it
Because
can't change
nothing,
though.
existence is
nothing is
different.
impossible.
No, it can change because I can go from not creating to creating, and therefore I have changed from not creating to creator.
Okay, look. Well, that's like an
But you are
external,
not
thing,
God.
but even internal properties. Oh, wait, let me bring up UG. Nice, I did it. Did I do it?
You did a thing.
Nice. So even internal properties of a necessary thing can change. It just only can change in the ways that
You've
are
done
necessary.
so good, nobody on fire. Look at you go.
Yeah, apparently. Even internal properties can change.
Good
It's
boy.
just that those have to be necessary changes. That's all that a necessary being or state of being requires.
I don't always exist in being or reality.
You're just saying that. Do you have an argument for that?
If it's always existing, it's a necessary being because it's infinite.
I don't even think, like, per Amy Karofsky necessitarian shit, I'm not convinced that a necessary thing needs to always exist. I'm not even convinced of that. But I'll just give it to you because I think something could necessarily begin or end its existence. But I'll just give it to you. I don't care. It's always existent. That doesn't mean that its properties and whether they're intrinsic or like extrinsic and relational to something else, both property sets, I think, can still change. It's just they would have to be a necessary change. The time would be necessary, sure. The change itself would be to a necessary degree, sure. But I think a necessary thing can change. That doesn't make sense to me that it can't.
If it's always existent, by definition, it cannot change because it's always
It's not.
the
That's
same.
only its existence. That's only the existence that's remaining the same. It could change its properties.
What properties?
Everything except existence, by your definition.
Being all powerful?
It would be all powerful the whole time. I assume.
Okay,
I
if
don't know.
it's all powerful, it has all powers.
Great. And what is that doing?
If it has all powers that it can change.
If it has all powers, it cannot change. You must have the power to speak, the power of a mind, the power of intention, the power of knowledge.
Yeah, and as
Yeah,
soon as you
yeah,
make an intention, as soon as you have a thought, you've changed. You've changed from having not that thought to having that thought. That's a change.
But God is eternal. It cannot change.
Well, yeah, energy is
There you
it
go.
cannot be created or destroyed.
He knows all things at once, in one
Felix,
instance, in one simplicity. He
Yeah, those
doesn't
are
need to change thoughts.
assertions that you cannot demonstrate.
What do you
if
mean I
Felix-
cannot demonstrate it? It's by simplicity, by the fact
No,
that he
I'm
always
arguing
existed.
against a necessary being and an unchanging being. So you're not even addressing the argument.
The always existing being must be unchanging by definition.
But we've already demonstrated how we can change and be necessary.
No, you can't. You can't be necessary. You are contingent.
I've already demonstrated necessity with hard solipsism. You can't get around hard solipsism. You're running away from it because you don't even know what the words mean. And I'm not trying to be rude to you, brother, but go study what hard solipsism is, then come back and have the conversation, because it's completely gone over your head. And I mean no disrespect when I say that.
Okay, well, defend the position.
I already did. Okay, let me break it down for you, brother. So all of your everything, the outside world that you think exists, is all based on electrochemical responses
I don't
to
believe in an outside world. I don't believe in matter and material things. I don't think they exist.
So, yeah, he's an idealist.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That still breaks down to solipsism, though. Everything breaks down to a brain state for you, conscious state. The only thing you can justify is your own existence. So therefore, God is irrelevant because you're still in hard solipsistic existence. So the only thing you can justify with your fundamental consciousness is your own state.
How do you define hard solipsism? Give me the definition.
The only thing that exists is your own conscious state of awareness.
The only thing that exists
is your own conscious state of awareness.
And you don't know anything else but that?
That's you know everything based on your own conscious state of awareness. So all the external things that you are taking in right now, your vision, your touch, your whatever, your idealistic view can only be justified by your own internal subjective perspective.
I agree. So awareness, there's no outside or inside, it's just awareness.
I agree, and that's hard solipsism. And because I know that I'm not God, because the Delphi maxim, right? Examine yourself. I examine myself as the only thing in existence, and I know that I'm not God. Therefore, God cannot be the necessary being. I also know that I change my mind consistently. I change my behavior. I change my actions, whatever. So therefore, God cannot be unchanging.
Are you saying that because
you're dependent?
Are you saying that because you're not, because God isn't epistemically necessary for you, that you know that God isn't real?
Pardon me.
Wait, I think you cut out and then cut back in. What did you say?
No, he's saying that God ontologically is not real.
I'm saying epistemically that we can get to the ontological argument through epistemics, because we cannot get to an ontological argument for God.
But so epistemic modality is not alethic. Like, it's not truth apt, or maybe truth bearing. Is that the word I'm looking for? So when you say that because you're epistemically necessary, God is not epistemically necessary, therefore God is not like ontologically or metaphysically necessary. I don't know what the other word is going to be.
It just means that I cannot epistemically justify this existence of this God character, and because we cannot justify it empirically and we cannot justify it epistemically, there's absolutely no reason to postulate that it even exists.
Well, I guess my hang up is just that if you know that you're epistemically necessary and you can't show that God is epistemically necessary, that I don't think that means that there's not some type of inference that might show that God's ontologically or, physically or metaphysically, or definitely not logically necessary, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I do, but that would take a valid argument with a sound conclusion, which we've never heard. I'd love to hear that someday. If somebody could come up with that valid argument with that sound conclusion you're looking for, ontologically speaking, then there would be no atheists.
Well, maybe I misinterpreted what you said, but I thought it was something like, because I'm epistemically necessary, I know God is not the necessary being, or something like that.
The thing I can epistemically justify is myself, and I know that I'm changing. So therefore, this unchanging necessary being does not exist, and I can stand on that hill, and I'll die on that hill epistemically. Now, if somebody can take me off that hill, they'll need to do it either empirically or epistemically.
I think the self is definitely in question, but I think that, like, I don't know, experience, and then even more guaranteed is like something exists, like, I don't know, something like that.
I think the Delphi maxim and Socrates, like self-examination, is where I justify where I stand so firmly on that hill.
Yeah, but we could be really good at self-examination and still be tricked that the self is real.
Logically, but not epistemically.
Do you not believe in the
because
self?
the Delphi maxim?
Do you not believe in the self? Nobody on fire.
I don't grant that I just get to exist. I don't know. I'm weird about it. Yeah,
You're
it's
having
weird.
the experience. You know. That's
Well, like,
the,
when, like, okay, like, say I was just someone who thought that myself was just a process of my brain or whatever, right? And like that's a pretty defensible position.
Not really.
Well,
why would you attribute your mind or yourself to a one organ of your body?
Well, no, not I meant like the combination of all the effects, I guess, is what I meant, of the body.
To me, the notion of the self is a combination of the body, perception, thought, motivation, that kind of thing.
Yeah, like I think that a lot of the things that people call the mind, they don't sound physical to me, and so I think it's like this separate thing that's either processes or like this emergent thing or whatever.
I'd say that was just a conceptual distinction. You're just reifying something.
Sure. Yeah. But I'm fine with that too. And but so I guess, like, to be sloppy with my language again, like if it's just a process and it's like this combination of all these things that, you know, happen to
Okay,
be,
sure, but
yeah.
wouldn't the mind and the perception be actually informed by a lot of the physical parts of ourselves? Like, you know, if you were born with, I don't know, missing a foot, wouldn't that really inform how you perceive things in life?
Yeah.
But like, what
I'm just saying you can't really separate the two is all I'm saying. Never mind, I'll butt the fuck out now.
No, you're right, Gretchen. No, you're right, Gretchen. Is practically it would, but neurologically, we could still jump to solipsism. That could be something that we're reading in our own mind.
No, I'm not. No, well, okay, hold on. I'm not talking about solipsism. I think solipsism is just like a wash. It just seems stupid to talk about.
Well, there's two different types of solipsism. I think that's important to make the distinction. There's epistemological solipsism and metaphysical solipsism. And OE is
self-refuting
the epistemological solipsism. So you can only know with certainty that your own mind exists. The external world and other minds may be unknowable. I think that's your position, OE. Whereas a lot of other people go a bit further and with metaphysical solipsism, and they say that your mind is literally the only thing that exists, and everything else is somehow a content or an appearance within it. Different claim. One's about epistemic limitations, and the other one's a metaphysical assertion, really. Well, argument. I thought it was interesting that Felix said that the necessary being can't change, which would kind of negate the Bible God or any creator God.
Yeah. Is your TV turned up, Felix? I just heard UG like twice, like 10 seconds ago.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
lucky you. UG in stereo.
Have to go out and back again.
Lucky you. UG in stereo.
A little loud. A little too loud for your mic.
That's funny.
Yeah, so I don't remember where I was at, but yeah, I'm not convinced I exist. Like, that seems like so presumptuous to me.
No, you exist. These things are real.
You have to exist.
They're illusions.
You have to exist. That's like the first two principles of the argument. First principle, obviously nobody's going to argue about. Nothing cannot exist. Only stupid people even contend with that. The second, that's Parmenides, right? The second one is that something has to exist because the first principle holds. So if something has to exist, you have to start with yourself.
Epistemically speaking, you do have to start with yourself. That's it's a performance contradiction to say that you don't exist or that there isn't existence.
That's fine, but I don't think that like I have to like. It's almost like the like vague predicate stuff where I'm like, am I enough to be a heap? And if I'm not enough to be a heap, then like, you know what I mean? Like, why would I say that I exist and then all of a sudden I poof out of existence when my body dies? I don't know. It seems strange to me, but that's all I'm saying, really. Yeah, I guess the heap thing really does work because, like, if we would disagree on how many grains of sand's for a heap, and then like I'm sitting here thinking like, am I like this thing that counts as existent as whatever is like fundamental to a world or to like a, and then you like change the scope to like a galaxy or a universe or a galaxy or a planet, solar system planet. Like, it just seems weird to like count me in with all those things. And I know I'll say those things exist. And then if you convince me that like, you know, I don't know, you're not going to convince me matter doesn't exist. So like, but do I really exist just because I'm made of matter? Like, am I not just matter that's doing human stuff, you know? I hope that makes sense.
It does make sense, and this is a rare opportunity for me to be with both you and UG in a room at the same time. It's actually past my bedtime because I've got a ton of stuff to talk to you guys about, because I'd like to talk to you guys about identity, and because I feel like the only permanent state of existence is change, even though I still believe there's realism. Like I'm a realist, a phenomenological realist, and I think if we just took a snapshot of any specific moment in space and time, we'd find an objective truth. But everything is in a constant state of change. Like Heraclitus says, you can't step in the same river twice, right? So how do we deal with what is there actually a real world that actually exists? What is realism? What does identity even consist of? Like the human body, I identify as myself, but my ideas change, my thoughts change, my ideals, my cells in my body regenerate. So what really makes a thing a thing?
Yeah, I mean, for an identity to pertain over time, it would have to be permanent, unchanging, and self-sufficient. It'd also have to be independent of conditions.
Well, how could you know
spatial and temporal conditions? I assume that would be necessary properties of a thing. Right?
Time would be a necessary property of existence.
Time requires space.
Well, how could you know about metaphysics and contingency and necessity? This is not you.
What?
Well,
are you saying
earlier, Felix? Sorry, go ahead. No, sorry.
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say earlier, Felix, you seem to suggest that the necessary being couldn't change. Is that right?
It cannot change. No.
Yeah. Is God the necessary being?
Well, the necessary being has to be all powerful.
Say yes.
It must have all powers to be all powerful.
Did God create the universe?
I haven't finished my argument, but yes.
So if God created the universe, was there ever a time when God wasn't creating the universe?
No, God created the universe eternally.
So the universe is being eternally created?
Eternally created, correct.
How does that make sense with the beginning?
The beginning is of time, not of God changing.
Oh, so there was a time, or there was a tense state before the beginning of time. So before time.
No. Time begins when creation happens.
So there was a time before God created the world and a time after.
No. There was no time. If time was
So it's-
created, there cannot be any time.
So God didn't create time.
God created time
When did God create time?
when He created everything.
So there was a time
Time.
when God did create.
No, God created time eternally. There was no time, no change.
Wait, is there a start to time?
He's almost got it. Keep going, guys.
Time's got it. Time
Is
begins when
there
creation begins.
is or is not a start of time?
There's the beginning of creation, and that is time. That's the time.
Okay, yes. Okay, so the answer is yes. There's a start to time.
Yeah.
That's the start of time. Yeah.
So when you say eternal, are you talking about going all the way back to the start of time or before that?
No, eternal means temporal, no time at all.
No, that's atemporal.
No, it doesn't.
Atemporal.
Atemporal
No time.
means no time relation.
Right.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Eternal.
Yeah, but eternal does not mean that.
Eternal means many things. It could mean that.
Good. So be clear. What type of eternal does like the necessary thing have to be?
Eternal meaning there's no time.
Okay, so
No space.
atemporal. What are the
That's
required traits?
atemporal.
I mean, okay.
No time, no space.
That
no
is not what
matter
eternal
contained.
means.
Oh, I don't know what we're doing at this point.
We're
does
watching
eternal
Felix
mean?
step on his dick over and over and over again.
What does
That's what we're doing.
What does eternal mean, Gretchen? Since you know.
We've told you this before, like 30 fucking times.
Here we go again.
How can you
Before
not?
Before.
Haven't we?
So look,
The definition of eternal.
Yeah.
do you okay? Wait. Do we want to
Means
watch him
forever.
talk to? Do we want to watch him talk to Matt, or do we want to? What do we want to do?
Oh, did Felix talk to Matt Dillahunty?
He did, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Your call. I should probably have not said anything. So.
Well, he says he's the first caller. How long does it last, Felix?
I don't know, like 15 or 20 minutes.
It doesn't last that long.
Okay, I'm just gonna play it, dude. I'm just gonna play it. Tell me if it's too loud.
Just hit full screen on that.
I think it started around 1422 or something
That's
like
not
that.
full screen. You see the two arrows in the bottom, right? There you go, right there.
I got it. I was getting to the fullest of full screens.
Special whatever of the Hang Up. I'm Matt Dillahunty. Joining me this week, Mandisa Thomas. Let me tell you what the rules are for today, because I know there's only a few of you here. Some of you haven't migrated over fully from. Oh, and now I heard the 3, 2, 1 again the second time. Nice.
I think the first call is around.
That's because
14 or
I have
15
not
here.
bothered to mute YouTube. Now I have. See.
Thank you for shouting in place for 29, but near and work on things and sad wonderful together.
Old as the president, so and I think it's pronouns are he, him. Who wants to talk about the obviousness?
How much longer? Because this is a long distance call. How much longer?
I'm literally announcing you live right now, Felix.
Okay, thank you.
So Felix is calling from Puerto Rico. Theist, pronouns are he, him, and he wants to
Bang
talk
up
about the
start,
obviousness
Felix.
of God. And today,
A
as
bit
a
of
reminder, is
confusion
my
there.
first day, so I don't know anything but language and logic. Felix, what's going on?
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Go.
Okay. Do you know what something obvious is?
Do I know what something obvious is?
Yes,
Yes.
obvious.
Yes.
What do you think it is?
The nose on my face is obvious
Why?
because it is apparent and visible and detectable to anyone with the senses to do so.
Because you don't need any explanation from anybody to give you.
No, that's not the reason. I gave you the reason.
What was the reason again? I'm sorry.
Because it is detectable by anyone with the ability to detect it. It has nothing to do with whether or not I understand it or have an explanation. I may not understand my nose.
Right. And also, if someone doesn't know what a nose is, you can point right to it. And it's and you can also describe it for the visually impaired.
But my question is, do you need somebody to explain you something that is obvious to you?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Because when I was a little kid, I didn't know what a nose was until somebody explained it to me, even though I could see it.
But right now, do you need somebody to explain it?
No, because somebody has already explained it.
So it's obvious. So there are different degrees of obviousness.
No.
No.
My nose was just as obvious before I knew what it was as it is now that I know what it is.
And we can also explain the functions of the nose and why, if we don't have it, how our bodies and also our minds would would be impacted.
I'm sorry, there's a delay, and I can't understand very well because there's some kind of delay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, so something obvious needs somebody to explain it to you. That's the conclusion?
Before I understand anything, either someone who already understands it must explain it to me, or I must investigate it in order to learn and develop an understanding. Yes.
So what makes it obvious?
We can see it. We can point to it. We can also point to the probably billions of other noses that are on people's bodies on the planet.
Yeah. And it's going to be obvious.
You need somebody to... I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's going to be obvious to different people to varying degrees because someone without sight isn't going to see it, but they could still feel it, that sort of thing.
And I'm sorry, I must interject. I totally forgot, not just humans, but there are also many other species that have noses.
And can identify noses. Like
Yes.
my dog likes when I boop his snoot. Her snoot. Wow. I just misgendered my dog.
What a bigot.
Okay,
Anyway, go ahead.
Steel man your argument. You are saying that there are degrees of obviousness, correct?
Yes.
Some need explanation, some don't need any explanation, correct?
No.
That is not correct.
All of them need explanation, either from someone else who already knows or from investigation.
Okay. So obviousness need explanation.
In order to understand it. So there's a difference between being aware of something and understanding something. Obviousness addresses whether or not you can be readily aware of the thing. Understanding it is completely different. Understanding is not obvious.
So give me something obvious that you have to think about it, or something obvious that you don't have to think about it, or give me any example of obviousness that you can think of.
I have no examples of something obvious that I don't have to think about. I like to think about everything.
So you
What
can
is your
think about anything. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna ask you, what is your example? Because you're the one, clearly you're getting at something.
Okay, if I say God is obvious, my thinking is obvious that I'm thinking. Is that obvious to me?
I don't know what you mean by God, so I would have to say that if I don't know what it is, I couldn't agree that it's obvious. And I would agree that the fact that you are thinking may be obvious to you, but that doesn't mean it's obvious to anybody else.
Okay, but we haven't defined obviousness clearly yet.
Yes, we did.
We did.
We did.
You started by asking us for examples of obviousness, and we gave you. We went with the nose on our face.
So what is the definition, the final definition of obviousness, so we can get it clear and ready to have it for
I've already
God
given it to you. I don't understand why I need to repeat it.
Okay, you don't have to repeat it.
Thank you.
Okay, so God is obvious. Agree
No, he's
when
not.
you see it. Why not?
Well, how can I say something is obvious if I've never detected it?
Have you ever detected the principle of whole parts?
The what?
The principle or law or whatever you want to call it, whole parts. Is that obvious?
I don't know what you're talking about, and so no, it's not obvious.
It is obvious.
You said the principles of love. Can I
But it's like God. It needs to be explained to somebody that something is obvious, but like God, it needs some explanation, but still obvious. So you never heard the part-whole principle?
I don't know what you're talking about, but a principle. So you said God is obvious. How does this principle show that God is obvious?
Okay, the principle is just like God. You don't understand the principle right now, but I will tell you, and you will understand it immediately when I say it.
I'd like for you to do that, please. So what is the really quickly, Felix? What is the principle called, and then what is it?
Okay, the principle is called the part-whole principle, and it says.
I still don't. Can you spell that? Because I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, I will say it now. The whole is the sum of its parts. Every whole is the sum of its parts. Have you ever heard that?
The part-whole principle.
Oh, okay. So yes, sometimes people say the whole is more than the sum of its parts, but yes, the collection of constituent components is the sum total. Yes. What does that have to do with the God?
Is that obvious to you, that principle?
Is that supposed to explain the existence of God, Felix?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that supposed to explain the existence of God?
It gives an analogy about God.
How can an analogy show that God is obvious?
Because the analogy, you didn't know it until I explained it. And the same I will do with God.
No, that's not true.
you don't
No.
and you don't know it until I
So Felix,
explain it to
that's
you.
not true. So Felix, I couldn't understand what you were saying. That doesn't mean that I hadn't heard of what you were talking about. So this idea that the sum of something is the collection of all of its parts is something that I have been presented with before. It might not have been obvious to me the first time, but once it was explained, it was not just apparent, but obviously true. But that's because somebody made a case for it. What does this have to do with God?
Exactly. The same with God.
No.
You don't know about God.
When I say, what does it have to do with God? Maybe it's a language barrier thing. When you say exactly, I'm asking you a question. I'm not making a statement. So in much the same way that there's a concept that something is made up of all of its constituent parts, how does that concept in any way demonstrate that God is real?
Is a universe or a tree or anything is a whole, that the parts is the sum of that whole?
Again, how does that, Matt asked Felix, how does that make God obviously real? How does that make God obvious?
Okay,
And also,
the
which God?
Is the universe a whole with parts?
We're not talking about the universe, though. We're talking about God.
But I'll say the universe is a whole with parts.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to get us to start somewhere, I will say the universe is a whole that has parts. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you take the parts out of the universe, what is left?
Nothing.
Nothing, exactly. So that means the universe was created, correct?
No.
Why not?
Because that does not logically follow. That X is made up of parts does not in any way mean that X was created. And removing all of the parts also does not mean that X was created.
Is the universe contingent or necessary?
Oh, is the universe contingent or necessary? We don't know.
Are you necessary or contingent?
I am contingent as far as I can tell. There may be a model in which I am also necessary, but I am contingent.
Name one necessary object in the universe.
I'm not able to identify any necessary object in the universe.
Therefore, what follows?
Nothing. The fact that I can't identify something, nothing follows from that.
Why not?
Because there's no conclusion one can reach from a single premise.
So nothing follows from something?
The fact that I am unable to identify a necessary thing does not in any way lead to a conclusion without some additional information.
Can the universe have always existed necessarily?
I have no reason to think that the universe could not have always existed.
So it's possible that it has always existed? Is that a possibility?
What's that? One more time?
Is it a possibility that the universe could have always existed?
I do not know if it's possible for the universe to have always existed.
Is it possible that you have always existed?
I do not see any reason to conclude that it's possible for me to have always existed. That's why I listed myself as contingent, but other things may or may not be contingent. Are you going to make an argument, or are you just going to keep asking us questions?
Are you radically different from all the objects around the universe that you know, or the same?
I am similar to some, and I am dramatically different from others, as long as we use relativistic definitions for dramatically. This is really strange.
Very.
And what is And what is the most different object that you are different from?
I'm not going to waste any more time on this, Felix. Your job here is to present an argument for the existence of God. And you've started by saying that God is obvious. And we have played along and we have answered your 20 questions or more. And I'm waiting for you to present an argument for the existence of God.
The obvious existence of God at that.
Your argument for the existence of God, by the way, cannot in any way be contingent on what I think about anything. So let's try it.
Well, you are the one that thinks the universe that I need to prove the universe is contingent, right?
Yes, if you claim that the universe is contingent, you need to demonstrate that the universe is contingent.
And to who I need to prove that? To you?
Well, yes, if you plan to convince me, you would need to convince me. I mean, that's kind of a tautology.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
You're failing. You're failing, and you haven't done anything to demonstrate that you even understand the basics of logic, let alone how could you possibly show? Let's just do this. How could you possibly demonstrate that the universe is in fact contingent?
Because you are contingent and every part around you is contingent.
No, that's a fallacy. No, that's a fallacy. The fact that something contains contingent things does not tell you if that thing is also contingent. That is a logical fallacy.
So are you saying there are necessary beings? Objects?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that was a logical fallacy. I'm sorry that this is difficult, but I didn't mention the words necessary or beings right then. All I said was that you presented a logical fallacy.
So if it's not contingent, what it is?
No. I'm not saying it's not contingent. I'm saying you claim that it's not contingent and you have to demonstrate that it's not contingent. I have no idea if it's contingent or not.
No, I'm saying everything is contingent in the universe. Every part of the universe is contingent. Are you saying it's not? Are you denying that evidence?
As far as I can tell, every part of the universe seems to be contingent upon the universe, but whether or not the universe is contingent is still a separate issue.
By the universe, you mean the parts of the universe?
No, I mean the origin of the whole.
And what is the whole without the parts?
The whole without the parts is nothing.
Exactly. So when you say the universe, you are talking about the parts. The conglomeration of the parts.
When I talk about the universe, I'm talking about the whole.
And the whole is composed of the sum of the parts, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, if all the parts are contingent, is the whole contingent?
No, not necessarily. That's not how that works. That is the fallacy of that is the logical fallacy of composition.
Could we stop it there?
Then show me.
What do you think of this then, Felix? Do you think you're committing the fallacy of composition?
If the old tiles of the floor are brown, is the whole brown?
Well, I could ask you another question. If every human has a mother, does humanity have a mother?
But you didn't answer my question. Is the whole brown?
It might be.
It might be?
Yeah.
What possibility there is for any other option?
I'm a little depressed.
The grout could be a different color.
So do you know
what?
What's that fucking guy's name? Godhead Trinity or something like that?
Ryan, what are you talking about?
I joined some Christian apologists.
Okay, you're actively interrupting a conversation between two people right now. Hush.
Sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, if all the tiles are brown, the whole is brown. What other option you have?
Well, if a wall is
What
made up
if
of
it's
bricks,
what if in the hole? What if the hole is dug into white limestone? Then it's not fucking brown, is it?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the parts.
but the fallacy of composition is just inferring that because each part has some property, the whole must have that property too. So, like every brick in the wall is small. That doesn't follow that therefore the wall is small. Every player in a football team is good. Therefore, the team must be good. Doesn't follow. Like every molecule in this table is invisible to my naked eye. Does that mean the table is invisible? That's the fallacy of composition. That's what you're doing.
But the table is material, like all the particles.
Oh, but every part of it is a molecule, and I can't see those parts. So why can I see it?
But those parts are material, correct?
According to the science, yeah.
Is the table material?
Apparently.
Huh?
It has the apparent appearance of material, yeah.
Is the molecule material?
Just like the
It
parts?
has lots of molecules, so why can't I see all of them?
Yep.
What's that?
It has lots of molecules, so why can't I see all the molecules?
But are the molecules material? Like the table?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the whole is the sum of the parts.
But the parts are invisible to my naked eye.
So what?
So therefore the table is invisible according to your logic. Because the whole must possess the property of the parts.
No, but I'm talking about materiality. I'm not talking about invisible.
No, I'm talking about fallacies of logic. Like
And
every brick in a wall is
it's not a
small.
fallacy necessarily.
It is necessarily
is.
a fallacy. It is. What you're
So-
doing is looking at the parts of something and then making an inference about the whole. That's
So the
called
parts
fallacy
are
of
not
composition.
material?
It's not about what the parts are, it's about the principle. You're saying that parts of something determine what the thing is, and that isn't necessarily the case. Like the parts
so
of this
the-
table to me are invisible, but it doesn't mean that the table is invisible, does it?
So, yeah, but the parts are material, correct?
So what? It's irrelevant.
The table is material.
Yes. Can I see a single
Okay.
atom with my naked eye?
So it's not necessarily a fallacy.
Well, no, it is a fallacy.
Not
Because I can see the
necessarily.
table.
I just showed you.
No,
Unless
you
you
didn't.
deny that
You
the
didn't. I
parts
don't think you
are
understand.
not material.
Let's use the brick example. That may be a bit simpler for you. So if every brick in a wall is small, does that mean that the wall is small?
You say if every brick is red, does that mean the wall is red?
You don't get to change it like that.
Well, he changed it. Why cannot I cannot change it?
He changed it to it because you weren't understanding the other analogy, so he changed it to a different one. You
And
don't
I'm
get to change
changing-
the details of his analogy. You don't
And
get
I'm
to do that.
changing it so he understands.
No,
that
you're
it's
not.
necessarily a fallacy.
No, you're actually changing it into a fucking fallacy, dipshit.
Oh my God, Felix.
Probably exhausted this.
Felix,
what about
Felix,
the
hold on,
bricks?
hold on, hold on.
The bricks
Do
material?
you think
Is the whole material?
Do you think that all properties are the same?
What do you mean the same?
So look at the two examples. All bricks are small, but we can't infer that the entirety of the wall is small.
Is
All
smaller
bricks are
property?
red. All bricks are red, but it makes more sense to decide that the entirety of the wall is red, right? So all properties are not the same.
Okay, so
Okay, so
what's
that
your
means
point?
that we now need to decide whether or not all parts of something being, I don't know, contingent or whatever you were saying, we can decide whether or not that's like a fair assumption to assume that the whole is also contingent or the whole is also dependent or whatever it is.
Because it seems to us that the point you're trying to make, Felix, is that you're saying that every contingent object in the universe has an explanation. Therefore, the totality of contingent objects must itself have an additional explanation. And that is the fallacy of composition.
is the sum of the parts. It's contingent, just like the parts.
Yeah, that's the fallacy that you're making. You're just reasserting it.
Where is the fallacy?
Well, we've just told you what the fallacy is.
No, you're saying the fallacy. You're not saying why it's a fallacy.
Okay, you can't infer a property of the totality merely from every member having that property.
I just did.
Show
All
why
the
the whole
bricks-
independently requires the same kind of explanation. You
All the
haven't done that.
parts of the wall are bricks, and the bricks are material. Is the whole material?
You don't get it.
Yeah. Maybe I
No,
can
you
try
don't
here.
get it
Let me.
because
You can
Hey
try.
guys,
refute my
let me.
example.
Felix. Hey Felix, Eric here. Let me try this with you. Okay. The disconnect here is you are pointing to examples where you think that the whole adopts the attributes of the parts, and you're trying to assert that as a universal. So you could sit here and you can list us 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 examples of where the whole adopts the attributes of the parts because you're trying to assert it as universal. But all it takes is for one counterexample to show how you're wrong about that to falsify your universal. That's the fallacy at play here. It is a
Okay.
fallacy to say that the whole adopts the sum of the parts because we have counterexamples to show that that's not the case in some cases, in probably a majority of cases. So you can list off your positive examples all you want, but the example UG gave you and the ones that have been in the live chat disprove it. So it is a fallacy.
Okay, but he's making a universal statement as well. So I'm disproving
He's saying
it with
that
my
he's saying
example.
that is a fallacious statement that you're making.
It's a fallacious statement.
You
It's a
cannot take that
universal
reasoning.
statement.
You cannot take that reasoning and trust the conclusion out of it. That's the fallaciousness part of it.
A
You can't
fallacious statement
you can't
is
use that.
universal?
You can't use that to make a confident statement about it. That's why real logicians and real like reasonable people never use that reasoning because it's fallacious.
What is my reason fallacious?
You're saying that the whole adopts the sum or adopts the attributes of the parts, and that's simply not the case. Dade had a great
can't-
example. Dade had a great example in the chat. Hydrogen
never
is not
said he will.
hydrogen
I
is
said-
not
I said I
hydrogen is
can't.
not wet. Hydrogen is not wet. Oxygen is not wet. You put enough of it together, and it itself, the whole, becomes wet.
Okay, is hydrogen a material thing?
No, you don't understand. We gave you your counter example, so your universals
I'm giving you the
falsify.
counter. I'm
No,
giving you the
you
counter.
no, you don't understand.
No,
your
you don't
your
understand.
universal has been countered, so stop using it.
No, I'm countering your argument with if
You really,
H2O
if you don't
a
understand the way I
material
put
thing?
it, you really don't understand, bud. I think it's
H2O a material thing. Wetness
you
is
really don't
material.
understand.
He doesn't understand
Wetness
that.
He
That's the
doesn't.
problem, Eric.
material.
Yeah,
I can't put any more basic than
I
that.
just refuted your argument.
Okay. Well done.
You're not even listening to the argument, Felix. You're not even hearing
course I
it.
do.
So you're never going to understand it because you're not even letting it in.
Felix, I'm going to give you some heartfelt feedback here. You have a big problem with once you get an idea in your head, you think you're just correct and you can't be incorrect about it. You demonstrate
Okay,
that
Matt.
over and over and over again, and it's that inflexibility, which is what makes you so frustrating to all of us.
What is the whole without the
Like
parts?
you aren't even listening to what I'm saying here. You're just trying to drive forward because you think you're right, and you can't even fathom the possibility that you're wrong. That's
Because
a problem.
You can't do that. That's your problem. That's
Oh my
your
God.
problem.
And that's called
You're projecting-
projection. That's
you're
projection,
projecting
Vila.
that to me.
He's projecting my
But
projection back to me.
Eric,
Oh my God.
have you considered Uno reverse no you?
I you got me. Yeah, I guess I'll just get off the panel now. I'll just go to sleep in shame.
What is the whole? Matt says that the whole without the part is nothing.
Oh my
He
God.
said it.
Oh,
Matt
Matt.
Delahanty says that when I ask him what is the whole without the parts, he said nothing.
And why would we assume that every single property that the parts could hold?
Why is the whole is different than the parts? It's nothing without the parts.
That's not what I.
It's not nothing without the parts.
I don't know what you're saying now, because you responded to something I didn't say.
I asked Matt Delahanty, what is the whole without the parts? He said nothing.
if the whole
Why
is
is that?
dependent on the parts, if the
Why?
whole is comprised of the parts, then it is nothing if you remove all the parts. What are you getting at?
Exactly.
What are you
Felix,
getting at?
hang on.
Where is the
He's
fallacy of
just,
composition there?
Well, what are you saying, Eugene?
I was going to say, Felix, does God have parts?
Does God have what?
Parts.
Parts?
Yeah.
No.
God's divinely simple.
Correct.
All right. How can he do anything then?
You what?
How can a divinely simple thing do anything?
It doesn't change.
Well, if he doesn't change, he can't stand in relation to anything, can he?
He
Yes,
certainly
because
can't start creating.
Yeah,
It
he can't stand
exists.
in relation to existence because
It knows
existence
everything
changes.
at once.
And if existence
Does-
changes, then his relationship to it changes. So therefore, he must change.
Does God know what time it is
Doesn't
right now?
change.
Hey, Felix, does God know what time it is right now?
Oh, he won't understand that one, Eric.
I know. I must
Time?
try anyway. Yeah. Does God know what time it is right now?
For you?
Is there a time for somebody else?
Maybe he's
Well,
maybe
for
he's getting
you,
really
he
deep
knows
on
what time it is
relativism
for
there.
you, yes.
Okay, so what's the answer to that question? If he knows what time it is for me right now, what is the answer to that question? I'm on the Pacific Coast.
Whatever time it is right now.
Okay, it's 2:45 here. In 1 minute. Okay, so God knows right now that the time is 2:45. Here in just a few seconds, it's going to become 2:46. In fact, it just did. What time does God think it is right now?
Same
For me.
time that you know.
No. God now knows that it's 2:46 for me right now. His knowledge just changed.
No.
God
because
changes.
He knew that before you get there.
Because the question was, Felix, what time is it right now? The answer to the
Exactly.
question of what time is it right now changes as time changes. And if God doesn't change, then his thoughts on that can't change. So basically, God either doesn't know what time it is right now for me, in which case he's not all-knowing, or he does know what time it is for me at all times, and he changes.
No, he doesn't change it. He knows exactly the kind of question you're asking right now, that you're changing the question.
He knows
So
you're trying to
when-
be sneaky there, Eric. God
I
knows.
know, he is trying to be sneaky.
The whole time
Oh,
that
you're
God
trying
has
to be
existed,
sneaky.
the whole time that God has existed, he knew that this question from Eric would happen right now on this day.
He asked me what time is right now.
No, I don't. Okay.
Because right now changes, right, Felix?
Right now changes, but God's knowledge doesn't change. He knows
It
all
has to
those
change.
changes
It has to
from
change.
eternity.
Otherwise, he doesn't know what time it is right now.
He knows all those changes from eternity.
So everything's predetermined.
So I have no free
What do you mean
will. Everything's determined. Yeah. Does God allow us free will?
Allows free will?
Yeah. Is free will compatible with your idea of God?
Are you talking about God's free will?
No, my free will. Anyone's free will except God.
Of course he allows it.
Okay. So then God can't possibly know what I'm going to do because I have free will. So
Why not?
does God know what I'm doing right now? I'm playing a video game right now, but in a minute I'll turn off my video game and I'm not playing it. But that's an act of free will. So how can God possibly predict my act of free will?
Because knowledge has nothing to do with freedom.
What?
Knowledge. The God's
That doesn't
knowledge
mean that
doesn't
doesn't
have
mean that there
anything
are
to do with freedom.
That doesn't mean that
have
there
anything
aren't
to do with freedom.
No. That doesn't mean that there aren't entailments that are problems when it comes to acknowledging both omniscience and freedom.
No, knowledge has nothing to do with freedom.
We're talking about God's knowledge about what's going on.
Yes. How that?
Yeah, there's contradictions baked into this. If you're saying that God's knowledge doesn't change and yet I have free will, we got a contradiction there.
How is the contradiction?
Because I can't have free will if God already knows what I'm going to do.
No, God's knowledge has nothing to do with freedom, with your freedom. He's his
Can
knowledge.
I do something that God doesn't anticipate me doing?
Can you know what your
Can
kid
I
is
do
gonna
something
say?
that God doesn't anticipate me doing? Is it possible for me to do something God doesn't expect me to do?
You being sneaky there again, Eric.
No, God knows everything.
Okay, then I don't have the choice but to do what God expects. I don't have free
No,
will.
because knowledge has nothing to do with your
Oh my
freedom.
God.
Okay, Felix, does God have a plan?
Of course.
Okay, can I do anything contrary to God's plan?
Contrary to God's plan?
Yeah, against it.
No.
Okay, well, everything's determined by God's plan, isn't it?
Usually does have free will.
No,
I do not have the free will to choose to deviate from God's plan.
I think you at least have to admit that there's maybe more than one plan that's like deemed good or something. Like, I don't know.
You're still free. Knowledge has nothing to do with freedom.
Yeah, the question is how free.
Yeah.
You're free enough.
Free enough. You see, you're free, but you're not really free. You know, it's like
it's good enough.
Enough to be free.
You gotta have both those. You gotta have that contradiction in there, because why not?
Enough to be free, enough to choose otherwise.
Enough.
So there's only two options every time necessarily.
My choices are limited to only what's in God's plan. So tomorrow, I can have a bagel or I can have a sandwich tomorrow, but I can't have a piece of fruit because that's not in God's plan.
But you're free to choose, though, Eric.
Yeah, I'm free to choose the only option set in front of me.
But that's freedom still.
Why
you want the fruit?
All right, Felix. If tomorrow it is God's plan that I eat cereal, and it is only in His plan that I eat cereal, do I have the free will, the freedom to choose otherwise?
If it's only His plan for you to eat
cereal. If it's in God's plan that I only eat cereal tomorrow, do I have the freedom to not eat cereal tomorrow and eat something else?
That's not how free will works. God let you choose that decision.
God let me choose. That doesn't sound like freedom. My freedom was allowed. My choice was allowed to me by somebody else. That's not freedom.
Why not? God is not anybody else.
All right. That's like saying the prisoner is allowed in the yard 1 hour a day. That doesn't mean the prisoner's got freedom.
The prisoner has freedom. Of course, he has freedom. He
Oh.
uses rationality.
You're once
If
again
he
missing the
uses
point.
rationality, he must have freedom.
You're once again missing the point. All right, well, that's
If
fine.
you're in
Whatever.
jail, can you just leave whenever you want?
You're gonna have rationality without freedom.
I want to use my free will and terminate this discussion because we're getting nowhere.
It never goes anywhere. But
I know. It's still fun to try, though.
Yeah, it's fun to walk around the
It's kind
garden.
of like everyone trying to pull Excalibur out of the stone. It's
Yeah.
like one day somebody will, and that person will be king.
We live in hope. We live in hope.
Or queen.
Does the prisoner still being rational?
I think you missed the part when I said we're done with this conversation, Felix.
Yeah, what's the prisoner doing?
If he's still being rational, he has to have freedom.
He's freely walking around the yard 1 hour a day.
I don't know what that means.
So what? He still has freedom.
He has the
In
freedom
order
to look
think.
up or down.
In order to think.
To think, really interesting. That's freedom.
No.
You think it's
That's not
adequate freedom? You think it's adequate?
The freedom to think is not freedom?
It's a type or a sense or a domain of freedom. What are you getting at?
Okay, but he still remains free to think and rational.
Okay, so you
So
think
he still has freedom. That's the
you think
basic.
so as long as you don't infringe upon the freedom of thought, then no freedom has been infringed upon?
Do you call external reality, whatever that means, a requisite for freedom?
Bruh. Are you really doing the idealist thing on me right now when I'm trying to ask you, like, What are you doing? So if thoughts are free, does that mean that someone is free even if they're in shackles?
Of course.
Okay, well, you're just okay. Jesus Christ, dude.
Can they think? They must have freedom.
Do you think that any level of freedom is an adequate level of freedom?
They're not all the same, but it requires freedom to be rational.
What's the adequate level of freedom?
There's no such thing.
Then why are you saying that freedom of thought is an adequate level of freedom to constitute this weird general sense of freedom you're talking about?
Yeah, you just asserted that the limited freedoms that God allows me is basically adequate. I don't have complete freedom.
What makes you free is to be in relation with God. That's what true freedom is. And that could be in a jail,
a deepity.
shackles.
Bro, your definition of freedom begs the question for God.
Why it begs the question?
Because we don't think God exists.
Okay,
You're
because
saying
you
that,
never
you're
let
saying
me
that,
finish
you're
my
saying
argument.
you're saying that the truest. Okay, what's your argument?
That something always existed.
No, that's a statement.
If nothing ever existed, could something exist right now?
That's a question.
Possibly.
Of course, it's a question. I'm asking you if you agree or not.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's possible.
Something can come from nothing.
Something can come from nothing?
There could be a state of nothing, and then something else completely unrelated to that state of nothing could pop into existence. Who cares? It's logically possible.
What would stop it? What would be the rule to stop it?
Nothing can produce something, is what you mean?
No,
what would be the rule?
Well, even that, yes, but you're also conflating two things. There could be a state of nothing and then a separate just somethingness that begins.
No, I'm saying no reality at all existing. No reality at all.
Yes, we both are saying that that's possible, yeah.
That it's possible for nothing to create something?
It's possible for something to arise from nothing, yeah. What would stop it?
So what power does nothing has that could create something?
What power does nothing have that would stop it?
Nothing.
Exactly.
But nothing, not in your sense of nothing that can allow it. Nothing has nothing. Nothing is no
Where would
thing.
the rule exist in the nothing to stop something from appearing?
You're playing rhetorical games.
No, I'm asking you what
That's
rule
an
exists in
equivocation
nothing.
fallacy.
No, I'm asking you what rule exists in nothing.
Because I said nothing can stop it, you immediately went there and said, of course, nothing can stop it. That's an
So
equivocation
you agree with
fallacy.
us? Something can come from nothing.
That something can come from nothing?
Yeah.
No,
Why not?
because nothing has no power, no properties, no anything.
Yeah, it has no rules against it either.
Has no rules, of course, has nothing.
Yeah. So what would stop something from arising in it?
If I say nothing, you're going to equivocate again.
So if nothing would stop it from arising, why would it not
You're
fail to
playing
arise?
rhetorical games.
What's rhetorical about this?
You're saying if there's no rules, then nothing could stop it. That's not what I mean by nothing.
Or what do you mean by nothing?
No thing.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
No existence, no reality at all. No existence at all. How could something come from nothing?
How could it not? Where else would it come from?
From an always existent being?
Where's that come from?
Are you saying that you came from nothing?
Yeah.
And what is your proof of that?
Everything comes from nothing. Where else is going to come from?
Everything comes from nothing?
Yeah. Where else could it come from?
From an always existent being?
But that's something.
Of course.
Yeah. So where did that
It's
come
the
from?
only possibility.
So where did that come from?
And always exist in reality?
Yeah, where did that come
Oh
from?
no!
Where did that come from?
Oh no!
You don't understand what that means?
So that being is dependent on that always existent reality?
Yeah, you just said that reality precedes God, dude. What are you doing?
The necessary
Did I
being
say
came
what?
from something.
You said that I said what?
You're an idealist, aren't you, Felix?
No, I'm not an idealist.
Oh,
He
so
denies.
are you a
He
dualist?
denies it. He denies it.
He has
No,
a lot
he's
of
not.
ideas, but
Are
he's
you a
not an
dualist,
idealist.
Felix?
He thinks the material reality. He thinks nothing material exists, but he says he's not an idealist. But he says that it all exists in a field of awareness, which I think translates to idealism. And so that's
Can
the.
you have a thought without thinking?
Nope.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the idealist.
Well,
stuff.
that's nothing. You see, he said that nothing can produce something, then produce a thought without thinking.
Well, I can't produce a thought without thinking. I'm not in control of my thoughts. Neither are you.
So you can do it?
Can you decide what your next thought's going to be before you
Can
have
you
it?
say something without words?
Yes.
Do it.
Doing it now.
You got to just look deeply into somebody's eyes and just kind of like make that smirk. That's saying something without
Just use
words.
words. Can you use words without using words?
Mm-hmm.
The power of words pervades the universe without speech.
Do it. Use
Done.
words without using words.
It's done always.
Do it.
It's doing it. It's happening now.
You're still using words.
Yeah, it's happening aside from that. I can do two things at once.
Right.
Any more koans for me, Master Felix?
No, that'll be good for now.
Felix, do you know what the word is?
Is the word the bird?
The word is the bird. Everyone's heard about the bird. And everyone knows that the bird is the word. Felix is just stun locked by this revelation.
So would you exist if nothing exists?
What was the question?
Would you exist if nothing exists?
No, because I'm a thing. If there's no thing that exists, then I wouldn't exist.
There is existence. We can say that for sure, can't we, Felix? Because it would be a performative contradiction to say otherwise, wouldn't it?
And that means that nothing existed is an impossibility.
Not anymore, yeah. Nothing doesn't exist anymore, does it? Because something exists.
And something that exists right now is not always existent.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Have you always existed?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
you were born from your parents?
Well, that might not necessarily be the beginning of me.
Yeah, it depends on what I means. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends what you mean by I. I mean, I don't think I have a permanent existence over time, if that's what you're thinking. So I don't think that I am a baby. And me and the baby me are the same thing. We're not the same.
So you have a part of you that is always existent?
I could have always existed depending on how you determine what I is. So if I say that I am everything, then yeah, maybe I have always existed.
And you believe you are that I?
Does it matter what I believe?
Of course, I'm asking you.
Do I believe I am an I? No, I don't.
So you have always existed or not?
I don't know if I've always existed or not.
What's that?
I don't know.
So you weren't born from your parents?
That's not what I consider I to be. I don't consider I to be this body or this mind or this speech or anything like that. I might consider I to be everything that there is.
So you are always existent?
I've told you I don't know.
Are you changing?
Yes.
Then you have not always existed.
How so? How does that follow?
Because you're depending on something that is changing you.
So?
Therefore, you're dependent. You're not necessary.
So everything is interdependent. There is no necessary being.
Well, you know what? Actually, the energy in my body has been here, can't be created nor destroyed. My energy is necessary.
Energy is dependent.
Energy can't be created nor destroyed. Energy is
No, it's
necessary.
dependent.
Energy
on
is
time.
necessary. And since the whole of me adopts the attributes of my parts, that means I'm necessary.
Energy is dependent on time, space. It has dependencies. It cannot be eternal.
Can you create
changes.
energy or destroy it?
It changes.
Can you destroy it?
Energy doesn't change.
Energy does change. Can
Yeah,
you
but
destroy
we're talking about it being
energy from
created nor
nothing?
destroyed. You can't create nor destroy energy.
If it changes, it's dependent on the thing that is changing it. It's
No, it's
dependent.
interdependent.
It's not a necessary being.
Contingent things don't necessarily ground out in necessary beings. You do know that.
A necessary thing can be. Yeah, sorry, Yuji. A necessary thing can be changed by a contingent thing.
All he's doing is just throwing the principle of sufficient reason at us, and then special pleading his way out of it. When we say, well, what's the reason for your God?
Like
what's the cause for your God? He just says, it's always been.
Yeah. But Felix, like in the Bible, God changes his mind at the behest of his followers. Like when Lot was like begging God to not destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, God changed his mind several times.
You know the context, though, Eric.
We can discuss the Bible after my argument.
Well, no, you're establishing things about this universe and this God that contradict your scripture.
No, it doesn't contradict scripture because
God changes his mind in the Bible, so God changes, so that's a problem there.
No, he doesn't change.
But also, he changed his mind at the behest of Lot, who is a contingent being. So Lot, a contingent being, spoke to God, a necessary being, and changed his mind.
Prove it.
It's in your book.
Since God doesn't change, is he eternally changing his mind?
You're interpreting the correct interpretation.
We can read it if you want. Words mean words. We all know what the words mean.
Show evidence that you are interpreting correctly.
Oh my God.
And show that
what would that evidence look like, Felix?
What
would that evidence look like? What would the evidence of a correct interpretation look like?
Yeah.
That's for him to show.
No, it's for you to determine.
Yeah, you have to determine the criteria of what's correct. If I'm to convince you, or if I'm to meet your standard, you have to determine the standard.
Yeah. How have you solved the problem of hermeneutics? No, how have you solved the problem of hermeneutics, Felix? If you have a correct interpretation, maybe you should just tell us what that is.
Yeah. Lay it on.
Stop wasting your time.
The burden is on you. You said you have the correct interpretation.
I didn't say that.
You asked for evidence.
Yeah. You asked if I did, and I say we can read it.
You said, do you have evidence of your correct
and how are you reading it? Are you reading it with the correct?
I look at the word and I look at the word and I read the word.
Are you interpreting with the correct presupposition?
Well, what is that? Maybe I'm not. Lay it on me. What is the correct interpretation?
The correct presupposition.
The what?
You have to interpret the text with the correct presupposition in mind.
Presupposition.
Presupposition in mind. Oh, that just you're right and I'm wrong? Is that the presupposition we're operating off of?
No, that God is always good. That God is all powerful. That God never changes. That God is immaterial.
Oh, so when it says God changed his mind and it conflicts with the presupposition that God doesn't change, then I just have to ignore the scripture?
That's incorrect. You have to look for the interpretation that fits God.
So I just ignore the contradiction and go with your preferred presupposition.
No, you look for a coherent, logical interpretation that fits God's nature.
That fits your presupposition of God.
The presupposition that you should have.
Oh, the presupposition that you think I should have.
Of course.
Ah, now it all makes sense.
Ad hoc ergo.
No, that I should have, that you must have.
So, Felix, what do you think the word regret means? Like, let's go, if you want to go with interpretation or hermeneutics, what does the word regret means?
Depends on the context.
Depends on the context. So you just don't want to give me a definition until you know the context it's being used in. You can't just give me like a general definition of regret, because I'm
No,
sure I can
because I
ask.
have
I'm
to
sure I
give
can
you-
ask anyone else on this panel what regret means, and they'll just tell
How
me.
many contexts there are?
Probably infinite.
Probably infinite. So,
So does that mean that there's infinite definitions for
So I
regret?
must give you infinite definitions. I cannot do that.
No, that's the standard. That's what you're trying to get at. But there are common definitions for words. So when I ask you what does regret mean, I think that should be a pretty easy thing to answer.
And regrets depends on the context and the people involved in the context.
Hey,
and if God is part of the context,
UG,
he
can you
has a
humor
different
me?
definition.
UG, what's the definition of regret?
Well, I'd probably say that regret was a counterfactual possibility. It's saying, I wish I had done B instead of A.
Yeah. Kind of like looking back and saying, hey, you know what? I think a misstep was made back there.
Yeah, a negative
You know?
feeling about something in the past that you
I
wish
wish it
been
had.
different.
Yeah. Like I wish it had gone otherwise.
Hope that helps, Eric.
Yeah, that's a big help. See how easy that was for UG, Felix? Effortless.
That's why I don't do Bible verses with unbelievers.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about when it comes to regret, Felix? Do I know your Bible better than you do for this one?
I told you.
Where do you think I was going with the regret question? Because obviously I was going to the Bible. You're right on that. But you know what scripture I was going to talk about?
It depends on the presupposition you have.
Try to track my question better. Do you know what scripture I was going to read with the context in your mind of, okay, he's going to talk about something regretting something?
Probably that guy regretted something.
Okay. Can you give me something more specific?
You asked me for something general. You didn't ask me for something
And now
specific.
I'm asking you for something specific.
Like what?
Like the specific verse? If you don't know it, it's okay to say you don't know it. I won't rub
No,
your
I
nose
don't
in or
know the
anything.
verse right now.
Okay. So it's in Genesis 6, verses 6 and 7. In fact, let me see here. Let me get a good Bible translation on the screen here. Okay, it says, and the Lord was sorry.
Oh, hang on, Eric. Would you not rather a British voice said this?
Oh, absolutely.
Gives it a bit of
Yeah,
character.
yeah.
The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them.
Can an all-knowing being regret?
Nope.
Nope.
You said it. So look for the correct interpretation then.
Oh, so we just ignore what the scripture says and
No,
go with your
you just
presupposition.
ignore what your presupposition says.
No, we're ignoring your presupposition because it conflicts with
Of course you are.
because it conflicts with what the verse says.
Because it conflicts with the presupposition of reality that God cannot change.
The presupposition of reality that God cannot change.
Exactly.
Your presupposition about reality that God cannot change, not ours.
No.
If you were to hold to that preposition, Felix, why would you assent to the Bible that clearly says the
But
opposite?
you haven't
Why would
let
you
me
not assent
finish
to a
my
different
argument
religious
for God.
text? Yeah, you can
haven't
agree that
started with
there's
the
a
argument
God,
for
but why is
God.
it the Bible God? Because the Bible God clearly regrets.
What's that?
The Bible God clearly regrets.
Yeah.
Whereas your God doesn't. So
In
why
fact,
would you assent to the Bible God?
he regretted so much that he felt grieving in his heart.
Is that a contradiction?
Yeah.
Yes, to your presupposition, it would be, yeah.
Why is a contradiction?
Because you say that your God is changeless.
Exactly.
And regret is a state of change.
Therefore, you have to look for interpretation that doesn't contradict.
No, you need to look
the
for
verse.
a scripture that matches your presupposition, not the other way around.
Yeah.
All of them matches my presupposition.
Well,
That
all
even-
of the
that-
scriptures.
all of the scripture, including that one.
So the Quran?
What's that?
Does the Quran match your presuppositions of God?
No, the Quran
Is the Quran
false.
scripture?
The Quran is false.
Why is the Quran false?
Because the Quran says that the Bible is the previous
Oh,
revelation
but
of
if you
God.
presuppose that 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 isn't the case, then you have the correct interpretation. You're just interpreting it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interpreting what?
You're interpreting the Quran wrong. You're holding the wrong presuppositions.
How so?
If you held the correct presuppositions, you know that the Quran and the Bible were true.
What is the correct interpretation?
The one that matches my presuppositions.
Yeah.
And what is your presupposition?
Whatever the Quran says is the case, I suppose.
So, for instance, the Bible says that Jesus was executed and died, but the Quran says no, actually, Jesus wasn't executed and didn't die. But it's okay because we can just harmonize that with our presupposition that Allah is always correct.
Yeah,
But
we
the
have the
Quran
correct
says-
interpretation of the Bible, where it's
Yeah.
actually that isn't the
But
case.
the
It does
Quran
say that in
says-
words. It does say in words that is the case, but our interpretation precludes that. So
But the
we're
Quran
good.
says the Bible is the previous revelation of Allah.
Yeah, and if you have the correct interpretation of the Bible, it is.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't have the correct interpretation.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's false because the Bible says the Quran is false.
No, it's just that you're wrong.
It's interesting how the Bible says the Quran is false when the Bible doesn't mention the Quran at all, and the Quran was written like centuries after the Bible was. That's quite the feat.
The Quran doesn't say the Bible.
No,
is
you
the
just said that
previous
you just said that the
revelation of
Bible
God.
says you just said the Bible says the Quran is false, and that's not
Because
true.
I have a context and have a meaning for that
Oh.
you're missing.
So you have presuppositions, and using those presuppositions, you just make the Bible say whatever you want it to say.
No, the Quran says the Bible is the previous revelation
You
of
have
God.
presuppositions, and
Of
you use
Allah.
those presuppositions to make the Bible say whatever you want it to say.
Yeah, you could
And if the
presuppose that the
Quran
Bible
is
has been
the
corrupted.
previous
You could say that
revelation of
Bible,
Allah.
the Bible text itself has been corrupted, and therefore, we can't trust it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You understand the
cannot
Quran
be-
was
it
understand the
cannot be
Quran was written after the
corrupted.
Bible, right? You understand the Quran was written after the Bible?
It cannot be corrupted,
Oh, who says?
Well, it certainly has been.
says the Quran.
Yeah, yeah.
That's another contradiction. The Bible has been corrupted.
No, but the Quran says it cannot be corrupted.
You got the pseudo ending to Mark. You have the inserted stories in John. The Bible is most definitely corrupted.
But the
False
Quran
letters
says
from
it cannot
Peter.
be
Sorry,
corrupted.
Paul.
Therefore, the Quran is false.
It was the in John. It was the let the one without sin cast the first stone. That was an insertion.
Yeah. 11th century, wasn't it? It's quite
Something
late.
like that. Yeah, pretty late.
But with the correct interpretation, though, Eric.
It's fine. Yeah, because the
fine.
Bible's always right.
Yes.
Yeah, the
As we
Bible's
know
always right.
From our presuppositions.
Yeah, the Bible's always right. So, hey, fuck, what's your
opposed to
name?
wrong?
Felix. My presupposition is that the Bible's always right. And the Bible says God had regret. So that means God changed.
He was using human language to get across the point.
Could God have used better words so that we could
No.
avoid this confusion?
It's a good job the Bible doesn't use human language.
Yeah.
What words will you use?
What words would the Bible use?
Yeah.
God seems to think
What are
words are
better
sufficient
words?
there.
What do you mean better words?
Okay, so actually tell you what, yeah, let's make Felix harmonize this for us. So Felix, your presupposition is that God doesn't change, but the Bible has a passage here where God changes. Can you reword the Bible for us so that it will be compatible with that presupposition?
Where it says that God changes.
We read it to you just about 5 minutes ago. Do you not remember?
About the regretting?
Genesis 6:7.
The regretting?
Yeah. Reword that scripture for us to make it compatible with your presupposition. Fix it for us.
God was using human language
Yeah.
to get across his point.
So this is
That
your
doesn't mean
opportunity.
his
This is your
nature
opportunity to
changes.
fix it for us.
You see, you don't let me explain things. You jump right ahead and block my speech.
Well, no, here's the thing. I made a question and a request of you. You ignored it to say something else. So I'm going to direct you back to my request. I don't like being ignored. So please, Felix, fix this scripture for us. Reword this scripture for us the correct way.
God was just using human speech to get across his point.
What
That's
did I
an
ask you,
interpretation.
Felix? Felix,
an
what did I
interpretation.
just Felix? What did I just ask you to do?
That's an interpretation.
What did I just ask you to do?
To interpret the text.
No. Think harder. What did I ask you to do?
I don't know. Repeat it.
I want you to reword this scripture to make it compatible with your presupposition. Please fix this scripture for us.
I don't have to reword it.
Well, then I don't have to believe you.
Why do I need to reword it for?
Because you're making a claim that is only properly interpreted through the lens of your presupposition. And I'm asking you, okay, use your presupposition and reword the scripture so that it works with the presupposition. It's a simple request. It's a very, very simple request.
I don't have to reword it. God just used human language to express his point. He didn't change his nature for that.
So you're refusing my request then, is what I'm getting at.
No, your request is impossible.
It's impossible? Hey, UG, you want to reword the scripture to make it compatible with his presupposition?
Yeah, God changes all the time, and therefore he can't be the necessary being.
There you go.
Entirely made up. Yeah, there we go. That's how I'd interpret that.
That's a good rewording. So you just did. Hey, UG, you just did the impossible, according to
wow,
to Felix there.
Wow,
that's amazing.
Can we get some W's in the side chat for?
Yeah. W's in the side chat. 6 7s for the scripture.
Yeah.
The scripture's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And to everybody listening and not watching the actual stream, take a minute to look at your screen because we have got a new episode of Spirit of Empathy Showdown Fools.
Look at that handsome mug.
It's up now.
Look at that handsome mug, and then I'm right next to it.
And our wonderful, necessary Eric was the guest this week. So
yeah, thank you, Beard, for the interview.
just wanted to call attention to that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So
Beard's awesome. We got to get Beard up here every once in a while. I think more often.
Yeah, he does quite often, actually.
Yeah,
Usually he does when he wakes up in the morning. So it's like toward the end.
He has
I'm getting him hooked on I'm getting him hooked on ARGs. It's great.
Yeah,
I'm gonna win this battle.
Yeah.
He has a very strong look. It's very Eastern Orthodox, kind of monastic kind of vibe.
Yeah. He's got that super wizard level beard too. Like
Sup?
Hello, Sean.
I'm an atheist, okay? Come in peace. Come in peace. Hello.
Prove it.
It hasn't saved you before, but I mean,
I've seen
Well
enough
done.
movies where when the stranger says I come in peace, they actually don't come in peace. I've seen Mars Attacks.
No.
okay.
Yeah.
The on fire has to run from UG.
I have a beard. But I think there's probably aliens out there who have beard. I mean, God has a beard, so there must be aliens who have beards. Come on.
Must be. Hey, there's parts of the universe which have beards. That means the universe has a beard. I think Beard of Empathy would be happy to hear that.
The hairy planets out there full of moss.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Papa, do you believe in Adam and Eve and like the Great Flood? Do you really believe that? Literally.
Do you believe that nothing can produce something?
Answer the question.
No, we have to prove God's existence first.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's say God is real.
Yeah, let's assume God's real.
Okay, let's say God is real, okay? How do you know he's like not like this flying spaghetti monster and not like some other type of God?
Because if you're going to say God is real, you have to be according to his nature, not according to your imagination.
Also, I think you might have misspoke there, Felix. You said, is it possible for nothing to come from something? I think you meant it the other way around, but just to clarify.
Hey, John.
Hey, John. Yeah, he did the same thing earlier when he said that the Bible says the Quran is false. Made the
Right,
same
yeah.
transposition.
Because the Bible is true. The
It's
Quran is
almost like
false.
he's speaking in circles, isn't it?
Almost.
Yeah, I don't think you
Mhm.
understand the Islamic dilemma, Felix.
Because the Quran says the Bible is true, is the word of Allah that cannot be corrupted. Therefore, the Bible is true, the Quran is false.
No, the Quran actually says that the speech of Allah cannot
Wow,
be
that's
corrupted. It doesn't
that's
say that the book is the speech of Allah. Only the Quran is the speech of Allah, which is eternal.
The
So
revelation
unfortunately, you've got
also
a
that line.
misinterpretation of Islam there.
Also, that line of reasoning self defeats because you're basically asserting a premise is true and then saying, okay, with this argument, now the premise is false. It self defeats.
How do we know that the Bible is true, since we have to have presuppositions that contradict its text?
Because the Quran says the Bible is true.
Why do we know that the Quran is true?
You don't believe in the Quran? You say you believe in the Quran.
I didn't say that.
That's what you said earlier.
No, I don't believe in the Quran.
Nobody said that. I mean, no one said that.
Rewind it.
That is the
Fuck
kind
you
of
and
thing
your
that
name,
the
nobody
Empire
on
would
fire.
say. It's the kind of thing he would say. Felix, I was bringing up the Quran as a point to make about presuppositions and reading into text.
Oh, now it's a point.
It was always a point.
It was always a point, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand why you would struggle to
And
do
it was
understand what
always
the
a
point
point
is,
that
since you're a
I
opponent of
regret it.
less, but still.
Well, it's always going to be the case that in Genesis it says God regrets.
Yeah. And regrets, the word regret means to change.
To change one's mind.
Yeah.
But not
But
to change
according
the
to
nature
you,
of God. But
you
not
hold
to change the
presuppositions.
nature of God.
Yeah, but you hold presuppositions about the nature of God that isn't the God that's described in the Bible. So why would you hold that the Bible be true when it contradicts your presuppositions about God?
It doesn't contradict my presupposition about God.
But it does, because it literally says that God changes his
That's
mind. And
your
you say God
God.
does not change his mind.
That's your presuppositions, that my presuppositions are not according to the Bible or according to God.
Yes, I do presuppose that when you tell me about your presuppositions, I hold it to be true. So I presuppose that your presuppositions are in conflict with what is written in the Bible about the biblical God. So why do you hold that the Bible is true when it clearly contradicts what you actually believe?
It doesn't contradict. Show me one contradiction.
Genesis 6.
That's not a contradiction. I
6,
show
It
it.
contradicts your presupposition.
No, it doesn't. I already showed it. It doesn't change the God's nature.
So God's nature is to change and regret.
No, God's nature is not to change. He used human language to.
Oh, there we
to
go. There's the
communicate.
contradiction. God changes and doesn't change. There we are.
Okay, whatever you want.
Well,
You're
that's just
here,
it. The P,
you're
not
just
P.
here
There you go.
to
You've done
make
it.
your
You
point and
contradicted.
not to learn anything. You don't want to learn anything. You just
No, I don't
here
want to learn anything
to
about the
make your
Bible. I just want
point.
to
To
hold
make
that
your
the
point,
presuppositions
like
about
Eric,
what he...
just to make
Huh?
your point and claim to be right.
Okay. Job done.
I mean, I try to give you the opportunity to show me how you're right, because you're saying that we should not go with the wording of the Bible. We should go with your interpretation. So I'm like, okay, give me
Why
the
should I go
interpretation.
with your
Reword the Bible to make it work.
Why should I go with your interpretation?
Are you not commissioned to teach and preach the good news of the kingdom?
Not necessarily.
Yes, you are. It's a direct command from
Not
Jesus.
necessarily.
It's a direct
Show me
command
the
from
verse.
Jesus.
Show me the verse.
Are you familiar with 1 Peter 3:15?
What does he say?
You don't know what 1 Peter 3:15 says.
Remind me.
Oh boy. UG, you want to lay it on us in that accent of yours?
Wait, what's the verse? What are we
First
talking
Peter,
about?
1 Peter 3:15.
But in your hearts revere Christ as Lord.
Hold on.
Always be prepared to give an answer to anyone and everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. How should we interpret that?
Is that a command?
Is it in the Bible?
It's in the Bible, yes.
Is the
Well, then
Bible
it meets your
not?
criteria of what you asked for, then, isn't it? Stop
Yeah.
changing the goalpost.
Is it a command because it's in the Bible?
Did you ask for it to be a command before?
Is it a command or not?
It's in a letter of Paul, so it's not in the law. But if you look at that in the lens of 2 Timothy 3:16, that all scripture is inspired of God, then this is from God.
Whoops, wrong one.
So what? Everything that God says is not a command.
So you're saying that 1 Peter 3:15 is a suggestion to
I'm not saying
always
it's
be
a-
prepared to have an answer? That's just a
It's
suggestion.
comment. It's an
Oh, it's just a
informative
comment. Oh.
It's an informative comment.
Oh, it's just a comment. Hey, how much of the Bible can we now discard because it's just a comment?
Pretty much all of it.
Oh boy. Felix, you just opened up a can of worms there, I think.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Hey, you know that love your neighbor as yourself? Get rid of it. Just a comment.
Are you saying that's not a command?
It's not a command. Jesus said it, but
It's a
it's not
straw
a command. If you're just, are you just talking about the 10 Commandments?
What's the criteria for a command?
Yeah.
Felix, what would assent it to be a command rather than just
great-
you know?
That's a great question.
I really like this version of the Bible app.
According
GE's
to the
new one.
context.
I've not seen that one. GE Bible.
Oh, it's fucking cool. gebible.app.
Gebibble.
Yeah, it's
Godless engineer.
yeah.
wrote a
I
Bible?
haven't even. It's got all kinds of. It's got all kinds of shit. It's got cross references, translation comparisons, commentary, additions, and everything.
So what would make it a command rather than just ignorable?
I don't have an obligation to tell you anything.
That's true. You don't.
That's true. Since 1 Peter 3:15 is just a comment.
It's just a comment. Yeah.
Just a comment.
Just like the pearls, don't throw pearls into swines is also a command.
No worries.
Well,
you can always
hey,
kick the
Felix.
dust off your feet and keep walking.
Yeah, Felix, why are you here then? We're just swine. Oink oink. Why are you here?
I'm not telling you that you are swine. I'm putting an example.
Well, we're either swine or we aren't. And if you're refusing to give us an answer and then commenting on the comment,
I'm giving
of not
you an answer right now.
if you're refusing to answer
the
and then you
problem is
quote
you
the
don't-
scripture of not casting your pearl before swine, we can only conclude that you consider us to be swine. So what
No,
the
I'm
fuck
not
are you
saying
doing
that.
here?
I'm not saying that. I mentioned that verse to show you that that's not a command.
Okay,
either.
then. So we're not swine then.
So when it
That's
says
for me
don't
to
do
choose.
this thing, that's not a command.
Yeah.
That's for me to
What
choose.
is a command in your view?
That's for me to choose.
Are we swine or
Okay.
not? Felix, are we swine or not?
That's for
What
me
about
to
the
choose.
command where
All right.
Jesus calls all Gentiles fucking dogs?
So Felix, I need you to man up and be a secure Christian and tell us whether you think we're swine or not.
Is that just a comment?
That's for me to choose and for
Yeah,
God to know.
man
I
up.
don't have to tell
I'm
you.
calling you out. Man up and choose right now. Are we swine or not?
I don't have to be more
Man
man or
up
less
and
man.
choose.
I don't have to be man or
Okay,
less man.
you're going to puss out.
For telling
Yeah,
you
it seems like the
something.
power of the Holy Spirit may have.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm a pussy. I'm a
You know what?
pussy.
I think Felix. I think I got Felix figured out here. He's not following 1 Peter 3:15. He's actually following Mark 13:11. I think I've dialed in on Felix's strategy here. Can we get Mark 13:11 up on the screen there, Gretchen?
I'm sorry. Yes, Mark. What?
Mark 13:11.
Yeah.
So I don't think Felix is going by 1 Peter 3:15, where it comments that you should always be prepared to give an answer to those who question you. I think he's instead following the comment at Mark 13:11.
Whenever you are arrested
You are
and brought to
blind.
trial,
You are
do not
blind
worry
because I'm
beforehand
giving
about
you
what to say.
answers and
Just
you
say
don't
whatever is given
accept
to you at
them.
the time. for it
Look
is
at
not
that. He even had it
the Holy
fucking
Spirit.
set up as a link to go right to it. So Mark 13. Fuck yeah, GE. This fucking rocks.
It's great. Yeah. 13:11.
I love this. So
UG laid on
of
us one
course
more time, please.
it doesn't show me right in my face what
Yeah, the numbers are a little hard to
translation I'm
follow.
in. like I don't know what translation this is, so
Yeah, it's
but
fine.
I'm
They're
just
all the
gonna use
same.
it, whatever.
They're
Yeah.
all the same. It's fine.
1311. Is that
Yeah.
what we're doing? Okay.
1311.
1, 2, 3,
Oh.
4, 5, 6.
712.
When they lead you away.
The
and
link
deliver
only
you
went to the chapter, so
Yeah, it's fine. Just
There
Yuji,
we
go and
go.
read it for us.
When they lead you away and deliver you up, don't be anxious beforehand, or premeditate what you will say, but say whatever will be given you in that hour. For it is not you who speak, but the Holy Spirit.
So, Felix, I got a feeling that you aren't really thinking about what you're saying. You're just talking because the Holy Spirit's talking through you.
You have many feelings.
Is that it, Felix? Is the Holy Spirit talking through you right now?
I don't have to share my intimacies with God with anybody.
I guess it just leaves it up to us to decide. I mean, we could take a vote in the chat.
Of
well, then how can you ever expect to convince us?
Can you do votes in the chat yet, Gretchen? Like
You
in
can
the
vote.
live stream? Like a poll?
Like a poll, yeah.
Yeah.
I know we can do it in YouTube. I just don't know how.
Oh, okay.
I mean, a lot can be inferred from
You know, I
silence.
might be able to do such a thing. Oh, maybe not. I don't think I'm oh well, it's fine.
No, mods can't do anything anyway.
can't
It
do
has to
anything.
be the I know there's a way to do it. I think RP even fucking told me how to do it.
Yeah. I'll be I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Felix. If this is indeed the Holy Spirit speaking through you, I'm not really impressed.
I don't need to for you to be impressed.
Yes, you do. You're trying to convince us, remember?
Yeah.
No, I don't need to.
So you don't need to convince us.
That's the whole point of you being up here. You're supposed to be convincing us.
Not an obligation.
You don't feel obligated to save our souls from eternal damnation?
I don't have to be obligated to convince anybody.
So you're not here to convince us.
Then what are you here for?
Are you here just because you're lonely?
What do you mean what I'm here for? I'm an invitee.
I mean, if you want to talk about something else, we can do that.
Yeah.
If you'd rather.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeehaw. And other sports things.
Yeah. I heard they moved the thing to the other thing and got a score.
Hey, Jack.
Well, you can keep asking questions if you want. I'll answer if I want or if I can.
You know, in the middle of the World Cup, I discovered that I was 60% Norwegian. I actually did like a DNA test and I got it back. And I always thought it was like part Norwegian, part German, and like some other
Hello?
stuff. But
Can you hear me?
yeah. Hey, how's it going?
All right, there we go. Now,
But
now you can hear me.
I figured it out.
I discovered I was 60% Norwegian in the middle of the World Cup. And I was like, oh, hey, Norway's participating. I have a reason to be interested in sports. And then the very next day, they got eliminated.
Maybe it was best you didn't know.
And then I was like, never again.
23andMe has ruined so many families.
Yeah. I went through my heritage, but yeah, no, I think 23andMe as well.
Yeah, I'm a complete mongrel. Like English, Irish,
Yep.
Spanish, Jewish. It's all in there.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I think the only thing I don't have is Native American.
Oh yeah, there you go.
If you want a bit of Native American in you, John, I know a guy.
Rip John Redcorn.
Yeah, they've suffered enough. That's,
So I saw that you're a damn fool, Eric.
Oh, thanks. All right, we didn't actually compliment me on it yet. Oh, thank you
I
for
haven't
watching.
seen it yet.
Thank you for watching. Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm gonna watch it later today.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just it was a light interview. Mike is really great.
He is.
Yeah.
What are we looking at today?
We were Felix. We were asking Felix some questions about the Bible.
You just
You
want
can keep asking me questions. I don't mind.
It's okay. We don't like asking questions of people
Well-
who are offended by them.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer new questions when you refuse to answer my previous questions. So
We don't want to upset you.
yeah, you're not here to
I
convince
did
us.
answer it. I did answer it. You didn't like the answer.
Well, you started to refuse to answer, if you remember. You said
Yeah.
you don't have to answer that. And you,
Something,
you
something.
don't want to.
Something,
Some
pearl
of
before
them I
swine.
did. Some of them I answer.
I mean, we agree with you. You're not obligated to answer us, but you know, if you ask someone questions and they keep saying, "I'm not obligated to answer you. I don't want to talk about that," then
Yeah.
we're going to stop asking, aren't we?
Not necessarily.
Well,
And
we're
then
not
you-
assholes, so
Yeah.
You
Well,
can
speak
ask
for
me,
yourself.
I'll decide if I
True,
answer or
true.
not.
Well, yeah. I mean, it could be considered a mean thing to do. Also, it's totally fucking pointless. Like, it's a waste of time.
Yeah. I'm sure we got some yucks along the way.
No, but Papa, how do you know that God is not like this flying spaghetti monster and he's been deluding us for a whole time and he's not actually like God? He's just conning us.
Sean, his name is Felix. Don't call him Papa.
We have Papa and Daddy.
Well, it's funnier saying Papa because I used to say that when I was younger.
Well, it's
You-
pop.
That
you-
is funny.
I guarantee you'd definitely rather have been raised by me than Felix. Let's put it that way.
I'd rather be raised by either of you than who I was raised by.
Well, yeah, obviously that's, but you know, if the dichotomy is between me and Felix, you know, all told.
Yo, Papa, did you hear that? You're not my father. God's my father, but he's imaginary.
Also, his name is Papo, not Papa.
Yeah, Popo
Right.
is Portuguese for just having a chat.
Yeah, and
That's
like
pretty cool.
if I'd have raised you, you'd definitely be able to read. So that would have been a benefit, I guess.
Ah.
Oh yeah, there's an O there. But anyway, so Papa, did you hear that?
Just go straight back to it.
Oh no. Anyway.
Papa. Papa.
Yeah, it's like somebody calling me Jonathan. I go, it's John actually. They go, oh right, really sorry about that. Anyway, Jonathan.
Isn't Papa potato? I think Papa is potato.
Oh man, I don't know.
Papas.
I think it's actually pronounced
Yeah.
potato.
It's like
Tomato.
Yes, Papa is potato.
Yeah.
Among the meanings, because Papa is always in the Catholic Church, Holy See.
One of my friends has
Oh, right.
Chihuahua, and they call it Papa all the time. And they speak Spanish mainly, but it's the little potato, Papito.
Yeah. People do love naming their animals after food.
Papita.
Hey,
is
Cafe,
the
good to
potato,
see you.
Papita.
Hope you're not hungover from last night. Any mention of any drugs at all from you is going to get you immediately banned. Do you understand?
What?
Please answer yes or no.
She's talking to live chat.
That means including the comments underneath the videos later where you challenge Eric to your little fucking Texas drug fest. I don't want that fucking shit happening anymore.
Oh my
Got
god.
it?
He dropped a comment of our discussion.
Yes, he did.
Oh my god.
And it was deleted today, but yeah, he did.
Wow.
So from now on, no more fucking drug talk from you, Cafe. Otherwise, you'll be joining, you know.
Was this the
Cold harm.
discussion around a pocket pussy and an enema?
Yeah, but it's the drug talk that I don't
Yeah.
want here,
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
that's
because
not
we're going to be integrating TikTok pretty soon. And that kind of shit's going to get my entire fucking stream taken down. So No, I'm sorry. You got to get used to it now. No more fucking drug talk on here.
Yeah.
Period.
And also no means no cafe.
No forced animus.
Yes.
Yeah. So not in chat, not in the comments, not on the panel. Nowhere. Clear? Thank you. Your cooperation in this matter is greatly appreciated.
It would behoove you to act right.
Stop resisting.
Exactly.
You are being rescued. Please do not resist.
Mm-hmm.
What movie is that from?
It's Rogue One.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the Mars attacks. Stop. We come in peace.
Such a great movie. The movie was so fucking bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Funny though, right? Like I always like the cone heads as well. That was always good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Do they
Conan's are
sleep
funny.
standing up?
Yeah. Or the bit where he's like, you know, sorts out the neighbor's lawnmower by pulling out the spark plug and just sucking on the damn thing.
Yeah, that was in the movie.
Yeah.
What was that one quote? Let me find it. He's inviting his friend over for a barbecue. And he's like, "Would you like to come over and enjoy some charred mammal flesh?"
Yeah. Or was it? It is the daily time for the consumption of excessive calories.
Yes. Oh my God, 1993.
Yeah, is that bit
Oh,
where
was that when it was?
His
33 years old now.
His daughter is part of the diving team, and she dives with, and it's like
it's like just no splash.
Yeah, it's zero splash because of a cone on her head. Yeah.
There was a Jehovah's Witness joke in that movie. When the two government agents are like trying to figure out if they're aliens or not, so they knock on their door posing as Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
And they go, "Hi, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. Do you want a watchtower? We're from the kingdom. We're from the Kingdom Hall." And then Dan Aykroyd takes the magazine and goes, "Ah, yes, I know. Down the street next to the 7-Eleven." It's like just so fucking funny.
Were you a Jehovah's Witness, Eric?
I was, yes. So I took.
What was the weirdest thing you did and like worshipped and stuff?
The weirdest thing I worshipped? They're actually Unitarian, so that's kind of bizarre in the Christian world. So no Trinity. You only worship Jehovah. You don't worship Jesus. That's probably the most bizarre thing about the religion, at least as far as like theology. But there are some.
Well, did you do a lot of prayers and like rituals and stuff? Did you do a lot of that? Prayer?
Yeah. Back in my day, they had 3 meetings a week, so a lot of people go to church on Sundays. Witnesses used to have 3 meetings a week. I think they reduced it down to 2, like 10 or 15 years ago. And and if you're not going out to a meeting, you're going out in service or doing personal study. It's kind of one of those cults that just keep you as busy and as tired as possible, so you don't think about what's going on.
And it seems from the outside looking in, the worst part about it is kind of like the predatory nature. I swear they just sit there looking at the obituary page going, "Oh, that's some old deal with loads of money. Let's go and camp on her doorstep."
Oh yeah, they put out a couple articles about how encouraging people to basically bequeath their belongings to the organization.
Oh
like,
my gosh.
really icky stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like she looks lonely. Let's go and try and convince her to join our cult.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had them. It must be over a year ago now. They knocked on my door, and every now and again, if I've got the time, if I'm in the mood, I'll toy with them a little bit. But
Yeah.
The bit there, I was asking I didn't really know much about Jehovah's Witnesses, and I was like, look, so like what you take basically a literal read, you know, like you're like Seventh-day Adventist essentially. Like, well, not really, but yes, kind of.
Kind of related, yeah. Kind of related.
And I was like, so how can I be expected to believe any of it when, like, Genesis, the very first part seems to be arse backwards, and she, honest to God, pulled out a pamphlet, and
Oh yeah.
And basically, as far as I could tell, the gist of the pamphlet was, well, if you turn it upside down and then rotate it sideways a bit and then squint and don't take it too seriously, then yes, you can make sense of it. I was like, yeah, but that's
Oh
not.
yes, if I just blind myself, I can't see the falseness.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Are Jehovah's Witnesses the ones that stand in pairs on the street?
Yeah.
With like a little sign.
Yeah, they knock door to door, go
They
door
knock,
to door.
They knock door to door, and they also have the street witnessing carts.
Well,
And
yes,
that's a new thing.
Yeah, I've seen the street witnessing carts. They've been around for a few years.
Yeah.
Recently, I saw in Manchester one of them push a homeless person out of the way so that they could stand there.
Oh
my God.
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
the irony.
Oh dear. Well, there's souls to save, so I guess it's justified.
Well, obviously the homeless person has nothing to donate to the church anyway, so it's kind of pointless.
Yeah.
But the thing that I know is, and you'll be able to tell me if this is like practiced. Every time I've seen the Jehovah's Witnesses, certainly in my area at least, what they tend to do, it's usually an older couple and a younger couple, like married couple, and then what they'll tend to do is split them up.
Yes.
So then you'll have one of the older couple and one of the younger couple working in the same kind of area. Is that like so that the younger person can relate to younger people and the older person can relate to older people? Is that kind of a tactic, or
partially yes? Yeah, partially yes. So each congregation is kind of different with the way they organize and go out preaching. So it's been a long time since I've been in. It's been like 15 years. They might have guidance now on how to split up groups and like what's the most effective manner. And something like you described there would be very much in alignment with like kind of what they want. They want to be as accessible as possible to the public. So, you know, like, okay, hey, you got a young and an old person going out and they can relate to whoever they talk to and all that.
Yeah, if you're going to dig an ecumenical pit for somebody to fall into, make it as wide as possible.
Yeah. Back in my congregations, it was basically like, well, we don't, because people tend to like form cliques and, you know, friends, they want to go out and go door to door together because it's more fun. But we were encouraged to like diversify and spread out and like randomize our groups just so we can like kind of, you know, not form those cliques, but also like learn from each other as we, you know, do the ministry. So, but I'm not sure what the current direction on that is. I wouldn't be surprised if they have more strict rules on effective organization for groups and pairs going out. And two, it's also it's also kind of dependent on how large the groups are. Some congregations are bigger than others, so you might have a congregation where there's only 4 people going out all the time because the congregation is so small. So you can't really diversify there. Or if you have a really large congregation, then yeah, you can have probably lots and lots of random groups, you know.
Yeah, the area in which I live is sort of painfully middle class and heavy on the liberal Democrat political end of the spectrum. So very, very, very secular. You know, because it's a reasonably well-off area, there isn't kind of the desperation that tends to lead people to churchiness. And then there also is, you know, doesn't like the vast majority of people who work and live in this area are kind of stay in this area because it's so nice.
Yeah.
You know, there's not really, obviously some people do move away, some people do. So loads of people have huge support networks, large families.
Yeah.
So there's not really a niche for the for the Jehovah's Witnesses to fill, to be honest.
Yeah, they have a hard time converting people. I think, Sean, did you just ask me if I had converted anybody?
Yeah.
To my knowledge, no, I've never converted anybody, which now I'm grateful for. But I know, who knows, maybe I've influenced some people to join. But as far as I know, I don't have any knowledge of anybody I've directly converted.
I think Nobody on Fire is thinking about it now that you've mentioned it.
Just to have a hypothetical, Eric, like if you knew to a certainty, and again it's a hypothetical, if you knew to a certainty that you had managed to convince somebody, now that you have no longer part of the church, no longer believe it, you're a much more rational and reasonable person, would you consider yourself duty bound to go and seek that person out to try and undo your error?
You know, perhaps.
It's a good job you were shit at it.
I know. Yeah, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. It's almost like
congratulations on being
it's almost like God directed, like God planned me to be a shitty Jehovah's Witness so I can be even a better atheist.
Can you imagine if you'd been like like the tip of the spear, you'd have been like
Yeah.
you'd have been like the most efficient, most successful person at converting people, and you did
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like you were now going to be duty bound to go and unconvert them.
Yeah, that would be
Busy
that would be
time.
that would be
That could be a
interesting.
plot of a film or
Yeah.
a sitcom. I think that could be
Yeah.
a good sitcom.
Well, it's kind of like, what's that one where the guy realizes that he was a complete asshole to everybody, and he tries to go around fixing it?
That's just real life.
No, it's something Earl. My name is Earl.
Oh yeah, my name is Earl. Yeah, I
yeah,
remember that
like a
show.
religious version of that. Yeah, where he's like going around deconverting the people that he converted whilst he was religious lunatic.
Yeah. I would, honestly, I would probably say, yeah, I probably would, but I would have to. It would be really challenging to somehow broach that conversation with that person, because if I approach them and I say, "Hey, I'm out. I'm no longer JW," it's false. If they're a good JW, they're going to close up and not talk to me because I'm an apostate.
Right.
So yeah, so I'd have to really be tactful with my attempt, and I would likely fail. So, but I probably would try.
You probably have to pretend
Did people
JW and just start dropping little seeds of doubt.
That's kind of how you have to do it. Yeah, you have to just plant a little seed of doubt here and there, and just let them think about it. It's definitely can't be
did
right.
people try and deconvert you when you were debating them?
Yeah. I've had lots of people try to give me religious literature when I'm at their door, and I just cop out and say, "Oh, if you want to give me literature, come find me at my door." That was kind of my out. So yeah, we had definitely had challenges. I talked to atheists. I talked once to a guy who claimed he was Jesus. He claimed he had all these papers that he claimed he wrote in a completely dark closet. He was definitely unbalanced. Yeah, been seen all kinds, talked to all kinds. Lots of weird stories.
The easiest way to solve the Jeho problem would probably be just here's a load of your pamphlets. We've printed a load of watchtowers for you. There's this whole country over here that's full of people who don't believe, who I think could be convinced. So anyway, here's your ticket to Afghanistan. See you later.
Oh my gosh.
Send them into the meat grinder.
What was that film, that horror film recently about proselytizing at doors with
was there one?
Yeah, that British actor, and I can't remember his name. Oh, he was in 4 Weddings and a Funeral. Something Grant.
Oh, Hugh Grant?
Hugh Grant?
Hug Grant?
Yeah, Hug Grant.
Oh yeah, the
huge
movie with the two young girls to show up at his door.
Yeah.
You mean
And then
sliding
he's created
doors?
No, I think he's created a house of horrors for them or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
To do with belief and faith and stuff.
Yeah, it's quite a recent one, isn't it?
It's got good reviews. I've not seen it yet, but I thought maybe you'd have watched it, being a ex-JW.
Oh, I've been meaning to watch that. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one with Ralph Fiennes, and he plays the sociopathic chef.
It's called Heretic, I think.
Oh yeah. I've seen this.
Heretic.
This poster. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put this on my list. Yeah, hell, I'm not putting it on my list. I'm going to my other computer that I acquire legitimate movies on and gonna download it.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they might be JWs. I'm not sure, but they're definitely meant to represent JWs.
Yeah.
Make sure to use the VPN.
Oh yeah. What are you talking about? It's completely legitimate.
Special browser.
Completely legitimate.
Yeah, no, it plays better that way.
Yeah. I totally don't have a separate computer with Linux and a VPN and all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah, it's a bit sus, isn't it?
Brave browser.
Totally separate computer, which for some inexplicable reason has a great big long HDMI cable which plugs into the TV in their living room.
Yeah,
which has a VPN.
Looks like it's playing on HBO Max
and
this month.
DuckDuckGo, and you're like,
It's in 4K. Ooh.
I don't pirate movies, but if I did, here's how I would do it.
Here's how I would do it. For educational purposes only. Here's what you would do.
Is BitTorrent still a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. BitTorrent's
Although you got to be more careful with Tor nowadays.
Yeah, and BitTorrent's a protocol, so it will always be around. It's
yeah. James, Mr. Farina.
Mr. Farina.
Mind you, I remember LimeWire back in the day. Erez,
oh yeah.
LimeWire, Napster.
Yeah.
Yep, all good ways to get viruses.
Yeah. MIRC is where you wanted. MIRC is where you wanted to go. Just IRC. Just go to the bowels of the internet and those chats, and you can find stuff.
Oh, it's too much like hardware these days. I just like just with a Prime account, and most of the movies you can buy them a few weeks after they come out these days anyway. So.
Yeah, it's pretty accessible now.
Yeah. And again,
It's
TVs like TV and sound systems are so cheap. Blackout blinds. You sat like when you're sat 8 feet away from a 60-inch TV. In terms of like how wide the screen is and how immersive it is, that's probably better than being sat at the back of a cinema.
Oh yeah, yeah. And you don't have people around you crunching on their popcorn or teenagers talking. Yeah, it's definitely pretty nice.
Yeah.
Although we do have a luxury cinema in Bellevue that I go to a lot with my wife because it's 21 and older, so there's no kids there. They show the really good stuff, and they have food and alcohol all served at your seat. It's actually really decent food. So yeah, so we go there every once in a while. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's like an experience more than it's more than just a movie. It's movie and a dinner.
My girlfriend at uni, she was at Nottingham Uni. I was at Leicester Uni. They're only like a half an hour train ride apart. And we went to the cinema. What did we go to? I think it was one of the Saw films. We went to watch that in the cinema. And like I never ever went back to this cinema. It was one of those cinemas where like they had rows of seats at the back where they were like couples seats. And my girlfriend was like, "Oh, let's go and sit with." I'm like, "Are you fucking mad? Like, I guarantee you, like 20 minutes ago, somebody was sat in that being given an unenthusiastic hand job. Why the fuck would I want to sit in it?" Like,
because you want an enthusiastic hand job.
Well, I don't enthusiastic.
Duh. I'm sure they wipe those seats down. I'm sure they wipe those seats down every few weeks.
I know because it was an old cinema. They were like velour. It was like Draylon or something. They weren't even wiped clean. They were like red fluffy seats. There's no way you look like fucking matted dog hair.
Rusty velour.
Yeah, it was
Frosted
an old cinema.
velour.
Honestly, and just to forever ask where it is, it's on Derby Road in Nottinghamshire.
Yeah,
it's called the Savoy. So I don't even know if it's still
Savoy.
there. Yeah. Let me see if it's still there.
Dude,
it's still there.
Yeah, man. Who?
Yeah, because it's an Art Deco cinema.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, but cinema is not as popular anymore. Not many people go to cinema anymore.
Yeah. There's been a bit of a resurgence because the movies have gotten a little bit better. Like, at least the blockbuster movies have improved a bit. There's always good movies, like from independent filmmakers. Like, they're all over the place.
Is anyone else completely sick of superhero films?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Totally.
I'm getting there.
Like years ago, I've just like they've done this to death. Surely we're moving on to something else.
I never really was into superhero films to begin with, but I fucking love Deadpool.
Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine was pretty good. I kind of checked
All
out
the
of the
Deadpool
Marvel. I
movies.
checked out of the Marvel Cinematic Universe in like 2020 because after Endgame, it just kind of took a nosedive. But it's actually starting to recover.
I've just stuck a link of the picture of the seats in the cinema. I've just pulled it from Google from their website, and you'll see what I mean by like
Let's
the
see here.
red seats, and then you've got the double seats.
Oh no!
I'm sure those seats have absorbed. I'm sure those seats have thoroughly absorbed anything that happened an hour ago. You're safe. Yeah.
What are you talking about? This looks like a perfect place to have sex.
I mean, they have the double wide chairs.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. That's why my girlfriend
Red-
wanted to go. She's like, we can sit in one of those double chairs.
Red is the color of love.
Just stick a heat lamp over it, and I'm sure in 20 years we'll have abiogenesis.
Pretty sure it'll just desiccate anything.
Then they'll start arguing whether the movie theater is necessary or contingent.
Yeah, like if you crack the crust on one of those seats, it'll just break off in the shape of the seat like a vacuum form mold or something. It's fucking horrendous.
That cinema made a creationist into an evolutionist.
Yeah. But I think Doomsday coming up in November will be kind of make or break for this Marvel Cinematic Universe. They've never missed on an Avengers film, and so I think if they do miss on this Avengers film, it's probably dead.
Break.
Yeah.
I don't
Superman.
think so. I think that particular cash cow is going to have its teat milked for another few decades.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's no stopping the money train.
They can't possibly milk Mickey Mouse.
Sure they can. Sure they can.
I mean Steamboat Willie.
He just pinch his little teats.
Yeah.
Out comes money.
I saw it was a I watched like all those like Disney cartoons as a kid, and I never realized like at the time how problematic some of them can be. Like there was one of the Tom and Jerry ones where it's the housemaid. She's obviously like a black African American woman, and she's chasing the cat out of the house with like a broom handle, and she's slapping him over the head, chasing him out of the house. She goes, "Oh, you WT out!" Like, and that's how. And I remember saying to my aunt, like, that's not how you spell out, because I'd only been like a kid. And she went, "Oh no." I said, "Well, why have they done that?" I'm like, "I don't know." And it's obviously what they did is like, well,
yeah,
she's a fucking idiot. Obviously,
she's ignorant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That's like Jesus.
Yeah, there's a lot of problematic entertainment from those decades.
Oh shit! Half the Looney Tunes did not age well. Like fucking Pepe Le Pew. He's fucking sexual assault waiting to fucking happen, man.
Yeah.
Well, none of it's believable. It's like Harry Potter, isn't it? It's just completely unbelievable. How can you be credulous about that? A ginger kid with two friends. Come on.
Yeah, also especially like there's obviously a lot of the parody stuff, like where the first thing that a 14-year-old kid with magic abilities is going to do is he's going to make himself invisible and be in the girls' locker room, or Magico Ingorgio, or whatever.
Yeah. What was it? Popeye the Sailor had some really problematic depictions of certain groups of people. Really bad. And then also, what was it? I remember seeing Bugs Bunny in I forget what battle it was, but they were killing Native Americans, and every time he shot like 3 times, and he goes 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians. It was just it was crazy.
There's the one again, it was a parody, but it was when Popeye goes to the doctor, and the doctor goes, "Excuse me, Popeye, but do you realize that you had a stroke 4 years ago and these are bone tumors in your forearms?" Aye.
And then there's the I guess, what's a good analogy? Disney's like big black mark on their record. I guess that's actually a really bad analogy, but yeah, Disney's deepest embarrassment is "Song of the South," which they are never going to release ever again.
Yep.
Yeah.
What was that about?
It's
I would look it up in your own time.
Yeah.
Save the TOS. Let me have a look.
Yeah, it's this really idealized version of post Civil War Reconstruction area South, and it's not realistic at all. And there's a lot of stereotypes in it, and it's just
a propaganda piece, isn't it?
It basically
I think it's second only to Birth of a Nation.
Yeah. It's like everything's fine down here. Don't worry about it. In fact, we're singing. We're so happy. Yeah.
It's like Hitler didn't make films about America, but if he did,
My, what a wonderful day. Anyway,
yeah,
back in the fields.
That's where the song comes from. Yeah. I think I had a copy of it when I was a kid, and my dumb little kid brain, no idea like what the movie was really about. It was just I'm here for the songs and the cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's gone. It's in the vault, quote unquote, and Disney's never going to let it out.
Yeah, along with Walt Disney's Jew bashing stick.
And also his Frozen. It's Frozen head. I think his head is frozen somewhere.
I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah,
guys.
in the Disney World or Land, something like that.
My children are rather selfishly wanting me to spend time with them, so
how
I'll have to
selfish.
speak
How
to you later.
dare they?
I know.
Again?
Eugene, you
I
need to
know.
explain to them. You need to explain to them
Didn't
how
you
important.
just fucking talk to them like yesterday?
No, it's
Fuck.
every week now. Every week.
Oh my god, every week?
Once a week?
Yeah. I know. Right, gotta
That's
go.
ridiculous.
Fucking
See
ridiculous.
you, G.
Yeah.
Later, Eugene.
I think we see where his priorities are now.
Yeah.
Yeah. For shame.
Fucking brats.
We'll get there one day. They'll move out.
Yeah.
Good. My daughter's now old enough that she can walk the dogs either before school or after school, so that's good. And also, she's old enough now that she can make both her breakfast and my son's breakfast, which means I don't have to do that anymore. So that's handy. Starting to import some more responsibility into her world. Problem is, whilst it's a novelty, she's happy to do it. But as soon as it goes from being a novelty to distracting her from what she
chore.
wants to do, a chore, then she doesn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
I remember when I got my license and my dad was like, all right, great. Now you're going to get the groceries every week. And I'm like, okay. And then I started taking my time with it. And then he got bored of me taking my time with it, forgetting stuff. So he ended up doing it.
Well, yeah, but also like when you first start to drive and like, like when I first passed my test, it was like, my dad stopped walking to the working men's club. I would drive him to and from the working men's club, which again, because it was a novelty, was great. I'd actually drive him to the working men's club so he could have a couple of beers on a Friday, and then I'd drive the long way back because I enjoyed the driving. But that gets old fucking quick once it becomes part of your day to day. Once it just becomes another skill that is a tool rather than a novelty.
Yeah, I remember driving my dad home when he was drunk one time. And it was just across the street, but he yelled me the whole way that I was driving erratically and all over the road when he was the one sliding around in the passenger seat drunk.
Yeah. My dad's 84 now, and more he's like freaking out at my driving because he thinks I drive too fast, I take corners too fast, and I'm just like, I'm driving like I've always driven my entire life, and I'm not that like dangerous of a driver, but I'm competent at it, and I got a little zippy car, so I'm like up and down the freeways all the time, and man, he's just flipping out more and more at my driving, like grabbing the oh shit handle, and
it's
really
I think
funny to watch.
I remember when I was in my mid-20s, probably late 20s actually, and I remember being in the car with my uncle. He was driving. He was in his like late 70s at the time, and I remember thinking like we nearly had 3 accidents whilst we were on this one like short 6-mile car journey. Like he tried to change lanes on the motorway whilst there was somebody in his blind spot because he didn't check it. He cut somebody up coming off on the slip road. He went from the middle lane straight off the slip road, so cut somebody up on the inside lane. And then he missed like a car on the gyratory, the island at the top. And I was like, this is like 3 near misses in the space of like 4 minutes. I didn't say anything to him, but I got home and I had to say to my dad, I'm like, I don't think he should really be driving anymore. This is like quite. That was an awkward conversation to have for my dad. It wasn't my responsibility to have it, but I my dad at his first opportunity found an excuse to go and sit in the car with him and witness his driving. And my dad got back and went, "Yep, I think you might be right there. We probably need to have a chat with him."
Yeah, getting my dad to stop driving took it happened about 4 years ago, and yeah, it took a lot of convincing. But he hit a curb really hard while going down the road and just basically bent his front left tire was like kind of bent upwards into the car. It's like a $2,000 fix, and he was
So
like,
just
he was basically like, yeah, I didn't even see the curb. I'm like, yeah, because he can't see. He's like, okay, I guess I better stop driving now. I'm like, yeah, that could have been a person.
So what do you do? Just rip it off the shocks and drive it up into the wheel arch?
Yeah, basically. The car still could move, so it hobbled home. But yeah, we ended up selling it, and he just doesn't drive anymore. Now I drive him everywhere because he lives in an in-law suite next to my house, so it's fairly easy to be a chauffeur when he needs it.
It is difficult, like in the same way as like the additional independence that you introduce to young people when they learn to drive wears off pretty quick. Taking away of that independence because the elderly person has become dangerous doesn't wear off at all. It takes them a long while to get used to that.
Yeah. And we tend to judge our capabilities. We tend to overestimate our abilities, and especially as old people, you know, like they don't realize that their perception and their reaction time, everything is diminishing slowly.
Yeah.
And
I'm
eventually
going through that with my mom right now.
Yeah, eventually it just culminates in either an accident or something bad happening.
Felix, are you okay to drive?
You need to finish the sentence. Drive people crazy.
My bad.
Is Felix there anymore? Felix, you there? No, maybe not.
Good night, Felix.
He's just having a nap in the driver's seat.
In the Matt video, he said he was on long distance.
Yeah, he's in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, but I mean, why didn't he just use a web link?
I don't know. Can you do that on the line?
Yeah, there's a web link and a call-in number, so you don't have to call in long distance. You can call in anywhere using the web link for free.
It's crazy to me that it's a territory, but it's also long distance.
Yeah.
I had no idea that long distance even still existed.
Citizens, but they don't vote. It's pretty sad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like what on earth is long distance these days when you can just call people over WhatsApp? Like, I mean,
yeah. I mean, Felix is probably using a landline, I would imagine.
What an old Bakelite.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll see ya. Bye.
See you, Sean.
Bye-bye.
Later, Sean.
Did you guys see the Majesty of Reason's conversion to Catholicism?
No.
Who?
Yeah, Majesty of Reason. What's his name? What's his name? Let me look it up. Joe Schmidt. So Joe Schmidt was like philosophy. He's like a graduate student, or he's like a in his doctorate program or something. Anyway, he just released a video a couple days ago about his conversion to Catholicism.
Yeah.
And it's James Fodor has done a review on it, and I've seen a few other reviews.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's James Fodor has done a review on it, and I've seen a few other
Yeah,
reviews.
God damn it, Felix.
Felix is back.
Turn your fucking TV down.
When I type in Joe Schmidt to my,
can you hear me?
Do I get a rugby union player?
Turn your fucking TV down.
We can hear you twice.
Turn your fucking TV down. Thank you.
Oh, Schmid. Not Schmidt.
Yeah, Joe Schmid. His channel's Majesty of Reason.
So he was agnostic.
Yeah,
I turned on the computer when I woke up, and Tacos was doing a thing about it.
But anyway, it was.
I recognize him. Yeah,
it was a 30-minute.
Was it Tacos? No, it wasn't Tacos. It was the Christian King was doing something about it. So.
Yeah. But anyway, he's committed himself to having
something like that.
He's committed himself to creating. He says he wants to make the greatest. He wants to make the greatest series of videos in history to show how Catholicism is true. And his outline is he's going to first, one, start with arguments for theism, two, systematically respond to arguments for atheism, three, comb through the miraculous arguments for Catholicism, four, comb through the non-miraculous arguments for Catholicism, five, respond extensively to all objections to the Catholicism. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Respond extensively to all objections to Catholicism issued from atheists, Protestants, Orthodox, etc. And then six, he's going to develop an extensive body of videos criticizing other religions.
The first comment on this video is we got Theist Joe before we got GTA 6.
Yeah.
And the second comment is one American Pope and this happens.
Yeah. It's crazy. But if you watch the video, I don't know. Something feels off about all of it. Like I got hypotheses, which I'm not going to share here, but just the whole thing just kind of feels off with the way he announced this. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm interested if he does start
Off
producing
how?
these. Well, I don't know if I should say this or not, but my impression is he's kind of manic during the video. Like he's really, really hyper enthusiastic about this, and he's making these grand promises. When he, at the end of the video, when he flipped his camera to his laptop screen, showing the outline of what he's doing, which he's got sophisticated software. He knows how to use it. Like he could have just screen shared it, but rather he took a webcam and pointed at his screen, and very conspicuously on the right is like a rosary on the ground, like the cross right there. Like it was obviously very purposely placed there. And he's
Set
doing
up,
this.
yeah.
He's doing this shot to show that rosary there. He laid down an anecdotal experience about how when he was working out, he would have these waves of euphoria pour over him. And he just said to himself, like, I could feel it in my soul. You could be a saint one day. You could be a saint one day. Like this, that's a quote from him. Like really bizarre things in this video. And I think he's serious about what he's saying, but there are some real peculiarities about what's going on there. And I'm not saying these peculiarities negate what he's saying or anything like. He didn't really bring anything substantive to the conversation. He just kind of like outlined his reasons.
So do you think
what was his main reason?
He is really impressed by all of the miraculous stories from like Catholic history. He did not once mention the Bible or the Gospels or how he thinks that it's true. Like the Bible wasn't mentioned at all. It was mostly just the first like 20 minutes was him mentioning just rapid firing
the Eucharistic miracles,
basically
and all
gish
this-
galloping
yeah.
these miracles. And this was his
Crap.
announcement video. He's not like trying to defend these, but he just laid all this stuff down rapid fire. And then the last like 10 minutes of the video was about how God changed his heart. And that's when he went into like the experience about him chanting
my
to himself.
gosh.
And it just, the whole thing, it's really hard to tell because it's like there's parts of it that feel so cynical too. Like when he turns the thing to his camera to the screen to show the outline and the rosaries there. It's like, wow, this feels like really cynical and manipulative.
Bit of
He
product
quoted that, hey, please subscribe to the channel and get to my Patreon and donate thousands of dollars. Like that's what he said. Donate to me thousands of dollars. Like,
yeah,
it's bizarre.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think he's going to really, if he does produce these videos that he promised, it's going to be really fun tearing them apart, I think.
Maybe this is just like his heel turn,
Maybe.
Like
might just be-
he saw
might be just-
he saw the Alex O'Connor thing and figured, oh, I'm just gonna go full fucking bore with it. I'm not gonna bother with this agnostic bullshit like
It's just
he
a
did.
super cynical money grab.
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, it's not impossible, but I don't know. I don't know his motivations. But I don't know. Just think I've seen conversion videos before and I've seen deconversion videos, and this one was so out there. I was like, what is going on here?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I quite like Alex O'Connor, but I think his presentation, his position, I think he's not necessarily cynically, but more sort of like from a marketing point of view. I think he's like wants to leave people that are on the theist side of the spectrum, like
Yeah,
at
he's
least
walking-
the
he's
impression
walking
there's
that line.
hope. Exactly.
Yeah, he's walking that line because it maximizes his income. And I mean, he runs a business.
Yeah.
It's a business, and I understand the business
Mhm.
decision behind that. But yeah, we're gonna absolutely call him out on that. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. And like I said, just my gut tells me something's kind of up here. I just don't know what's going on there. But yeah, James Fodor, it actually might be a fun thing to do. James Fodor had a 2-hour stream yesterday on it where he went over everything. Kind of a fine-tooth comb.
He didn't mention the shroud, did he?
He did not mention the shroud. No, I
Oh.
don't think he did. But he
Like, I
mentioned
don't know why that's fucking coming up again, but all of a sudden, like,
oh, he mentioned
Because they
he mentioned
retested.
he mentioned Cameron Bertuzzi's interviews with exorcists and the stories they tell. Like that was part of his evidence that converted him. Was these anecdotes of exorcisms on Capturing Christianity's channel.
Oh my gosh, those exorcisms killed people.
Yeah, but it's like he's basically taken the position of, okay, we have numerous stories and we don't have defeaters for all of the stories.
The people that died.
So
when it
we're
happened.
going to we're going to accept these stories on that fact. Like it's really bad. And also, yeah, the fact that people die. Of course, they don't mention those. They only mention the success stories. Like he
And
mentioned,
no one was charged. No one was found guilty. They
Yeah.
just straight up got away with murder.
Yeah, it's gross.
So what happened?
Oh, just Catholic exorcisms. There's lots of people who have died to them because they aren't getting proper medical care.
People who were epileptic
Oh,
often
right,
got them,
okay.
and they
Yeah.
just died.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like they were like, dunking people in buckets of water or like witch trials or something. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really, really weird.
I understand. I at some point will be gone for good.
All of us will
I-
one day be gone for good.
I'm already bored of many of the atheist channels. When are you going to get bored of this one, Remesis?
I won't
mean,
remiss you.
All you do is like glaze fucking theists and then complain that there's too many atheists here. So,
I
why are you here?
I hope one day I'm gone for good. Like,
Why is this one your favorite?
Torture.
Living forever would be a nightmare.
Because we put up with them more than most.
Like 100%. Why is this one your favorite? What am I doing that you like so much? Because I could be talked into making changes.
See?
Well,
That's what I
We're
said.
nice to you.
Give a mouse a cookie, and they'll come back.
We're nice to you. I don't know that you could accuse me of being nice to you.
Kind of says all you need to know about Gretchen when she gets a little bit upset about when somebody says you're nice. You said what?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna compare to the way I treated Jason last night, okay, I've been nice to Remesis.
Well, it just makes me wonder the state of the rest of Remissis's life if he's like, what's he comparing it to? Lindsay, humiliation kink, I guess.
Yeah, beer. Jason deserved worse than that. Jason got off fucking easy.
Did something happen after I left? Like,
oh yeah.
Oh man, let's go back and watch.
Well,
or
on that
should
note,
I?
I'm gonna drop. I'll nice talking to you all again. I'll
Yeah, John.
catch you all later. Been fun.
Later,
See you later.
John.
Yep, have fun.
Good seeing you.
Yeah, Jason got out over his skis again. Only this time, to save his fucking reputation, I'm not taking the stream down. I'm just gonna let everybody see what he fucking is. Go ahead, judge for yourself.
I'll watch tomorrow when I get some time.
Not the
Jason?
Bible, Jason.
Oh. I wasn't here for that. I've been extremely
Yeah.
busy with work.
You weren't.
Is this working?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think your fan is working, Papo.
Yeah, just watch like the last 2 hours of the stream last night, and it was just fucking insanity. I've grown tired of Jason using him being gay as a fucking sword and a shield whenever he fucking happens to need it. And I'm just done. So I have better things to do than play with people like that. So no thanks. But then if any of his threats from the past are real, he apparently thinks he's popular enough to kill my entire channel. So if that's what he's gonna do, okay.
Wow.
I guess I should say goodbye now, everybody. It was fun while it lasted.
He can't kill your channel because you're necessary. So good luck with
Try
that.
telling him that. But apparently he's popular, and I guess popular beats necessary. So, and I'm not sure he's as popular as he thinks he is. That's all.
How dare you say that?
No, it didn't protect him from getting fucking banned from Deconstruction Junction. It didn't protect him from, anything really. I guess he thought it would protect him here, but no.
Oh wow, he was on for 3 hours last night.
Mm-hmm.
Did it start falling apart near the end, or?
I would have to.
That's fine. I can just look myself tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you have? Do I have it set to where you can search a transcript?
I don't think so. I don't see anywhere to download the transcript.
It doesn't show a transcript anywhere.
No. It's normally under the three dots button to download transcript. It's fine. I could probably just ask AI. There should be an Ask AI feature, or unless they don't have those.
Right about the time that he accused me of being a racist at one point, that's when that's when it kind of kicked off.
Yeah, there's no AI button. They must only enable those features on certain videos.
I was either that or it's a setting that I have to set up.
Maybe.
Because I think there's like
you of being a racist.
Well, I was just dunking on Gen Z, like I always do. I was like, nah, I was like, fucking Gen Z gonna get us all killed. And he's like, but they think a lot. And I'm like, they don't think without fucking controllers in their hands. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, or AI.
And then, he just started talking fucking mad shit. And then he was like, he goes, you know what, people can change. You changed. Remember when you were a racist? Remember when you were anti-LGBT? And I'm like, where the fuck you get that from? He goes, you told me once. I'm like, no, I fucking didn't.
This all happened because I wasn't here. My calming presence wasn't there.
I'm like, I never said that shit. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, show transcript. There we go.
Oh, that was you, Odd
Who's high with Kelly, Remissers?
Oh, is Remissus talking about drugs again?
No, someone is hot. I had a problem with
Yeah.
Kelly.
Start at 7 hours 24 minutes, Eric. That's where it started.
Cool. I'll look tomorrow.
And then I clapped back at him and shut that down fairly quickly, I think. And then later on he had a go at John, the guy who was deconstructing from MAGA and Christianity.
Oh man.
Yeah,
that guy was nice. Like at least what I saw.
Yeah, he was. He he relayed to us a joke that he made in a bathroom with his friends. It was, and the butt of the joke was trans people. And he called them transfusion people. And, you know, with his thick accent and all that, like, Wildheart picked up on it and was like, yeah, if this is, I don't need to be here for this. I'm sorry. But if he's going to be transphobic like that, I'm like,
Yeah.
I get it, but we need to, you know, he's new. So we need to teach him why he shouldn't be saying this shit. And and Wildheart was like, okay, cool. You go ahead and teach him. It's not for me. I'm out. And then Wildheart left. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's
his decision. Like,
that is a perfectly understandable way to handle that.
right.
But then we tried to explain to John why just telling us about that joke he had with his friends was offensive.
Right.
And then at some point, Jason just fucking went off like, fuck you. And I think it's fine that you stay a Christian and you can go ahead and stay MAGA because we don't fucking want you. And I'm like, shut up, Jason. And Jason just kept fucking going and kept going and kept going at him. And then when I finally got him fucking chilled out off of John, then Kelly Scher showed up. And Jason has been hating on her for months. And he decided to accuse her of stolen valor, that she was never in the military. And
Ooh.
oh God, he would not let it fucking go. And I'm like, and then he started reading DMs between him and me on stream. And I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, you said it, right? And I'm like, yeah, doesn't mean I'm agreeing with you. I'm like, you know what? I don't know what you're trying to do here. He goes, well, I just think it's weird that you're a veteran and you're not sticking up for this, for my stolen valor claims. I'm like, who the fuck are you to make stolen valor claims?
Right.
You know? I'm like, I've had my problems with Kelly and I fucking told her about them on that stream that night. Like, you were just DMing me to confirm your weird suspicions and give you honest answers. I'm like, but you're gonna hold me to what exactly?
Speaking of DMs, did you go
He's like,
through
well,
those emails that I shared?
no, I never did. Sorry.
Oh man.
Yeah, I legit fucking dropped that ball. My bad.
You had a problem with Kelly?
Hmm?
You had a problem
Yeah.
with Kelly?
Yeah, from the very first time I talked to her on Taco's YouTube channel. I very much had a problem with Kelly. She was just, I don't know, hinky. And I've since talked to her about it. And, you know, we're figuring our shit out. It's going to take time, but, you know, I've never been dishonest with her.
He wants to be called her?
Wrong Kelly.
It's a different Kelly. We're not talking about Kelly Laughlin.
Oh.
We're talking about a woman named Kelly. And, you know, she just came up this morning to just say out loud to everybody that she's finally realized that she's actually gay. And then there's Jason stealing all the fucking thunder by accusing her of stolen valor. It was just weird.
Oh my gosh.
And then he had to make a fucking federal case out of it. And then he's like, oh, you just pissed at me because I'm, you know, I'm like, no, not everything is because you're gay, Jason. Sometimes you're just a fucking asshole. I'm like, if you're going to be a fucking...
You're being neurotic.
I'm like, you know, you're going to be a fucking catty bitch to everybody. You're just being fucking mean for no reason. You're judging everybody for no fucking reason. And, like, if you were going to do this, you could have just stayed a fucking Christian. So, what the fuck are you doing? So, whatever. Because I've taken 2 streams down before because Jason got up and was acting all out of pocket. And I'm not going to do that anymore. So.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And
I'm
I've had,
sorry you're dealing with that.
I've had, mutual friends DM me about the whole thing saying, what would it take to get you? And I'm like, you know what? If he wants to use his friendship with me to think that he can fucking walk all over me and stab me on the back on my own channel, and like that's just going to be okay, there's going to be no repercussions because we're friends, guess what? He's wrong. And on top of that, I have no interest in maintaining that kind of friendship where I have to fucking watch my back all the time. I am not even interested in that. So. Yeah, So yeah, the stolen valor outrage was fucking crazy. You're right, Beard. That was absolutely nuts. Because he has a dad, or his dad and uncle were in the military, so like that gives him the right or something. And then he tried to like virtue signal to me that I'm a bad veteran because I'm not accusing her of stolen valor too. Like, okay.
I mean, my mom was in the military, but I don't know what to look for, so I don't accuse people of stolen valor without having actual proof.
Jason doesn't know what to look for either. He's very full of himself. He's like, give me your name and your unit, and then I'll find the information myself. And I'm like, you can't. I'm like, I work for the fucking VA and I couldn't find it. I would need a power of attorney with her fucking signature on it to get that information. So, no, you can't. He's like, oh, I have money. I can do it. In fact, I have so much money that Kelly's going to be working for me by this time next week. And I'm like,
oh my
then
God.
go fucking spend your money, bitch. You know? Like, just, I'm like, that's what he does. He shows up like once a month and he throws it in everybody's face that he's gay and we all need to fucking worship him because apparently he's gay. And we all know that, but hey, he's still gay. And anyone that says anything wrong to him, it's because I'm gay, right? And then, and I have so much money and I'm so much smarter than you and I can do anything. And he fucking reeks of, rich kid bullshit that just never really grew up, you know?
It sounds like he's almost insecure about being gay.
Yeah, well then he's probably insecure about being rich too, you know?
Well, I mean, eat the rich.
And he does come from money, so, or at least he does act like he comes from money.
So did Luigi.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I'll be sure to pop some popcorn when I watch it.
Yeah, he definitely acts like he's got like rich kid syndrome that just never quite grew up, you know? So, and like I said, like he has literally threatened both me and Arby in DM saying that I'm so popular I could take your channel down in a day. And you know what?
Okay.
At this point, I'm just like, go ahead. Go ahead.
Never heard of him.
Yeah. Well.
Good, Felix.
Yeah, well. So,
all right, I
yeah.
better mosey on out of here.
Okay, okay.
All right, everyone have a good morning.
You
Thanks.
too,
See
Eric.
ya.
Everybody go watch Eric on Damn Fools.
I know I'm going to.
Mm-hmm. So. But, yeah. So.
And there were
Yeah, last
three.
night was something else. It was just sort of the last straw.
Where's Arpy?
Arpy's gone to Iowa for a few days. Yeah. Got family shit to take care of. And I think Tuesday? I mean, we can expect like little visits from Arpy here and there. Like, Arpy was in chat a few times tonight. A couple times maybe. Called in last night just as a guest. Was only able to spend about 10 minutes. But
I hope he has a
but
good
as
time
a
with his family.
host, taking a few nights off, so
I get it.
yeah. So you just get me and my wonderful self and fighting with Jason apparently. So much fun. Okay, Felix. So what else you got?
So what's the best thing in life?
I don't know.
What's the best thing in life?
Yes.
I haven't really tried everything, so I can't really say definitively, but if I had
Live
to
music.
yeah.
What's that?
Concerts. Concerts.
Concerts?
Mm-hmm.
And you, Espresso?
For me, it's that there are people out there, even if your family are terrible, that feel like more than family. I think that's probably the best thing in my life.
That's the closest to the true answer. Or is it true answer?
Well, I mean, I think Gretchen's answer was true. I mean, it's an opinion, so it's not really true or false. It's an opinion.
Yeah. That
You know?
answer's gonna be different for everybody.
I think Gretchen will agree with my view.
What's your view?
That the best thing in life is to get to know a truly good person.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree
No,
with that?
the best thing in life for her was concerts and live music.
Yeah.
So I don't think she would agree with you.
I think she does.
Well, you're wrong.
Yeah, I don't know how you can say that because I just told you something completely different. I just told you I don't agree with you.
You see how it's
You know,
like her opinion?
You don't agree that the best thing in life is to get to know a truly good person?
Do you see that it's her opinion, Felix?
Define a truly good person.
A truly good person? A person
Yeah.
that is good in every way?
Define good in every way.
good, that is true, that is honest, that is reliable.
I've never met this person, so why would I give a fuck about getting to know them? Sounds like a fairy tale to me.
It's a good ideal.
I don't think that person exists that is honest in all situations and always does the right thing. And I don't think that person fucking exists, dude.
Yeah, I don't know
Much
anybody who
like your
fits that
God.
description.
I
Jesus
met
was
lots of
that kind of
people.
person. I'm that
Jesus
kind of
wasn't even
person.
real, I don't think.
The Jesus that called the woman a dog, which was a racial slur at the time.
The Jesus that pushed a kid off a roof?
Yeah, that killed 2,000 innocent sheep or whatever.
That Jesus?
No,
Was he good?
of course he
Because
was good.
I don't think so.
It
He's
doesn't
never
sound good to
sinned.
me.
He never sinned.
Felix, I think you're better than that guy. I think you're better than that guy. And you know
Yeah,
it.
because at least Felix exists. Jesus never
Right.
did.
What is your evidence?
My evidence is that
Nobody wrote about him during his he's supposed to be the most important person in all of human history, and nobody wrote a fucking word about him while he was alive.
my evidence is
Nobody even
the
wrote a word about him after he fucking died. No one that ever knew him wrote a fucking word about him.
my evidence is that
How do you
the
know?
information that we have on the character of Jesus is from a mythology, and there's no like actual historical evidence. So that tells me that it's a myth and not an actual living being. It's supposed to be more symbolic, but
Yeah,
people
and
just
most
take
of the
it way out
myth
of context.
existed in other theological myths before Jesus.
Right. And even
Like,
secular texts, some of his
That died on the
ideals.
cross. Other myths that died on the cross and resurrected on the third day.
Well, resurrected, yes. I don't know about dying on a
Mhm.
cross specifically, but
Yeah, I don't know about dying on a cross. I think that was an addition just because the Romans used to do that to people.
right. And I think there's some skepticism about
But
like if it was
virgin birth,
actually a cross.
yes, that was a thing before Jesus. Was ever even a twinkle in your fake God's eye.
So what? That doesn't mean it's not true.
It likely does mean that.
Felix, how do you get male DNA from only woman DNA?
From only woman what?
DNA. Like if you're to reproduce through parthenogenesis or something like that, typically that only like forms female children. So like if Mary had an immaculate conception, wouldn't Jesus be biologically female?
Why would that be?
I just explained it to you. There's no X chromosome or Y chromosome, right?
Why not?
Because it was an immaculate conception. It was a virgin
So,
birth, right?
so what?
So there's I'm telling you.
Actually, if you go strictly by the like if you go by the Catholic version, the Immaculate Conception wasn't the conception of Jesus; it was the conception of Mary.
Oh.
You know that?
Well,
Yeah.
even still, it's still a virgin birth, right?
The virgin birth applies to Jesus, but the Immaculate Conception, that's all about Mary.
Okay. Well, then my point still stands. If it's a virgin birth, where did the Y chromosome come from?
From God.
So God like actually impregnated Mary with genes?
Of course,
With male
why
genes?
not? He created
his
the
male
universe.
genes?
He created the universe. Why not?
Would it be with his male genes?
With male genes.
Right, with his male genes or with somebody else's male genes?
Probably his.
So he directly impregnated a 13-year-old girl.
Yes.
Gotcha. That's
So
sick.
God has DNA now?
Yeah. God apparently
He
has
used
DNA.
DNA.
You're hearing it here first.
He used DNA.
Whose DNA did he use?
He created it.
Did he create it or is it his?
He created it.
Okay. From what? Himself?
From nothing.
Oh, magic. It's magic DNA.
Oh, you mean like back in at the beginning of life, he created DNA? Well,
If what he says is true.
So, and he's all-knowing and all-powerful, right? So, why did God have to create RNA first before DNA?
So God has DNA and he has male DNA, is what I'm hearing. And he used that male DNA to impregnate Mary at 13, around there.
Yes.
That's fucking crazy. We've got an Epstein God
Where
here.
do you get off just making this shit up as you go along, Felix? You know, of course, you gotta know that if this God in your fucking head is real, that you just making this shit up about him is gonna piss him off when you die, right? Like, he's not gonna fucking forgive this shit. So why the fuck do all you theists just make shit up? I mean, you can't do that. If your God is like this wrathful, unforgiving, asshole that and all knowing, and what are you doing just making shit up about him?
I'm not a geneticist.
Yeah, but you
No
know about
kidding.
my chromosomes, right?
Not really.
So, like, typically.
So then what are you doing answering questions about it if you don't fucking know?
It's very true.
Which means you're just pulling answers out of your fucking ass. And that kind of shit is going to piss off this fucking God of yours. So why do you do it?
That's my problem. That's not your problem. That's not your business.
You're the one having
Okay, well, if it's none of my fucking business, what are you doing up here? Why'd you cry to come back?
I was invited.
You cried to come back. That's not
I've invited you to leave. You haven't taken me up on that one.
Because I love to be here.
Why?
Because I like your company.
Why? I'm nothing but fucking mean to you. I'm horrible.
When you're a witch.
What?
But I'm always a witch because I'm honest with you.
No, he said awake, I thought.
No, he said when I'm a witch.
Oh.
He thinks I'm sweet as honey and marshmallows when I'm talking calmly. But then when I get mad, I sound like an ugly witch.
That's correct.
I don't even
God.
care.
Yes, you do.
I am nothing but fucking honest with you. Does it make you feel good? Do you think I'm a good person because I won't fucking lie to you?
Kind of,
I don't think that makes me a good person. I think it makes me largely fucking mean. Because I prefer to tell you what you need to hear instead of what you want to hear.
I like that.
I don't know why.
I like the truth.
So do I. So answer my
Obviously
fucking
not.
question.
What fucking question?
Why do you, if you're going to be asked a question about something, you don't know anything about genes or fucking XY chromosomes or DNA, you don't know shit about it. So why are you asking questions? Or
No,
why are you
he's
answering
answering.
questions? Why are you answering questions regarding this shit when you don't fucking know? You're answering questions for God, who you already know isn't gonna like that you're just making shit up about him, but you do it anyway. Why do you do it?
I'm answering on the basis of what Espresso said.
Yeah, but you're answering in bad faith. You see?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you need to answer the
If you
question
don't
I'm
know,
asking you.
the answer is that you're giving answers to questions that you don't understand instead of saying I don't know. It's okay not to know. Right?
And you're answering on behalf of God. You're making shit up
You don't believe in God.
because you don't know the answer, so you're just assuming something and you're answering on behalf of your God to tell us what he's, what explains shit about God, but you're just making shit up and pulling stuff out of your ass.
No,
Do you
because he
really
said
think when you die and you get to fucking heaven, you really think God's gonna be like, oh really? I fucking made DNA and impregnated a 13-year-old girl with my own, like, you're just making shit up. You don't think he's gonna fucking care? He's totally gonna care. If your God is real, he's gonna give a shit.
Yeah,
So
especially
why do
since
you
you
do
called
it?
him Epstein.
So why do you do it?
I said if it's true what he said, what I said is true.
What?
If what Espresso said is true, then what I said is true.
I didn't say anything. I asked you questions.
Yeah,
And then
you
you
didn't
answered.
say anything.
You told me that Mary has only Y chromosome or X chromosome.
Right.
Right?
You
Supposedly.
said that. Supposedly.
Yeah, because women have X chromosomes.
Yeah, typically.
Typically, females have XX chromosomes. Males have XY chromosomes. When a sperm meets an egg, if it's gonna be a boy, that Y chromosome that makes it a male, that came from the sperm, not from the egg. The eggs are all XX. It's the sperm that are either X or Y.
God didn't use sperm.
Eggs are just XX, all of them.
Right. So
You get that, right?
even if he didn't use sperm, right? Mary still had the egg. Right? That was XX.
And if he didn't use sperm, he had to use magic. So take your pick.
Right. Even if it was magic, there would still be a Y chromosome.
If what
right?
you said is true.
I'll be right back.
So in that instance, God used magic DNA, from what you're saying, to make Jesus. But it wasn't you keep saying it was either his or it was someone else's that he created, and I kind of can't narrow that down. But either way, that's kind of messed up, right?
It was his.
So he impregnated Mary directly, like physically.
No, not directly physically.
Okay, so magically he did.
In the spirit.
Spiritually?
Spiritually, of course.
So how did
Like
that
spirit.
manifest? How did that go from being spiritual to manifesting physically?
Same way the mind communicates with the brain.
The mind is in the brain, or the mind is the brain technically.
No,
The
it's
brain
not.
is the mind. Yeah, it's difficult
No, it's
to
not.
conceptualize.
The
Like,
mind is not material.
well, if I mess with your brain, then
The mind is an
you're-
emergent property of the brain.
right.
That.
So if I mess with your brain, then your mind is not going to be the same. Like we see this with brain damage all the time, right?
So what? Causality doesn't mean identity.
Yeah, but it can mess with your identity if you mess with the brain.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, necessarily.
Would you be still aware?
Sometimes. Depends on how you mess with the brain, right?
But in those cases, I mean,
There are some people who have gotten lobotomies that went completely catatonic.
no consciousness.
Yeah. Well, no understanding of the world around them.
But they still have awareness.
Some no.
Yeah, some didn't. Some did, but it was changed, and others were completely the same. Although it was very rare that they were completely the same.
Mm-hmm.
So we see that you can change people's minds by interacting with the brain physically.
And vice
It's
versa.
What do you mean?
What?
And
You
the
can
mind can
you can change people's brains by
by changing their mind.
interacting with the mind physically. What?
you can change the brain by using the mind.
The mind isn't a physical
The fuck are you talking
thing.
about?
It's kind of a conceptual thing. You can't interact with it physically.
Of course not, but you can interact with the brain from the mind, causing the brain to have some effect.
I think this is one of those situations where he's got it backwards.
I
don't
think
think
he's
he-
doing the same thing he was doing earlier with the chromosomes, where he doesn't actually know.
Yeah, he's just making shit up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the case.
Are you saying the mind cannot create brain effects?
Right. Because the mind is the concept.
Of course, if you think you have created some effect in the brain,
I'm saying you can't interact with the mind physically.
of course not.
So then that defeats your whole argument.
Not necessarily.
Thank you, Baird. That's like saying
Because-
the speed changes the car.
Right.
But the mind intentionally using intention can change the brain. This is
How do you change the structure of a brain just by, I don't know, thinking at someone?
by just thinking. Are you saying
Then
that
go
thoughts are not in the brain?
then go ahead. Go ahead. Interact with my mind right now and change something about my brain physically. Go for it.
No, I'm talking about your mind and my mind to my brain, your mind to your brain.
Huh? Are you talking about telepathy?
No, I'm talking about each other's mind to each other's brain.
Right,
No,
but how does...
it's the other way around. It's each other's brain to each other's mind.
And vice versa, it goes both ways.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
There have been
No,
studies.
you perceive things before you realize them. You know what I'm saying? Like you can see something coming at you before you realize I should duck. Right?
So if I have a tumor in my brain, I can just make it disappear by thinking real hard, huh? That's the point you're getting at.
You can
I can
pray the
change
tumor
my
away.
brain structure and the physical like tissue and the structure of my brain just by thinking about it.
You can have thoughts, and they can locate those thoughts in the brain.
Locate what thoughts in the brain?
What you just said right now.
I can have thoughts and it can locate a tumor in my brain
No,
and just
you
make
can
it go
locate.
poof.
No, you can locate those thoughts you just expressed right now. You can locate them in the brain.
Great. What about the tumor?
Why do I need to do that?
To show you that the mind can have power over the brain.
It can't though.
Of course it can.
No, it can't.
Ask
Felix, I want
ChatGPT.
you right. Ask ChatGPT. Felix, I want you to use your mind to change your brain right now.
I'm doing it constantly.
Okay, how did
No,
you
you
change your
don't.
brain?
You don't even change your mind, much less your brain.
You should change your underwear. Felix.
What's that?
Change your underwear as much as you change your mind.
What are you talking about?
For when you were talking about all the stuff that you didn't know anything about, like chromosomes or minds and brains. You kept
is a
flip-flopping
fact.
back and forth between certain ideals.
It is a fact that the brain influences the mind and the mind influences the brain. This is not some strange information.
Yes, it is.
Look it
The
up.
mind influencing the brain part is what I'm kind of
You
stuck
want me
on.
to get a psychologist up here to fucking tell you about it?
You think
I
it's
could
one
do that.
way?
Bring up Beard. Beard, come up if you can.
Yeah, I don't know if you can or not, Beard, but or I don't know if he actually has the fucking patience or the will to fucking talk to
That's
Felix.
true.
So I'm not gonna force the issue. And yes, I know we're talking to Felix again. We can completely blame Nobody on Fire for that. And not only can we, but we absolutely should blame Nobody on Fire for that. So if this is frustrating anybody, let Nobody on Fire hear about it.
What happened to him?
Hi, Beard.
Hey.
Huh? What happened to him? I don't know. It got fucking late and he had to go to bed.
Hey, Felix. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
You remember that psychologist we talked about?
Okay.
Here he is.
Yeah, I'm a mental health therapist. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. I'm certified as a neuropsychotherapist, so I know a lot about the brain and consciousness and all of that stuff.
So you
And
know about philosophy of mind?
I know a bit about philosophy of mind. Yeah,
A bit. So you're not an expert like you are in all those things you
Oh,
said?
he knows more than you do. 100%.
How do you know?
Well, philosophy and theory of mind is very broad. Nobody knows all of it.
This is a philosophy of mind issue.
No, we were talking about
Remissus,
the
if you
physical
had a
brain.
master's, wouldn't you flex it too?
And a neuroscience
I sure as
issue.
fuck would. I've only got 4 bachelor's degrees, so I don't flex on that shit much. But if I had a master's, like, I'd put that shit next to my fucking name. You kidding me?
I only have an associate's degree, but my wife has a bachelor's degree.
So what does
Yeah, when
that
I'm
have to
giving out
do
my
with
credentials, it's important.
So what does your credentials has to do with the soundness of the arguments you're about to make?
My credentials in the field that we're discussing are relevant because I have training and understanding when it comes to neurology and the mind. That's
If
why
you
it's
make
relevant.
sound arguments.
I'm not making an argument.
Nobody's making an argument.
Anything. I haven't made an argument yet, but this is an area that I study, so my credentials are relevant.
It's nothing relevant with the soundness of your argument, whether they are sound or invalid or valid.
Felix, fucking lock in, buddy. He's not making a fucking argument. You made a dumb fucking claim.
No, he's coming here.
And he's about to tell you why your claim is fucking ridiculous.
He's coming.
You did. You made a stupid as fuck claim that you can use the power of the mind to change your brain structure. You fucking said that. You said it more than once. You said it 5 different fucking ways.
What do you mean?
And now Beard is going to tell you that you're fucking wrong. And he's going to use facts and tell you fucking why. So shut the fuck up and listen to the man.
What do you
I might even learn something.
Shut the fuck up and listen to the man.
When did I say structure?
Shut the fuck up and listen. Thank you. Beard, go ahead.
You're making a straw man.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not. Everybody, you know what? Everyone, one's in chat if you heard him say any of the shit I just said he did.
Can the brain change the mind structure?
The mind.
The mind is
a
immaterial. It
product of
doesn't
the
have a
brain.
structure.
The mind doesn't have a structure.
Yeah.
It's immaterial, remember?
Doesn't matter. Material things can have structure.
The mind is just an emergent property of the brain.
Yeah, the brain functioning properly results in the mind happening.
So the man is physical. The mind is physical.
The mind is a
We
physical
just said
reaction.
the opposite. Yeah.
The mind is conceptual.
Yeah, mind is a term that we use to describe all of the functionality that happens with our brains. Thoughts, feelings, sensory reactions, like everything that happens in our brains results in what we call consciousness or the mind.
Yep. Everything that happens in our brains. And by extension, our whole bodies, technically. But that's a different story.
And consciousness is physical.
Yes. In that it is a some of the reactions that are occurring in your brain. It's physical in the same way that a car moving forward is moving physically. But the movement itself is not a physical, tangible thing.
What about subjectivity? Subjectivity is physical?
Yes, because it's a result of your individual brain interpreting data in an individualistic way.
What does subjectivity have to do with it? Don't fucking follow that rabbit trail. Fuck you, Felix. Fucking stay in the fucking conversation we're having.
Strap on, Felix.
That doesn't make sense. The brain is objective, it's not subjective.
We're not talking about objective and subjective. We are absolutely not talking about that. Remember, we are still fucking back at how do you use thought? How do you use the power of mind to change your brain structure? That's what we're talking about. Because you did make that claim. Look at the fucking chat. There's ones in there.
Subjective.
See, you're not even fucking listening.
He just said subjectivity is material and
No.
material things are objective.
So you changed the fucking subject to subjectivity. And we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that at fucking all.
He was talking about it.
Because you fucking brought it up. You were the first fucking one to do that. I mean, maybe you fucking tricked yourself, but you didn't trick me. So we're going to go back to before you said the word subjective, and we're going to go back to what we were fucking talking about. So tell us again how you can use the power of fucking thought, to the power of your mind, to change your physical fucking brain structure. Tell us how that's possible.
Are you Italian?
Oh, wow.
Okay, let's go back to when we were talking about the mind and brain structure.
Gretchen, are you Italian?
Not in the least fucking bit. My people are the fucking Vikings, bitch. Let's go. I got nothing to do with any Italian people.
I'm sorry, that was a bad joke.
I come from Viking
So what about
stock,
it, Felix?
period. That's all you need to know.
How do you use the power of the mind to change the structure of the brain? I can give you an answer, but you're not going to like it.
Can I have thoughts that appear on the brain?
I don't know what that
Appear
question's
where?
supposed to be asking.
Can I have chemical reactions that the mind creates on the brain?
No, Felix, the mind is a result of those chemical reactions.
Mm-hmm.
So the thoughts I'm having right now are coming from my brain. They are not coming from my mind.
No, the mind is what we say is the final result of the functionality of your brain. Your brain is doing things, and the things it's doing is what we call the mind.
So the mind is an effect, always?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It's always an
You got
effect.
it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you got it.
We taught Felix something.
Then you are
You got it.
determinist. Then you are determinist. You don't have free will.
Neither do you. And that depends on what you mean by will. Nobody's defined it well enough to be able to really determine what is free will versus what's not.
The ability to
Do I
choose
think that
otherwise.
then yes,
Free will and free choice
when it
are
comes to
different
actions,
things.
They're different things.
Free will, free choice. Free choice arises from free will.
No.
No, I disagree. But again, we've kind of pivoted a little bit away from the whole thing about how do you use your mind to change the brain. I've given you a thing about The mind is a result of the functionality of the brain.
That's right. Nail those feet to the fucking floor. Beard, go.
Then your brain runs your mind.
Correct.
Correct. Not the other way around.
True.
Then you don't have free will.
We're not talking about free will.
We're not. Yeah, we're not talking about free will. We're
Strap
talking
on,
about
Felix. This is gonna get rough for you.
When I'm talking about it, because of determinism.
We're not talking.
We're not talking about
because it's
determinism.
not germane to the conversation.
Yes, because he's saying that the mind is always
No,
an effect.
Felix.
It's never a
Felix,
cause.
no,
It's
no.
never a cause.
Here's the claim, Felix. Okay, we were sticking with one thing. Can you follow me? One thing. The claim that you said was that you can use the mind to change the brain. Okay, are you with me so far?
I don't
Your
believe
claim.
the brain exists. I don't believe.
You don't believe
the material.
You don't
thing
believe the
exists.
brain exists? That explains a lot.
Felix.
As a material thing, no.
Felix, have you seen
brain?
a brain?
Brains definitely exist as material things.
Yes, prove it.
Did you mean to say mind?
Prove the brain.
Did you
are
mean to say
seriously
mind?
Felix, are you seriously saying that brains do not exist in the physical world?
Or did you mean to say minds do not exist in the physical world?
That material reality doesn't exist, including the brain.
Okay,
No,
that's
we're not
solid
doing
stuff.
that.
That's
We're not
completely separate
fucking
to the
doing that.
conversation. That's completely separate to the conversation. So you're
That is a
not following me.
completely different pivot.
Here's
Yeah, we're not going there.
I'm
So.
trying to just get you right on the conversation, Felix. Okay? So that we can actually talk and understand each other. This isn't a gotcha. This isn't me trapping you or whatever. This is us having understanding on what we're talking about. Because
Yes,
if we're
this is what I
talking
call
about two
nailing your
different
feet
things,
to the fucking floor.
if we're talking
If you
about two
want, we
different
can
things,
find a cross to nail you to. But you're gonna fucking listen, and you're gonna stick with us on this, or
if
you're
we're
gonna
talk-
fucking leave.
Well, if we're talking about two different things, Felix, we will never be able to understand each other. Because we're talking about apples and oranges, and they're just completely different, right?
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. Do you understand that?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Are
I
you?
need you
Because
to
you were just
answer,
asked a
not
question.
There was a question, not a
Apple
statement.
and oranges. We were speaking apple and oranges language. Okay, I understand.
Okay,
If
you
that's
understand
true, I
that
disagree.
you're trying to talk about something completely different.
Not necessarily. I'm responding to what he's saying.
So that you
No, you're
don't
not.
understand. You don't understand that we're talking about something completely different when you bring up free will or hard solipsism or
Not
literally
necessarily.
anything else.
Not necessarily. I'm responding to the when it
Okay.
tells of the things he's saying.
Maybe we should make this a little bit more clear for you, Felix. Okay. We're talking about the mind and the physical brain, right? Do you know what the physical brain is?
I told you I don't believe in that. That's why I'm not talking about something else. I'm responding to what you're saying. I don't
You
believe in
don't
material reality.
you don't
It doesn't
believe
matter
that
if
we
you
have a
fucking believe in
physical
it.
brain?
Remember the bus? You don't walk out in front of buses because you don't want to get fucking hit by a bus. So you do act like you believe in physical material reality. You have to. Otherwise, you're just not fucking human. And if you're not fucking human, why are we fucking bothering with you?
No, I act
Whether
like the
physical
reality
reality,
that I'm presented to.
Felix,
Well, you're gonna have
whether
this
there's
conversation like you're acting like a normal fucking human, or you're not going to have this fucking conversation.
We
Period.
can't have a discussion about the physical brain and the mind if you literally don't believe in a physical brain. Right?
So Felix, whether or not there's a physical reality or we're in a simulation or we're just all just a brain in a vat or whether I'm the only thing that exists, there are limitations. I have limitations, you have limitations. Those limitations define what we are able to do. And in the world with all these limitations, some of those limits include things that appear to be physical, correct?
They don't. What do you mean by physical?
You interact with them, correct?
I interact with them, yes, but they're not physical. I don't even know what physical means.
Why did you ask me if I was Italian? Because if Italian is a thing, then Italy is a thing. If Italy is a fucking thing, it's fucking physical and material, you dipshit. So why are you asking me if I'm fucking Italian if Italy doesn't even fucking exist?
Your attitude.
Oh my gosh.
How do I even have a fucking attitude? Because apparently I'm not even fucking real, apparently. So exactly who the fuck are you talking to right now? You dumb shit?
Some
Who are you talking to? If I'm not physical and I'm not real, who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm not saying
Answer
you're
me,
not
fucking
real.
moron.
I'm not saying you're not real.
Yeah, you are. If my
No.
brain isn't real, then I'm not real.
I'm not saying real. I say physical.
If my brain isn't physical, then I am not real.
No, that
That's
doesn't
a
follow.
huge cope. It's a huge cope. It's copium.
It's just a fucking, it's a dodge because he can't answer a question, so he fucking retreats like a little fucking coward that just runs off to fucking solipsism land because he thinks that's a fucking fix-all for everything. And it's just a cowardly fucking dodge. He fucking
it's
runs away
intellectually
like a little
dishonest as
fucking
fuck.
squeaky mouse. You know what? You probably have dead fucking eyes like a real fucking rat. I bet you do. Tired of this shit, Felix. You know what? Answer a fucking question. If you make a bullshit claim, you need to fucking stand here and fucking you demonstrate the shit. Either that or you need to fucking listen when people tell you that you're dead fucking wrong. And you need to learn shit. Otherwise, we're just wasting our fucking time with you.
Okay, Gretchen, you're doing a great job for the show. You're bringing a lot of people now.
Hey, Felix.
That's not even the point of any of this.
Felix, have you ever eaten pizza?
What's that?
Have you ever eaten pizza?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what's your favorite pizza topping?
Cheese.
Cheese?
I like cheese
Great.
pizza.
So you can answer questions honestly. We've established that.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get back to the point of how do you use the mind to affect the brain?
That mind without a brain. What's that again?
So the
That's not what he
topic
said.
at
I
hand.
was reading something in the chat. I'm
How
sorry.
do you use the mind to affect the brain?
How do you have
That
thoughts?
was the question.
The same way you have thoughts, intentions. You don't have intentions in the brain. You have intentions in the mind.
Intentions are part of the functionality of the brain.
Where are intentions located in the brain?
That's not a sensical question. There's no such thing as intentions. Intentions are a state of mind, which means it's a part of the functionality of the whole brain.
So you don't believe intentions exist?
Not as transcendental things, Felix.
Okay, wait. What if we used an analogy like the brain is the projector?
The
and
mitochondria is the
neurotransmitters are like the film, and the mind is what's going on the screen.
Yeah.
Did that work?
That's an okay analogy, yeah. Yeah,
You follow that, Felix?
The whole movie theater is the brain. And the movie is the mind, yeah.
Yeah. So how does what goes on in the movie, what goes on up on the screen, affect the actual theater?
Yeah, the actual
Because
theater can affect the playing of the movie.
Yeah, it can affect the playing of the movie, but the reverse can't happen. Like anything that happens on screen cannot affect what's going to happen when that film hits the projector. Right?
He's busy reading chat instead of listening.
Is that what you're doing, Felix? Because
Right.
I can just kick you if you want to go read chat and talk to chat. You can do that.
Are you asking me a question?
Oh my gosh, yes, that's exactly what he was doing.
No. I thought you were asking the beard or whatever his name is the question.
Beard was asking you a question and you weren't paying attention because you were reading chat.
No, I wasn't reading chat.
And then I came up with the movie theater analogy, and then I asked you, how does what's going up on the screen? You didn't hear that analogy, did you? So, like, asking you would
Yes,
be
I heard
pointless.
it. I heard
Okay.
it, but
So then,
I didn't think it was
how is
directed
what's
to me.
happening up on the screen? How can that affect the theater at all?
The theater?
Mm-hmm.
What is the theater analogy to in the brain mind analogy?
See, you didn't fucking hear it.
What is the theater the analogy to?
The theater is the brain. The movie, the film, the actual film on the projector, that's the neurochemicals in your brain.
That's the mind.
Huh? No, that's
Not
just
the
that's the neurochemicals. The stuff playing on the screen, that's the mind.
Oh, right.
Okay, and what's the question?
How does what's playing on the screen affect the brain at all?
The theater.
Right.
Yeah. How does the movie on the screen, just the content of that movie, whatever's going on in the movie, how does that impact the theater itself?
It tells the whole story.
What does it do to the theater? What does it do to the
physical
seats and the
theater
projector?
without people?
Yeah. Yeah.
To the physical theater without people?
Right.
Well, the theater doesn't affect the brain in that case either.
It does.
The theater is the fucking brain in that case.
Yeah, the theater is the
How it
brain.
affects the mind.
That's
how
not
the
an answer
movie
to
is
the
the
question,
mind.
Felix. That's not an
The
answer to the
theater
question.
is the brain. The lights
the
up on the screen, that's the mind.
And how
He's
the
trying to
theater
pivot again.
affects the mind in that case.
Because it plays it.
Neurochemicals. It's running the fucking film over the projector.
If the projector bulb was out, then you wouldn't have the film playing, right?
The theater can absolutely
Exactly.
fuck up and affect the pictures on the screen.
Yeah.
Which means
Plus,
the
it
brain
can
can
change-
affect the mind. The
Plus, it could
pictures on the
change
screen
change which movie.
cannot change anything about the brain, about the theater.
Of course it does. It gives a picture.
Oh my gosh.
It tells a story. But the
It doesn't
theater cannot
change the
understand.
theater.
But the theater without a mind cannot understand.
The theater doesn't understand anything. It's a theater.
Yeah, it's just the
Exactly.
building and stuff.
Exactly, just like the brain, it cannot
But
understand anything.
without the theater, you don't have a movie. Without a brain, you don't have a mind.
Right.
And without a mind, the brain cannot
You still
understand
have a
anything.
theater, but you still have a
No.
theater. Yeah,
A
you do.
worthless theater that doesn't
Well,
understand anything.
That doesn't matter because look, we have other types of brains, right? We see
You just
brains in other types of
you just
creatures.
earned a new
There's
name,
a theater.
Felix.
How do you know
You just
there is
earned a new
theater?
name.
How do you know there is a
Enjoy
theater?
it.
Scarecrow. I heard I saw some people in the chat saying that Felix is like a scarecrow, is the Scarecrow in the Wizard of Oz.
How do you know there's a theater?
I've seen it.
Okay, but that's the mind. That's not the
No,
brain.
that's a brain.
The
My
brain
eyes
doesn't
are what
understand
see.
anything. Chemicals don't understand anything.
Oh my gosh. You're not paying attention, Felix.
Nope.
No, you're not paying attention.
That's
And
why
we
that's why he got that's why he got a new name.
We demonstrated that you were not paying attention because Beard asked you a series of questions and you answered them immediately when you were paying attention. And then whenever we were actually asking you different questions, you said that, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was reading chat.
Never
And then
said
you
that.
continued not to answer questions. I can roll it back. You definitely said that. You said,
You
I'm sorry, I
definitely said
wasn't
that.
paying attention. I was reading chat.
Oh,
Definitely
chat.
said that.
You did definitely say that.
Chat. Yeah.
That's why I gave you a new name.
Pathos, yeah.
Yeah. It was time. I've been wanting to do that for a while, but
And of course, Remissus is glazing Felix.
You think I'm fake?
Remissus has some sort of theist kink that I will never understand.
Remissus proximity to religion will never equal safety. So.
Oh, Remissus is another coward. He won't come up here and talk about any of this stuff. Let's hide and chat like another little mouse, like a little rat.
Keyboard warrior.
Crying about everybody blocking me.
Who banned me?
Yeah, I can. Like, all you got to do is come up on panel. It will override everybody blocking you because everybody will be able to hear you, and you'll be able to see everybody's chats again as soon as you come up here. It's impossible to block someone when they're up on the panel. Just saying. There's your solution. But if you're too cowardly to take that option, I don't know what to say.
You talking to me?
Did it sound like I was fucking talking to you?
No, Felix.
He's not paying attention. He's just reading chat again. See.
Hi, Mrs. Arpy.
Oh, Miss Arpy. Miss Arpy, did Arpy hear the part where Felix doesn't believe in brains? That brains exist?
He doesn't believe that anything physical exists.
Oh yeah, Arpy.
Never
I'm pretty
said that
sure
brain
heard
exists.
everything because Arpy already made a joke about the fucking crusty cum laden seats in a movie theater. So
it's true.
Pretty sure Arpy's been listening for quite some time.
Yeah, there are definitely theaters of the mind that I don't want to be in ever. Gross.
There's definitely a theater in the UK that you don't want to be in. That's for sure.
Is the screen part of the theater?
No,
Why not?
the screen is an emergent property of the theater.
Right. What about the seats?
The seats are crusty.
What
Those
are
are
the
part of
fucking
the theater.
seats? They're part of the theater.
They're part of the theater?
We're not talking about the seats.
The mind illuminates the theater.
Like you've seen The Matrix, right? Felix?
No, it doesn't.
I
It
don't think
doesn't.
Felix could comprehend.
The illumination comes from the fucking emergency lights on the fucking side of the walls and from the projector. The light is coming from the fucking projector.
And from the screen.
The light does not come from the fucking screen.
And from the screen. So the light
The lights do not come from the screen.
Oh,
Felix, Felix, have
the
you
light is
have
not the
you
mind?
watched a movie, Felix? Have you watched a movie? Have you ever seen an actual movie?
So the light is not the mind?
No.
What
No,
is the
Felix.
mind?
Felix,
The
have
mind
you
is
seen
the
a movie?
pictures on the screen
And that requires light.
that comes from the projector.
Which is
part of the
part
theater.
of the brain. It's a part of the theater.
So then you're saying that the picture is the brain.
Oh my god.
No,
No!
the picture is the mind. The theater is the brain. Everything physical in the theater is the brain. Star Wars playing up there, the story of Star Wars, that's the mind.
Okay, the information.
Yes, kind of. The information that's stored on the film would be the mind. Essentially.
Okay, information can only be understood not by a theater, concrete physical theater, but by another mind. That's ridiculous.
What? You want to try that again?
Guys, my forehead hurts.
I didn't
My
even
forehead just hurts.
comprehend what you just said.
Because it
words
was
sound-
incomprehensible.
Information can only be understood by another mind.
No.
Not
What
by
are you
a
talking about? That
theater.
has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Not by a concrete, impersonal theater.
I can read information from a computer. I can read information from like punch cards.
You can, of course, you have a mind.
Right. But nobody
But
ever
like the
said
computers can understand that information too, right?
you're reaching outside the fucking analogy now.
Right. And it's not even good.
And you can't
you're
do
not
that.
even
Yeah,
correct.
it's not. Yeah, this analogy is specific for just the existence and functionality of mind and brain, how they're interlinked. It's not about how minds interact with each other. It's just about the result of how the brain creates a mind. That's all the analogy is for. Going beyond that just muddies things up and makes it weird. And that's probably what you're trying to do because you're obfuscating. You're trying
That
to
is
get
what he's-
around, get around and away from it.
Exactly.
No, the mind is a projector.
No.
No. The projector is part of the theater.
The projector is part of the brain. The projection is the mind. What's being projected. The story, the actors on the screen, the pictures flashing by, like that's what the mind would be. Without the theater, you don't get that. But without the mind, you still have a theater. Without the movie on the screen, you still have a theater. When our brains are shut down, like when we're asleep, we're not conscious. So the movie's not playing.
And without the movie, what are you?
Asleep or dead.
Also, that's not what we're talking about.
Exactly. You have no awareness.
That was a thirsty dog. That was a 17-second drink.
Okay, fine. You know what? You want to go down that thread? Fine. Without the movie, you're asleep or dead. How does that change the brain structure at fucking all?
You have less activity.
It doesn't change the brain structure.
But it changes the activity.
It just changes the activity running through it. So there's no film on the projector. Big deal. It doesn't change anything about that fucking theater.
It changes the activity of the brain.
Yeah, the mind is the activity of the brain, you dumb shit.
The pee is stored in the balls too.
But
Like,
it doesn't change the fucking... It doesn't change how the chairs are lined up. It doesn't change whether or not that projector's been oiled. It doesn't change anything.
It changes brain
Physically,
chemicals.
it changes nothing about the brain or the theater in this case. Just because the movie isn't playing, it changes nothing about the brain.
The brain activity.
No,
movie isn't playing
so
in
what?
Felix's mind.
Brain activity is not brain structure.
I'm talking about brain. I never said structure. I said brain activity.
No, you didn't.
Well, if I
You said
it, I'm
structure,
sorry.
by the way.
That was my fault.
Wow, that's a gold
Earlier
on
you
wheels.
said structure, by the way. Structure of the mind.
So now you're going to say we went down this whole fucking thing for the last half an hour because, oops, I guess I fucked up while I was too busy reading fucking chat instead of listening to what I was fucking talking about.
Yeah.
If I said that, I'm sorry.
You're a cowardly piece of crap sometimes.
That's why earlier I kept saying he was flip-flopping back and forth between agreeing
This is
and
just another
disagreeing.
fucking, this is another dodge. You get fucking hung up and you know you got no fucking way out of it. So you're going to fucking run back and it's fucking cowardly and it's pathetic. And that's why you've got the name Pathos now. Congratulations.
Pick up that goalpost and run away with it.
But stop every now and then to read chat.
Creates effects in the brain, and the brain creates effects in the mind.
How does the mind create effects in the brain? What effects does it create in the brain?
By causing effects of thinking, thoughts, intentions.
No, that is the fucking mind.
That is the mind acting on the brain.
No, it's not.
No,
That's the brain acting on the mind.
That's the brain acting to produce the mind. All of those things are part of the mind, but they're produced by the brain.
The intentions are produced by the brain?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Through the mind.
How exactly? Through the mind, you said it.
Through the central nervous system.
Question,
your stomach's
that
empty.
question is
It sends a
very-
message to your brain. Hey, we're fucking empty down here. So the intention in your mind is better get something to fucking eat. How about some cheese pizza? Because there's some idiot in fucking Puerto Rico that likes cheese pizza. Let's eat that. And that's not happening in your fucking mind. Sorry, but
It's just more of that witch talk, I guess.
yeah, I guess. I'm an ugly witch. Life sucks.
Science.
Yeah, this panicky flop sweat thing you get from time to time when we're challenging your ideas, Felix. That's what's called cognitive dissonance, and that's a problem that when you have two conflicting ideas confronting each other at once. It's your brain reacting to what it perceives as potential danger.
And it doesn't reflect well on you, just so you know.
Yeah, it makes you
I
say
mean,
stuff like you don't think that
Remissus will
physical
probably
brain
still fuck
exists.
you, but I mean, other than that, it doesn't give anybody a good opinion of you.
Remissus is the theist bike. Everyone gets a ride.
Who's Remissus? Remissus is the girl?
I have no idea.
I have absolutely no idea. What does that what does that matter?
You said she would fuck me.
And
Well, this did not turn into a dating app, okay?
how does that make it? How does it make a difference if Remissus is a man or a woman?
Yeah.
Because
They
I'm
still
thinking
that for all theists.
I'm
no
thinking
matter-
they could fuck you either way.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Well, they
And
clearly
even
have hands.
even
'cause they
even after all the stupid shit you've said up here, Remissus is still in fucking chat going, Felix, I love your takes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, probably.
Probably what?
Remissus would probably fuck you.
As a girl or as a man?
I don't fucking know.
we don't know, Felix. That's not the point.
Remissus, you care to chime in on this? Sorry, I just like
Remissus, are you top or bottom?
I don't know where I fucking got that from, but like, sorry guys, didn't mean to put either one of you on the spot like that. Just sort of happened.
Is Remissus a power bottom?
Leave Remission alone.
It's not remission.
Remission.
The remission of sins.
My sin is in remission. Thanks for asking. Oh,
I would
man.
bet that Remissus is a woman. There's
It
just
makes
too
sense.
much there's too much unnecessary deference going on to, you know, anyone who even codes as a theist. And that's a very feminine quality to
That's why
in my experience. So
that's why I said like proximity to theism won't equal safety. Just like, you know, proximity to masculinity won't make you safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, funny thing about that, Kelly. Remissus has completely stopped responding. So nobody can see what.
And I still think it
So
was
we have
funny that they
power
were
to
throwing a
block
fit.
people?
Oh, over you blocked it?
Yeah. Yeah, that
Uh,
was wild.
Don't block her.
Why? Who are you to tell anybody not to block anybody? You're not the arbiter of who gets to get into your heads or other people's headspace and who doesn't. It's not up to you. It's not even up to me. The only reason I did something last night was because Kelsier was blocking all the mods. And in YouTube, you can block all the mods
Can
to
you hear
where
me?
they can't see what you're typing and you can't see what they're typing, which makes you immune to moderation. And that I can do something about.
That seems like a vulnerability in YouTube.
Oh yeah, 'cause
Yeah, it
YouTube
does,
is a bastion
doesn't
of
it?
security.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
Google.
it's stupid, but you can block mods and have a completely moderation free chat. But
I didn't know that they couldn't see what you typed. Like that's
yeah,
the part that
I haven't
gets
seen
me.
anything that Ty Wolf has typed ever since he blocked me.
I cannot hear anything. I have to go out and come back again.
All right. Yeah, I've like Ty Wolf blocked me, and I haven't seen or heard anything he's typed in ever since. And I know he's got half the other mods in the community blocked.
That's really strange.
Yeah. And
Like
since
I don't.
Kelsier was doing it last night, and I'm like, yeah, you're gonna leave me with no other choice than to ban you, because nobody gets to have a moderation free chat. Not, at least not on my channel. You know, you're not
Right.
immune to moderation just because you can fucking block people. So that's fine. I'll just block you, and then nobody's gonna get to see what you have to say. And his response to that was, fine, I am subbed and I'm never coming back. And I'm like, all right.
No one cares.
Yeah. And the mod he was fucking going, like the one mod he was fucking with at the time, the one he was going, at odds with, it was fucking Chrissy. Who the fuck fucks with Chrissy like that?
I don't
She's
know.
not even one of the main ones. Like, what are you doing?
I'm
And
terrible.
Kelsier's a friendly. So like, what? I don't
completely
understand what he was fucking doing.
On a completely different note, I usually don't really care for like speculation of gender humor, but Opal guy's comment just got me. Schrodinger's dingle dangle. Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm still waiting for Remissus to say something in chat, because we've got to know.
Remissus has gone completely silent ever since I said something. I don't know what that's about, but I didn't mean to embarrass you, Remissus. I'm sorry if I did, but it's like I just thought of a joke and kind of ran with it. My bad. I do that at times. Gotta own that.
Message is here.
Remissus was here up until I fucking said something about,
It's okay. Go back to sleep, Grandpa.
He's not a grandpa. He's never found anyone willing to reproduce with him. That was the craziest shit about last night with the whole Jason debacle. After I kicked him off the panel, he went in chat and started talking shit in chat. So I timed out his Not the Bible Jason. And then he came back as Michael J. Grant, which is his husband, and started talking shit some more. So I banned that account. And then he came back as Mike and started calling me grandma. And I'm like, what the?
Wow.
When did that become an insult? I'm like, all right. Like, okay. I'm not sure what that was supposed to do, but
I really hope he was inebriated. That's the best explanation for that behavior.
it is. It really is. But then at this point, it doesn't even matter anymore. I don't care if he was inebriated. That's fine. Go be inebriated somewhere else, because this is, I mean, like I had, someone else from that was there last night was texting me saying, well, yeah, you gotta understand, I like Jason, I like you, I'm not gonna take sides. I'm like, look, you don't, like, I know you guys are friends, and I'm like, I don't know that I even want to be friends with that anymore. This isn't the first time he's done this. It's not even the second or the third time he's done this.
If it's the
This
third
is
time that he's
this
not
is
respecting the boundaries of the
this is the
channel,
fourth time he's done this on
Yeah.
my channel.
yeah, that's
So,
not
like,
friendly behavior.
he, I've looked the other way a couple of times. I've even taken down a couple of streams because it made him look fucking horrible. And yeah. Nah, I mean, he got the benefit of the doubt because he was a friend. Because I thought he was just too drunk, or and now it's like, does it even matter anymore? It doesn't matter if he's drunk, because guess what, a month from now he'll be that drunk again, and then what's he gonna do, come back here and do this all over again? Absolutely not. I'm sorry, but I'm done.
Oh, I get it. He was definitely insufferable yesterday.
Yeah. So, and like I said before, like, he's come at both me and RP in DMs, like, threatening us and shit. So, you know what? Nah, that's not how friends act. And I don't care if it is alcohol. You clearly still have access to alcohol, so I don't need that kind of friend in my life.
I'm sorry it went down that way. That sucks.
It does suck, because he's actually a funny guy when he's not acting like that,
Yeah.
But
I hope they get the help they need for their problem.
yeah, he doesn't even admit that he has a problem. So,
That's step one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Kif, I guess the fireworks start around like 7 hours, 24 minutes. If you want a timestamp for it, so you don't want to watch the whole thing. So, what time is it? It's 6. Huh. I never know what time. What time does Unapologetic start?
Mm,
It start at 8 or 9 Pacific time, anyway. I think it starts at 8, doesn't it?
live.
I have no idea.
It's a long stream. You know what? All of our streams are that long, Kif. Like if I went and averaged it out, I think that the average stream would be like 9 hours, probably. We go anywhere from like 7 to 12 hours on a night. So
I can't see the time that they start.
yeah, I bet the stream for today isn't even scheduled, is it?
Mm-mm. I don't know if they schedule them.
They do. They're usually about, I don't know, anywhere up to half an hour before. I'm pretty sure Blitz does it.
It's
Because a lot of
Sunday.
times it'll get scheduled like right after he releases the clip for the day. So let me see. Announcements. Does he announce the unapologetic lives in his server? Video alert. Yes, he does. Last week they started at 8:42 a.m. or 8:32 a.m.
Your time?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's another 2 hours.
Or 8. No, sorry, they started at 8. Why did he post it 3 different times? Okay. Yeah. So they started at 8. And then a week before that, just to make sure that wasn't a fluke, they started at 8 a.m. again. So they'll be on in just under 2 hours. Yeah, I don't have time to get into Welcome Home right now. Yes, all that was just to see if I had enough time to get into my ARG bullshit.
There's too much there.
There is. There's a whole, like...
Poor Wally.
Yeah, because
Some
that
serious
last
nonsense going on
update
here.
came with 3 looky-loo stories. And then there's this whole, like, flower code that has to be solved. You know? So...
Just a weird show from the 70s.
So it's neat though, right? Have you ever played an ARG before?
No, I haven't.
No? Not into that kind of shit?
Not really. I don't have the time for it. Like, I love the puzzles and shit, and it's fascinating, but I just don't have time to devote to it.
Yeah, I got really just hooked on them after my accident, and it took me a couple of years to like learn to walk again, and so I was stuck in bed for a good chunk of that time, and I just absolutely got hooked on ARGs. So I absolutely love them. It's like Chrissy was like, this is like an escape room, except it's just on a website. You don't actually have to go anywhere. I'm like, exactly, right? That's like a great analogy for it. It is just like an escape room, only.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the escape room that I went to.
Yeah. So, and that's like exactly what this kind of is. Only you get a horror story on top of it, and you know, you can do all the fun stuff.
It's definitely been an interesting uncovering this story. What's been going on at Welcome
Yeah.
Home.
And a lot of time, like as ARGs kind of evolve, I don't know, sometimes they get like too cute by half with their codes and stuff, and their puzzles. And the only way to solve it is basically by brute force. And like anytime there's a new ARG, like a Discord server will pop up right along with it. And like everybody has to work together to solve it. So like once somebody stumbles on the solution for it, it's like you just put it in the Discord server and like everybody's like, okay, cool. That's cool. Although we had a lot of fun with the Avenged Sevenfold one. That was so cool. Someone involved in that made a whole documentary of the whole ARG and everything that we went through with that.
Oh, I think I'm gonna head out. My wife's awake, so I'm gonna spend some time with her.
Okie doke.
See you later,
Nice
guys.
talking to you, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Don't forget to watch Damn Fools today. So, yeah, Beard, plug your show, dude.
Oh yeah, what Dan Fools has a really fun show where we talk about deconstruction and mental health. Like I really enjoy doing the episodes. As, I'm a therapist, so I always like to talk about mental health stuff. And the most recent one was Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels. It was a great conversation. Really enjoyed it.
I had a fun time doing that show.
Yeah, Gretchen definitely was on the show.
If you want to see my deconstruction story, you can go to Damn Fools. It's DAMH Fools on YouTube. And you can see mine too. And Espresso Jack. And all kinds of people.
And Kelly Laughlin. Yeah.
And Kelly Laughlin. I'm still working on Justin.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him one of these days. I wasn't gonna press it until it gets into September. It's like I know his summer is always chaotic.
Yeah, and right now he's working on his software, so it's like even his girlfriend's having a hard time getting his attention for shit, you know. It's like,
Well, that's the ADHD hyperfocus.
She's like, she goes, he lives in that shit. She goes, you have no idea. She's like, I'm not even sure he remembers who I am anymore.
That's the ADHD hyperfocus for you. Like just get locked into something.
Yeah, remember at the beginning where he said, I'm going to write an app that's going to collect the super chats for me and keep them in order and group them, right? And make them easier to read.
And then it just expanded.
It has gone so fucking far beyond that. He is writing something. In fact, his words were, oh, this is what Streamlabs would have wanted to be if it had a fucking intention. You know, it's like, whoa, dude, what? Because it's going to replace like your need for a subscription to StreamYard or, you know, any sort of encoder. You won't need OBS. It's gonna like bypass like the YouTube option. or Patreon. Like people can send you like donations and it'll go straight to the creator instead of everybody taking the fucking cut. It's just going to be an all-in-one thing. It's going to come with a clip editor, an AI prompt generator, like all kinds of shit. I'm like, motherfucker, what is... I'm like, it was supposed to be a super chat thing. He's like, yeah, I know. Like,
just trying to like rewrite the entire streaming game, like.
Yeah, he is. He's like, that's exactly what he sounds like he's doing. I'm just like, holy shit, man. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm like, just started as I gotta find a better way to deal with these super chats to now he's like, I'm like, okay.
Now he's just gonna try and revolutionize the entire industry.
You pretty much. That was just too funny. So, but yeah, apparently it's taken over his, entire brain. It's definitely not doing great things for his live stream. I mean, how many times has that crashed in the last few weeks?
Oh yeah. Well, that's what testing's for.
He definitely still has some tweaking to do. So it's too bad because he actually because last week his stream crashed like 3/4 of the way through Ty Wolf's call. So if you didn't like run to TikTok to finish it, you didn't get to hear the end of Ty Wolf's phone call.
Oh, I missed the whole thing.
Yeah.
But
I'm pretty sure he got it recorded though, and I'm sure he'll release it as a clip. But
oh, I'm sure. I can't wait to Ty Wolf's an a-hole.
oh yeah, big time. And yeah, nobody likes Ty. And I think we have him banned from damn near every channel. At least every channel that I've ever modded for, he's been banned. And except for Blitz. Blitz won't let us fucking do that. So
everyone he's banned from, he deserves it.
Yeah. But then he also has me blocked, so it doesn't matter. I can't see him anyway. And I'm not going to complain about that. So you missed the Ty Wolf call. Yeah, if you go to, was it the Thursday stream?
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was Thursday. If you go to part 2, go toward the end of part 2. Because by the time he got it back up for part 3, the call was already over. So, but yeah, you can at least see the. And TikTok doesn't save the streams, right? I don't think they do.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, I've had too many people ask on like in Joel and Mezzo if people can go to YouTube and watch the whole stream. Like, yeah, they're saved. Absolutely. You have about a week to watch Joel and Mezzo, and then they put them in the members only section. So
yeah.
But yes, it was Thursday. Cool. Yeah. go to Thursday part 2. He has a big pink icon on TikTok that says TY. So you should be able to see it when he shows up. So, and then I guess you
I
can
think
see
I'm
the
gonna.
rest when he finally clips it. So,
I think I'm gonna drop down as well.
okay.
I'm gonna get some breakfast.
Okie doke.
Talk to you later.
All right. Later, Beard. Oh, that leaves you and me, Felix. What do you want to fight about now?
What do you want to fight about?
I'd rather not fight about anything.
Have peace.
But you do tend to make that impossible, though.
Let's have peace.
Later, Kiff.
What kid?
Hmm?
What kid are you talking about?
I didn't say kid. I said Kiff. One of the mods. He now goes by Odd Mod. His name used to be Kiff Webb. And unfortunately, my brain is stuck on Kiff. So he knows who I'm talking to.
$47 users.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. What does anybody want to do then?
You never finished my debate with Matt.
That was nobody had that pulled up, not me. I mean, wasn't there only like a couple minutes left before you got hung up on?
He hung up on me.
That's what I said before you got hung up on.
Like 5 minutes.
Okay, well, none of that reflected like positively on you. I don't know why you wanted everybody to see that.
Because you didn't see the contradictions Matt came into.
He didn't. You're the one full of contradictions. And the fact that you can't see that is why people don't want to talk to you.
He first says there was no degree of properties. Then he said there was a degree. Of
Okay.
obviousness. Then the last
What?
question I
Europe
asked
and
him,
America are just pimps deceiving women? What fucking planet did you just drop in out of? That's weird. What? Sorry, Felix? Didn't hear you. I was reading
la-
chat. See how that feels?
the Contingency argument.
Contingency ARG.
Contingency argument.
Oh. I was like, is there an ARG I haven't fucking heard of? Because that sounds new. I'm so brain rotted by this shit. Sorry, what were you saying, Felix? Like I said, I was reading chat. I wasn't really listening to you.
I'm lurking argument, laughing out loud.
Yes, stop reading chat. What, are you talking to me or not? If you want to go talk to chat, then fucking drop off and go talk to chat. Otherwise, if you're up here, you talk to me.
I said that the last word I said to Matt, he couldn't answer and he hung up on me.
No, he could answer. He decided you weren't worth the time.
No, he didn't have a response. That's why he hung up.
No, because he just wanted you gone. Why the fuck would he respond to you when you don't make any fucking sense?
Because he didn't make any sense. Look at the last question.
He was making sense.
Look at the last question.
What last question? What are you talking about?
The question that made him hang
What was
up
the
on-
date? Hold on a second. What was the date?
The
I didn't
date?
have it pulled up, so I can't just pull it back up where nobody had it, because I'm a different person. I am not nobody on fire. I didn't have it pulled up on my fucking computer. He did. So if you want me to find this fucking monstrosity, you need to tell me what the fucking date was.
6/24/26.
Mm. 6/24/26. Okay. Okay. We're talking about the composition fallacy, which you clearly still don't understand, because nobody on fire and UG and objective ethics were all telling you about it, and you just refuse to fucking listen. So
Because I have a rebuttal.
you refuse to listen because you have a rebuttal? How can you rebut anything when you don't listen to what people are fucking telling you? You don't have a rebuttal. You just have a fucking script you want to fucking run on everybody. And it's fucking exhausting. And no wonder he fucking hung up on you. He doesn't have a fucking 8-hour stream to fucking do. He's got like 2 hours once a week. So you know what? His time's at a fucking premium. And dicking around with people like you that won't fucking listen is not on his shit to-do list. You get that, right?
No, I don't.
You don't? You think he just has all the time in the world to fucking dedicate to you? And your not listening ass? Come on, dude. Get real. I think you're overestimating your own importance there, Felix. Okay. There we go.
They show me one thing that everything is made of
That's
that.
not.
Why do
Felix.
y'all do this? Why do y'all do this?
Felix, that's not how this works. Do you understand what a logical fallacy is?
I understand, but you haven't showed it.
Well,
I'm
You
sorry.
just say it.
No.
I'm sorry. The question I asked was, do you understand what a logical
He absolutely did show you what it was.
what a logical fallacy is?
I understand.
Okay. If you have a logical argument and it contains a logical fallacy, is the conclusion of that argument... I'm sorry, I was still talking. If you have a logical argument and that logical argument is fallacious, does that mean that the conclusion is true, false, or undeterminable?
False.
No. That would be another logical fallacy. That would be the fallacy fallacy. The fact that that an argument is fallacious does not mean that the conclusion is false. It means that the truth of the conclusion cannot be determined. So the question I asked, if you have a logical argument and it has a fallacy, is the conclusion true, false, or undeterminable? The answer is undeterminable. So if you have a logical argument that is fallacious, then we cannot know whether the conclusion is true or false, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like you fucking understood that time. Right?
Yes,
Right?
I did.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure we're all on the same fucking page.
So, what is the fallacy of composition?
That the sum of the parts does not equal to the whole.
Not exactly, but you're close. What it means is that the properties of the parts do not apply to the whole. So, for example, let's say we have a basketball team, and on this basketball team, there's a white guy. Does that mean that the whole team is white?
Not necessarily.
Correct. And if we don't know how many people of different races or different ethnicities are on a particular team, it would be a mistake to look at the parts that we see and just conclude that the whole must be like that, right?
I think so, yes.
That's exactly what you've done with the universe by asserting that, as far as you can tell, all of its parts are contingent, even though you have no ability. I think we would all agree. None of us have the ability to explore every part of the universe. But even if it turned out that all of the parts were contingent, that does not mean that the whole is contingent.
Okay, what is the whole in the basketball team?
The whole of the basketball team says it's time to go on to another caller.
Okay, man. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Felix.
What is the hole in the basketball team? That's the question you think he couldn't answer?
Look at him.
I'm looking at him. What am I supposed to be seeing? That is the look of a man who is fed up with your bullshit. Not a man that doesn't have an answer to your question.
You just have to hang the call. You didn't have an answer.
Yeah, because your question was fucking stupid.
No, it's not stupid. It's a whole...
Yes, it's fucking stupid.
He was making a reference to the whole parts principle and made a basketball team analogy, and he didn't know what the whole of the basketball team was.
What's the hole in the basketball team?
He doesn't know.
What you tell me? What is the hole in the basketball team?
The hole in the basketball team where the properties are the races, it would be a mixed race.
How is
It's
that a fucking
unknowable.
hole?
It's unknowable.
It's just a
It's
fucking
unknowable.
property. So why are you asking somebody an unknowable fucking question, you dipshit?
To see if he knows.
That doesn't what I'm going to ask you an intentionally unknowable fucking question and you think someone's going to have that answer? What do you think you're doing here? Like, oh, I'm going to make fucking Mac Dillahunty look like a fucking idiot because I'm going to ask him a question to which there is no answer. I am a fucking genius. I'm going to fucking go down as a fucking legend for the line callers. Is that what you were thinking? Because you know what? It backfired. All it did was show everybody that you're a fucking idiot. Everybody but you can see that Matt got tired of your incoherent bullshit and fucking cut you loose because you are a waste of fucking time. That's what happened in this call. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but that is what fucking happened. And everybody sees it but you.
I know you're screaming to make views and...
I'm not even screaming. This is my stern voice. It's not screaming.
It's a witchy voice.
Fine, it's a witchy voice. I'm not screaming.
Still witchy.
I don't fucking care if you think it's witchy. What do you think this is doing for you? Calling me a fucking saying I have a witchy voice? What do you think that's fucking doing for you?
What is it
Are you
doing for me?
scoring some sort of imaginary point off me right now? Is that what you
No.
think you're doing?
No.
Well, then what? What are you doing?
I'm just telling
What
you.
is it about this call that makes you think you fucking cooked with Matt Dillahunty?
What
Because
do you think I cooked? I didn't say I cooked.
well, then what the fuck are you trying to do? Asking people unknowable questions.
He asked me
And then crying about the fact that instead of trying to answer your unknowable question, he just fucking hung up on you. Is this just like an excessive amount of cope? Like, what is this?
He asked me an unknowable question.
No, he didn't. You're the
Yes,
one
he
that
did.
said what's the hole in the basketball team? You asked that question. And then I asked you, well, where is the hole? And you said it's unknowable.
And he asked me an unknowable question.
What was his unknowable question that he asked you?
When he asked me about if I knew what a logical fallacy, if a logical fallacy is true, false, or unknowable.
That is not an unknowable question. It's a multiple choice question. And
he
you got it
said-
wrong.
And he said the answer
You
was
got it
unknowable.
wrong.
And he said the answer was unknowable.
Right. To that when an argument has a fallacy in it, there's no way to decide if it's true or false.
Exactly. So I asked him the same question.
Well, then where was he fucking wrong?
So I asked him the same question about
If there's no way to determine whether it's true or false, then it's fucking unknowable. Jesus fucking Christ. What the
with
fuck?
whole-
Did you like get
with the whole-
fucking cooked in a nuclear reactor or something?
The same with the whole.
Hi, RP.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so Felix, I have a question for you. What sound does the color purple taste like?
Depends. It could taste like cherry, depends.
It's supposed to be the color 9, but
No,
I mean,
cherry's not a sound, Felix. Keep up. What sound does the color purple taste like?
The sound?
Yep. What sound does the color purple taste like? Do you see what I'm doing here? I'm asking you an absurd question.
No, it's not absurd.
An absurd question that doesn't have an answer. Felix, shut the fuck up. I'm asking you an absurd question that doesn't have an actual answer. That's what you did to Matt, okay? So the fact that I've asked you an absurd question that doesn't actually have an answer means I win. According to your logic, I win, okay?
No,
Do you understand now? Do you understand how dumb, Felix, do you understand how dumb it is that you think you beat Matt because you asked a question that is nonsense?
It's not nonsense. He has an answer.
It's complete nonsense. So go ahead. Tell me what sound does the color purple taste like?
Tell me what
sound the color purple tastes like.
And what I asked Matt.
Felix, I need an honest answer from you. What sound does the color purple taste like?
The sound of summer.
I'll answer that.
That's not an
tastes like
honest.
the
That's not an
sound of a
honest answer.
composition
You've never.
fallacy, Arpy.
Oh, good one, Gretchen. Yes. No, Felix, that's not an honest answer because you've never tasted the sound of the color purple. So all you can say is, I don't know. Okay, that is the only honest answer that you can give in this scenario.
No, because you're jumping categories.
Felix, tell me, have you ever tasted the sound of the color purple?
You're mixing sense categories.
Yeah, exactly. It's an absurd question that doesn't have an actual answer. The only thing
that's
you
what
can
makes
answer
it a
is, I don't
composition
know.
fallacy.
Right, you can answer I don't know, or it tastes like a composition fallacy.
He could have answered.
But like that, I was only hopping in to point this out, Felix, that asking a crazy question that can't be answered.
It wasn't a crazy question.
It just makes you an idiot who wasn't tracking the analogy. Okay? But I'm driving, so I gotta hop back out, but I'll be listening. Think about this, Felix, and understand you don't have an answer for what the sound of the color purple tastes like.
That wasn't my question.
Bye, Gretchen. Nice hanging out with you. We'll talk to you later.
Later, RP. Have a good one, RP. Drive safe.
That wasn't my question.
No, but your question was the same kind of fucking stupid as the question RP just asked you.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
Question.
You said yourself he's mixing up categories. Well, so did you. In your fucking stupid ass question.
How was I doing that?
I asked you myself. I said, okay, where is the hole in the basketball team? That's the question you asked Matt. The last question you asked him, where is the hole in the basketball team? And I said, okay, Felix, what was the hole in the basketball team? And you said, what? You said, it's unknowable.
That's the answer.
Which means you're asking him a question that is unknowable because it is in itself a logical fallacy.
It's not a logical fallacy. That's the answer that Matt should have answered with.
What's the answer Matt should have answered with?
Unknowable.
Why would he bother? He just spent 5 minutes explaining to you what a logical fallacy was, and you weren't tracking. Why would he bother? He doesn't have unlimited time to fuck around with people like you. Not like I do.
Okay, Gretchen.
I do have unlimited time to just fuck with you incessantly for fun. Look how much fucking fun I'm having, Felix.
You like to be witchy.
I don't like to be witchy, but you sure the fuck bring it out of me.
No, that's you. I don't do that.
No, you do. Because the last time I fucking yelled at someone the way I yell at you, it was my fucking kids. When they were actually kids.
Control yourself then.
You know what? Even my fucking kids learned shit faster than you did. You don't ever fucking learn. And then you dip, duck, dodge, dive, and weave and just fucking run like a little bitch.
I never run. They hang
Yeah,
up
you
on
do.
They
No,
hang up
I'm not saying you run like dropping, but you certainly do pivot to all kinds of fucking places. You pivot to shit that we weren't even fucking talking about. You did it in the one conversation with Jack and Beard and me. You tried to pivot like 5 different fucking places because you couldn't answer a fucking question. And that is fucking running. That is another fucking way of running.
I never run. I never pivot. I always answer.
No, you don't. Changing the subject and dodging questions is not answering. In fact, it's the opposite of answering a question. You were asked several questions and you never answered any of them because you can't. Because you don't know what you're talking about. Because you just make shit up. You make shit up to make everybody think you're right. Like you have the special info about God. And you don't. Which means you're just making shit up about your fucking God. And you know what? Sometimes I hope your God's fucking real. So then when you die and get up to the pearly gates, he's going to be pissed at you for making shit up about him. Because you don't know anything more than anybody fucking else. There's fucking 2 billion screaming fucking Christians on this fucking planet, and not a goddamn fucking 10 of you can agree on anything regarding your fucking God, even though you're all reading out of the same goddamn source material, and then you just make up the fucking rest. You pull it straight out of your ass, and then you act like God, like this God you fucking worship isn't going to be pissed off about that. But yeah, okay, tell me about what he did to the fucking Amalekites again, and tell me that's not an angry fucking God. And you know what? I don't like your chances. So anytime you want to start making fucking sense, you go right on ahead. But if you think you scored points on Matt Dillahunty, you're just fucking delirious and making shit up again.
Are you done?
Did it sound like I finished talking?
Sort of.
I think it sounded a lot like I finished talking. So now it's your turn. You gonna respond to any part of what I said, or are you gonna change the fucking subject again?
You haven't said anything.
Really? Then why are you asking if I was done?
Done with the
Done what?
noise.
Done
The
talking?
noise.
Because
Done
I
with the
said a whole
noise.
lot right there.
It's all noise.
And there's your cope right there. There's your fucking cope. That's your fucking pivot. You're going to make it an ad hominem attack against me. Because that's all you can do. Yeah, you're going to fucking say you have a witchy voice and it's all noise. Because you can't fucking respond to anything I just fucking said. You can't wrestle with anything that I fucking said. So you're just going to pick on my voice. And I don't care if you do that. It doesn't fucking bother me. And it's not going to get you anywhere. The point is, you're still full of shit. You're still making shit up. And it does nothing for you. This only looks bad for you. No matter how many times you say I have a fucking noisy, witchy voice, it only looks bad for you. Because you can't respond to a single fucking thing that I said. Which means you're either a coward, a liar, or an idiot.
How much longer are you going to be here?
Not a whole lot longer. I plan to be done by the time Unapologetic starts.
Unapologetic, is that John?
No, it's Justin, Blitz, and Ian.
What time is that?
It starts in about an hour.
I can never call to that show.
Why?
Because I don't know the link. The link is... I don't know. The link is weird.
They put it right on the fucking screen.
I know, but they never pick up my phone. My if I put Felix, they see Felix and they hang up.
Well, yeah. Who answers the calls on that show?
Justin.
Right. What did Justin tell you the last time you were on his show?
But this is not his show.
Yes, it fucking is. He's the one answering the calls.
Oh, that's why then.
Justin decides who goes on Unapologetic. He's the one, unless he's not there, he's the one answering the calls. I'm sure they have I'm sure they have like a Discord message system to where Blitz and Ian can say, no, I don't want to talk to him, or yes, I want to talk to him. And I'm sure that, huh? I'm sure they talk.
Justin never comes to this show, your show?
No, Justin's asleep when I'm doing this show.
Have you
Why?
invited him?
Have I invited him to come on my show?
Yes, to this show.
No, I have not. Why?
That's maybe why he doesn't come.
Because I haven't invited him? I don't want him to come on the show.
You don't want him on this show?
Not yet, no.
Why not?
Because this isn't his show. I'm trying to build something here. I'm not trying to build a fucking Justin fan club. I would rather people came here to see what we're doing here, not coming here just to see Justin. That's just my own personal little, peculiarity. But, if I want to get part of Justin's audience, I should go there to his show. You understand that?
I'm not sure what the difference is.
Well, I'm sorry. But there's a difference to me. And, when I finish building my channel, I want to know that I did it. I don't want to have to call. You have to say, I let Justin build that shit for me. I love Justin. I really do. And he is helping with this channel in multiple ways, but I don't want to say that I built the show on the back of anybody except for my intentions for it.
It's not building, it's inviting a friend.
It's inviting a friend who's a fucking sleep right now.
But maybe he'll sacrifice
When I get to the point where we're doing like daytime streams and he's not busy, then yes, I would invite him. But we're not going to get to the point where we're doing daytime streams until we get all this built. We're still dealing with fucking tech issues, dude. We are not like cemented in by any stretch of the imagination. We are literally building this channel as it fucking runs, as it rolls down the runway.
What about JL?
I didn't even have my fucking team assembled when I started this channel. I just fucking took off and said, fuck it, let's do it. And, you know what, Wody? I like to think so too. Async has taken on a life of its own. Thank you for that. Because, yeah, random, actually, believe it or not, I kind of like thought it would be a 24-hour channel at a certain point, like get some of the co-hosts running their own streams at different times of the day, all on async. Then yeah, we could be running streams like constantly. So we're working on that. And I expect that a lot of the people who want to just try shit out will come from people in chat and just people watching, because that's what we're here for. We're not just another debate stream. I mean, there's plenty of those.
This is not a debate
stream. We're doing something a little different here. It is at times a debate stream, yes, but that's not the point of async. Hi, Ryuzaki, how you doing?
Are you friends with ISN and Dr. Blitz?
What's that?
Hey, can you hear me clearly?
Are you friends
One more.
with Ian?
Ian and Blitz. Yes, I'm not. I don't know about friends, but I'm a moderator for Blitz. Yeah, we can hear you, Ryuzaki. Let me get rid of
All right,
this.
cool.
What's up? You have to refresh my memory. Were you you're a theist, right? Christian?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What you got for me today?
Well, I want to give you a lot of my perspective. And
On.
but before I go on about that, I want to make it known that I actually do agree with some of what you're saying, because I have been listening for a little while, and the things I agree with is that no two Christians out of 10 seem to agree on their theology.
Right.
And well, even though that's a fact in my mind, that by no means diminishes its importance when it comes to reality and whether or not there is or isn't a God. I can talk on and on about how I believe that some concepts in scriptures translate over to things that we know in reality. But a lot of my thinking kind of turns towards something that you guys would probably think is flowery language. I'm sorry. Because it's just because of how it sounds, you know what I mean? Let me give you an example. Like how for very, very brief moments, even in debates, we might talk about the concept of love or our emotions that we go through. Well, when it comes to these emotions, specifically love, well, I don't know if you would hear other Christians exactly say it the way that I would say, but this is where I would agree with Christianity, that God has made something like that innate in all of us.
Catch you later, Griff. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I was just saying goodbye to someone who was leaving chat. That's all. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, like I was saying, I believe that God has made that innate in all of us, the concept of even love. Now, I've actually heard some preachers that I tend to agree with, I listen to, who actually take it to an extreme and say that there is no love here on earth amongst us human beings. Now, that's taking it to the extreme, and I almost agree with that. But where I'm going with this is that, yes, we experience love, which seems like it's a chemical reaction that's happening in our brain, but it's more than that. It's
I don't think it is.
Well, the reason why I would argue against that is because of its consequences, because of what happens when someone experiences love, that the pressure that they feel, and that pressure that they feel. I mean, you can contribute that to electrical signals itself, but that's when people feel like they're most connected to their quote spirit. But where I'm also going with this is that, as I'm saying that God is what makes us experience positive emotions like love. Well, my view
You would
of
have to
God is
validate
that
that.
He is. Um, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It just follows logically for me because while I've
Yeah,
been
but
saying that
is there
God,
really any such thing as it follows logically for me? Isn't it just it follows logically or it does not?
um, well, that depends on how you feel about what I'm going to say next. And what I'm going to say next is that I just believe that while God was responsible for all of that, um, he he is the perfect form of all of those things. Whereas we experience somewhat of a diminished form of it.
Is he also a
Uh,
perfect communicator?
um, I say no, because to a certain degree, I believe that this life that we're living is a test. Uh, since I'm arguing for the existence of God, I think that's just a harsh truth that this life that we're going through is actually a test. Let me go deeper into this because my
Deeper
view of
into love
Christianity,
or deeper into the test theory?
well, deeper into my overall theology, because mine vastly differs from other Christians because I've long ago stepped away from any denomination in order to try to find out these things for myself, and I've gotten my hands on or tried to get my hands on anything that I could possibly read about it.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yes.
Don't you think that it sounds like some kind of narcissism that you think, of all the theologians and all the Bibles and all the different myths, like you're the guy, you're going to go find the fucking answer for yourself? Doesn't that seem like narcissistic to you?
No, not at all, because I'm always subject to change my opinion on what I learn.
So is everybody else.
Well, yeah, but in order to try to get a full spectrum view on what I'm talking about, I had to step outside of the box of even what I was raised on.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And so that's why I called in last time talking about the scriptures that the Protestants read, and then you step outside of that, you realize that there's the Apocrypha and the other pseudepigraphical books that the early church fathers had removed. Well, I'm going to tell you a grand statement here. It really is vastly different from what you'll hear from the average Christian, simply because they did not take everything into consideration. That being that there's more than one God, and the God of the new, the God of the Old Testament.
Hell, there's more than one God just in the Bible. We knew that.
Well, yeah. Well, you can consider that secondary God to be the God's the creator of the material world, as the secondary God to be its adversary.
May I interrupt?
But the God of the Old Testament is actually
Sure, Felix,
what
you're up
we
here.
consider to be the devil.
Gretchen,
You're
are
a
you
guest
gonna
too,
be
Felix.
are you gonna be in Justin's and Ian and Dr. Blitz show later on?
I'll be in chat, yeah.
Okay, I'll see you there.
Okay.
Have a good one. I'll see
Bye,
you later.
Felix. Bye, Felix. Okay.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
We have a
I'm.
question from chat. Are you a Marcionite? I mean, you
Am I
you said
what?
you stepped away from all
Oh, I don't
types
know
of
what a
Christianity.
Marcionite is.
Okay.
But what was I saying?
I'm not. Before Felix interrupted, I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm 100% right. What I'm trying
We're
to
talking
tell
about
all
there
of you
being
guys.
multiple gods.
Well, yeah. Now, most Christians will fight you about that, but if what I'm trying to tell you guys is if
Are you kidding? Most
Christians
Christians would
as a
fight me
whole,
over God being a perfect fucking communicator, and you're not doing that either. So, all right, keep
well, yeah,
going.
because I mean, there are certain things that God wants us to simply accept on faith, that being a part of the test. But anyway,
What is the
what I'm
test
trying
for?
to test a person's virtue, to see how much they'll endure. That seems really harsh,
So,
but
is the
if
God
I
not
think if
all knowing?
somebody tries to, well, yeah,
Is this
but
God not
if
omniscient?
somebody, omniscient means that you're everywhere at once, then I say
No,
no.
that's omnipresent. Omniscient is that you know everything. Omniscient is all knowing.
I do believe that God knows everything, but I
Then why
also
does he need to,
don't
why
think
does he
that
need to
God is
test us if
everywhere.
he knows how that test is going to work out?
That's a very good question. I don't.
Thank you. I thought so.
I have no idea, but as I've tried to understand all of this, now where I'm coming from is that even my peers as Christians haven't taken everything into consideration, everything that's even been written about God and say Jesus, for example, and the importance of all that. But
Well, have you?
uh, actively doing so, yes. And I've been doing so for years.
So you've taken the
But
Quran into consideration then?
a little bit, yeah. But
The Book of
now,
Mormon?
where? No, not the Book of Mormon, because
Well, then you haven't taken everything into consideration.
well, I know what the Book of Mormon's about. It seems like the Book of Mormon was from folks who claim to have channeled angelic entities from another reality and got that information, thus creating Mormonism. Am I not right about that?
It was more that the angel came to visit, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean,
broad strokes, yes.
I mean, if we're even considering that might even be true in the first place, then say this person
I'm
received
not.
an angelic
I
visit.
grew up in the Mormon church, so I'm not considering that any of that shit to be fucking true. But I'm an atheist, so I don't believe any of it. But you're the one that said you've taken into account all the things that have ever been written. And I'm just thinking, well, I mean,
Well, yeah. Well, I'm gonna actually be more specific. I'm sorry about that. Now, where I'm going with all that is that when we read the Old Testament stories, which many of them seem very, very illogical, impossible stories that that seem like they very much didn't happen. But
correct.
But the story about Adam and Eve. Believe it or not, there's much more to know about Adam and Eve than simply what is written in the book of Genesis. Now,
Do you think Adam and Eve were real?
yes, I do. Now,
Okay.
it's completely illogical to think so, but I do believe that they
Yes, it
exist,
is.
and um, and that whole conflict, the creation of Adam and Eve, which led to modern day. Well, I'm not going to jump around too much, but going back to that very story where there was this disobedience of Adam and Eve from God. Well,
How is
the
it
reason why
disobedience? Sorry, in your eyes, how is it disobedience?
well, it was just called that. It was just called that because that's just something that's regurgitated in the church. Well, whereas we don't really know what it was. But
Well, in church, it's called sin.
well, yeah, absolutely.
That they were
Whatever
wrong.
really happened in that pit, well, whatever really happened in that story, resulted in an ownership transfer from the God who created Adam and Eve to the God of this world, as being the ownership over mankind and their souls.
Well, who allowed that?
Well, the original God allowed that, which it does bring the question as to how much power does God really have when He allowed this? Because
And which one of these gods was Jesus's daddy, by the way?
the God of creation. Because the reason why I'm making this grand statement is because when you read, I don't know if this text is considered apocryphal or pseudepigraphical, but no one really knows who the author of this work is. But there is something called the first and second book of Adam and Eve, which provides information about their daily lives, even after they were expelled from the garden. And this is where I get my information about how the God of this world actually had ownership over Adam and Eve and the rest of mankind from that very expulsion from the garden. And that brings into a better view as to why Jesus had to come here to sacrifice.
Well, so if we're going along with your reading of the story, then this creator God, right? He gave ownership of this world and all the people in it over to the God of this world, which we're going to say is the talking snake, right?
Yes.
Okay. So basically you're telling me that from the beginning, God washed his hands of all the fucking humans, and now he wants us to kiss his ass to pass his little tests? Why would we do that for some fucking deadbeat dad who washed his hands with us or washed his hands of us from the very beginning?
I'm not going to sit here and say that I have all the answers, but it is an important detail to me that it seems like if this story is true to begin with, then our ancestors were given the very choice, and then to reap the consequences of that. So it wasn't like we were forced into anything, as it is still to this day.
Well, we are forced into it because your very same book with the Adam and Eve story in it says that, you don't punish a fucking child for the sins of the father. Yet here we are, how many thousands of years later, and we're still being punished for Adam's sin? Like, what the fuck? Hold on a second.
Yeah, I hear. Oh, okay.
What dropped? Oh my god. Oh, thank you,
What's wrong?
Ray. Huh?
Oh, is there something wrong?
The Professor Dave video dropped. Oh my god, it's 2 hours and 43 minutes. Oh man. Sorry. This is like yeah, sorry. That thank you, Ray. Appreciate that so much. I've been waiting for this Professor Dave video forever. Well, at least for a few weeks.
But yeah, try to wrap your mind around this now. I know it's really hard to prove the existence of God over discussion. That atheists are constantly asking for a demonstration. But let's take what we do know.
I'm not.
And what
I
we
haven't
do,
asked you for any
and-
demonstration. I just want to note that for the record. I haven't asked you for any demonstration.
oh, well, thank you for that.
I'm just
But,
this isn't a show me your evidence of God channel. At least not with me. I'm just telling you, make it make sense to me. That's all. Whatever you think, make it make sense to me.
Oh, I hear you.
I'm definitely going to
well,
try and tear it all apart. Absolutely, because that's how I make sense of things. But you know, like if something grinds in my gears, then I'm gonna say, "Hey, what about this? How do you explain that?" But no, I'm not asking for evidence or proof of God because I already know. I already accept that you can't give it. So I'm not gonna rake you over the coals about that.
well, let me do a lot more explaining because, like I said, I know that I don't know everything. I still have a lot more research to do, but I at least think that I've got a better a better view of the average Christian as to what our theology is supposed to mean. But anyway, going back to what I was saying before, if we take the things that we do know, the facts and truths about our life, it even hinges on things that are just unbelievably harsh. Like for example, that our offspring often reaps the consequences of their parents, and that that's not like narrowed down to just like 1-2 generations, in my opinion, and stuff like
But
that.
that's not.
But
But that's not. Maybe that's not a curse. That's just a social result. You know, if someone has spent their formative years as a criminal and they've been to prison and they can't get a decent job, and so you know what, more than likely their kid's going to grow up poor, and yeah, that would fit what you're talking about. But that's not because it's a reach to say that, you know, any sort of destiny or fate or God like demanded it that going to be that way. That's just a logical, you know, result of that kind of behavior with when we've created the social structure that we have. That's, I mean, that could be explained by sociology. It doesn't need magic, you know.
Well, yeah, that is all true in respects to our material world. But if it's true that we have spirits and souls and everything, it does seem like it's an unfair thing that our spirits and souls have ownership. There's an ownership issue having to do with something that's not us. You know what I mean? And it seems like there's a game being played with human beings. Now, it really does seem like that if you take all of that into consideration. You know what I mean?
Don't you think with all of the years
And
of
I
medical
say this
history
even
that if we did have a spirit or a soul, they'd have found it by now?
No, I don't think that that's something that could be detected with any type of instrument.
Why not?
Because of the very nature of our spirit or souls. Now, this is going to sound like flowery language and everything, but the only inkling of what a spirit or a soul is like is tied to it's almost said poetically in biblical texts that our spirits or souls are like the wind. It's like our breath, and it leaves our body with the last breath. So
Okay, but it doesn't.
that's not. What do you mean it doesn't?
It doesn't. They started doing, over 100 years ago, they started doing experiments to find out, weighing people right before they died, at the moment of their death, and then again right after death. The 21 grams urban legend.
Oh yeah, but
That
are
for
you
a long
saying?
time, that's what they thought the weight of a soul was 21 grams.
Huh. Oh yeah, I
And
think I did hear
those were
about that.
doctors that did that shit.
But
They weren't, priests or anything. Those were just doctors doing that shit.
that's
Not
really
even kidding.
interesting. And oh no, I definitely believe you because I think it's something that I heard a long time ago. But even that's not something that I would take as like boom. That's how evidence of the spirit and everything.
No,
Because
it's
I mean,
not
it
evidence,
sounds.
but it just shows you how long people have really been trying to figure this out. And I kind of think that we've mapped the human fucking genome at this point.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Yeah, true that, but it still
if we
doesn't
had a soul,
explain.
I think we'd have found it by now, and you could show me on the doll where the soul's fucking, seated. You could totally do that, but no one ever found it. So, I mean, this is kind of where common sense enters the chat, and you got to figure, yeah, the soul is not a thing. It's probably just an analog for what we now call our consciousness or identity.
Yeah. That's exactly where I would go with
And
all of that. But the problem with all of
there's
that
no
is
way to say that lives on after death, because it comes from our bodies, our minds, our brains. There's no way to say that can live on after death. You know what? You can't even say that your identity would be the same today if, 5 years ago you had some sort of, encephalitic virus or something, and it damaged part of your brain. You might still not be the same person. Which means you have a different identity, you'd have a different mind, which means you'd have a different soul. So how does that work? I mean, can you wrestle with that?
it's definitely something that I gotta think about. I don't know if I could even begin to answer all of that. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, you know what?
But
Write it down, or you can go back to in the stream and listen to it again, and I don't know, wrestle with it, and then call me back, in a week or so, and let me know. Because hey, you want me to wrestle with your views on shit, and I expect you to wrestle with mine too. I think that's fair, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I'll definitely do that. You know,
Cool.
but are you about to take off? Do you want to end the call, or do you want to continue?
No, we got another 15-20 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Well, see, the whole thing about spirits and souls, whether spirits and souls are the same thing, they're different. It's all really, really tricky and everything, because if this stuff even exists to begin with, then well, what about animals? What about other things in nature and stuff like that? Well, it would be fair to say that even animals have a certain degree of consciousness. But I would still go as far to say that they, being animals, have spirits, souls in themselves. But they're still different from us in levels of consciousness because they're not capable of individuation. I mean, whereas in animals, it seems like their characteristic natures are in that box of whatever particular species they are. You know, but I'm kind of trailing off where I was going. Now, the whole Jesus and God thing.
All right,
Now,
hang on a second. Rio, hang on 1 second.
Okay.
You're gonna block my channel if I don't tell you. I don't know who fucking commented about you. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. I don't even remember ever seeing your name before. I don't know if people comment about you. I think you might be like mentally disturbed, and if that's the case, I'm sorry, but I don't know how I can help you. All right, go ahead, Rio.
Now, this is something that I'm trying to wrap my mind around because, and this is why my view as a Christian is vastly different from others, is because of that text, those texts that I told you about. That most Christians seem like they're blissfully unaware of these texts even existing, or they don't even want to touch it because their particular denomination doesn't allow them to step outside the box of whatever they got going on. But anyway, it's important to keep bringing that up because as I do believe that God and Jesus exist, that cannot be the way that they wanted the church to be. You know what I mean? To where each one of them see where holiness is in the eyes of the beholder, as they say. You know, it should have never been like that. And I think that it won't always be like that. But anyway, now, as I just told you that the God of the Old Testament is different from what the other Christians would tell you as the God of the universe who created everything, that the ownership of human souls was transferred since that expulsion from the garden. Well, every important individual that was talked about in the Old Testament, still had that first God's favor and was working towards making mankind free of those clutches. And what I'm basically trying to tell you was that it was a very, very strange thing that these books are trying to tell us, is that from Adam and Eve all the way down to when Jesus suffered his crucifixion on the cross, that mankind was destined to go to hell until that sacrifice was made. Because God somehow needed somebody here on this earth enduring in a perfect form in order to save us from uh, that
But it
sentence.
didn't. If that's the case, then he failed, didn't he?
No, he absolutely didn't. Because
He absolutely did.
I usually ask Christians if I have enough time to talk to them. I usually ask my peers, where do you think Jesus was the 3 days when he died on the cross and then when he rose from the grave? And they usually had
Okay.
no idea. Do you know the answer to that?
It depends on who you ask. You ask a Mormon, they're gonna say he was in the fucking in Independence, Missouri, talking to the fucking Indians. You ask, you know,
Wait.
different people.
But wouldn't they say that? I mean, I know they
Yes,
say crazy
before
stuff like that, but
when
would
Jesus died, they think he came to the New World and talked to the natives. Yes, and then
after
he went
his
back and
resurrection?
rose from, and then he went back and rose from. Yes, they really fucking think that.
Huh. That's really odd.
I
That's really
know.
odd, but
I know.
but anyway, where I'm going with all this is that you can. This information that I'm about to give you is in the Latin. It's Latin A, Latin B descensus, and it's also in the apocryphal text known as the Gospel of Nicodemus, where it says that after Jesus had died on the cross, and no one knew where he was for those 3 days, or his spirit anyway, that his spirit had descended into hell. And it was by
Yeah,
design that that happened.
I've heard this one too. The only problem is that you're not talking to a Christian right now. You're talking to an atheist who doesn't even believe Jesus was ever a real guy and was never nailed to a cross and never resurrected. I'm a mythicist, so like any sort of resurrection magic is, yeah, I can't even entertain that crap. And like, even if I was to, like, what was the whole point of that? To save everybody from going to hell? Guess what? People are still going to hell in the Christian worldview. So, yeah, big fucking failure. Huge goose eggs. Nothing. He did nothing. People are still
About
born
that,
with it. People are still born paying for fucking Adam's sin. So, what did it do? Nothing.
Well, now there's some Christians who would take it to the extreme and say that that very design was put into working in order to destroy death itself. And if you really, I
If
think if
that was the
somebody were to
case,
get,
also failed,
well,
right?
is no, I disagree with that because like the
So
very
people
fact of
don't
you saying
die
that that
anymore?
failed, um, to us it seems like they do. I mean, is it so crazy to say that? To us, it seems like
Yeah,
they die,
because I'll
but do
bet
they
to them
really?
it seems like they die too when they die.
Yeah, but we have all types of reports of people having some type of consciousness even after all that.
Okay, let me ask you something that I like to ask people, and this is a sort of me original. So, oh, well, if anyone else has ever asked it, I missed it. Because this is a question I've been asking people for like 30 years. So, if there is an afterlife and some part of our consciousness, being, soul, what the fuck ever, lives on after our earthly life is over, what is the whole point of this earthly life? Because this life is a lot of fucking anxiety and pain and fucking eating and shitting and just this life fucking sucks, period. You know? And you know, everything that we've ever had to go through has been just it's been a fucking job, you know, getting over natural disasters and technological innovations and people trying to destroy each other, which has been happening forever. Like, so what is the point of all of it if we're just going to live forever anyway?
That's a really good question.
Okay, well, write that one down too, and I'd like to hear you kind of work with that.
Yeah. It's really interesting.
Now you got 2 homework assignments.
Yeah, right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, absolutely. But shoot, it almost. I'll try not to drive myself too crazy about it and all that. But it seems like the answer is maybe going to hinge on some type of philosophy.
I hate philosophy, but I mean, I will go there if I absolutely have to, but I like to just talk in like normal people, human terms, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I entirely agree with you and everything. You know, even though my view is vastly different from atheists, I still have a I have a huge problem with my side, if you can call it that. Whereas I still have a problem with atheists as well.
Well,
Because like
if you'll
when
forgive me for saying so, it sounds like what you're doing is just atheism with extra steps.
really, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of does, yeah.
Well, I mean, if there's a God to begin with, uh,
You're definitely
I've
asking
been
all the same questions that like all of us when we started deconstructing. You're asking all the same questions that we did, you know. Very few of us actually set out to become an atheist. Trust me. Very few of us actually aimed for this shit.
Oh, I hear you.
So
I hear you. Well, maybe I'm coming from it the wrong way and everything, because even though I have a problem with Christians and how they go about things, and still have a problem with atheists, like, and as I continue to listen to other atheist podcasts and everything, there's my frustration that these conversations don't seem like uh, they don't seem normal conversations. You know what I mean? That animosity gets built up between either side, and then ultimately, it's really wrong to determine as to whether or not a person is good or bad based on their epistemology. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I don't think it's possible to determine whether a person's good or bad anyway.
yeah,
Myself.
absolutely.
That's just me though. So
Oh yeah, absolutely.
okay, but you know what? With that, I am gonna wrap this up for this show.
Hey, great talk. Thank you so much.
You too. You know, I think I probably told you before. We're here every night from 9:30 at
Oh
night,
yeah.
at least California time. We start 9:30 at night ish, and then go till morning. So,
Oh wow, all right. Okay.
normally I would actually stay and just keep talking to you, but got another stream that we all kind of like, and that's starting in 12 minutes. So,
Oh, I hear you. Totally understand.
yeah.
But yeah,
But
you
yeah,
gave me a lot to
we're
think
here
about.
every night. So, feel free to come back, and I'm gonna have to make some notes. I'm gonna actually write in my little notepad that you owe me some answers with my what's this life for, and what was the other one?
Um.
Adam and Eve, the Adam and Eve thing.
Oh yeah. And
If God washed his hands of us and turned us over to another god, why then is he still testing us? And why the hell should we play his game?
yes. All right. All right.
So
Okay.
you can
I'm
always
gonna
roll
remember
back the
that.
stream and get the thoughts, you know.
Oh, that's very true. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
You can
Well,
just
hey,
run it
have a
back.
good one.
All
Have a
right,
good
you too,
Sunday.
Rio.
I enjoyed the talk.
Me too.
All right. Take care.
All right.
Bye bye, everyone.
Okay. Later, Rio. All right. Okay. And with that, I am going to close out the stream. And I have not picked songs yet, but let's go with M's because that's a short one. And then let's do BMF too because Beard's new episode of Damn Fools dropped today with Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels. Should be a good one. I have not seen it yet, but yes, Beard, I did pick BMF for you. So everybody go to Damn Fools and I'll put his YouTube page in the chat. And it'll be great. And it's something to watch after Unapologetic. And then tonight, when you guys come back, we are super fucking digging into the Professor Dave thing. Like, I'm sorry, but that's all tonight's show is going to be about is the Professor Dave thing, unless we get a theist calling in or something. Because, like, I'm going to go Professor Dave Destiny / Pangburn crazy. And sorry if you guys hate that, but like that's where my head's at, and that's what we're doing. Unless I can like avoid it. If I break down and end up watching it today, then maybe we'll just do kind of a recap and I'll pick out clips of it. But otherwise, like, we're gonna watch that whole fucking thing, all 2.5 hours of it. So, okay, doke. Let's see. And all right then. Love you guys all. Everybody remember, if you go to Unapologetic, just like do async read or something. In fact, yeah, do async raid or something. Definitely put in the or something. Just cuz.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Habibi, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you you believe in the Quran's nonsense? Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gum and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait one beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts shit down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet split the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. This was getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biometrically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat. Dum 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 dum. Twisted tea, talking about stars and synchronicity. Don't let me cut my hair, he cried. Mercury dancing in his chaotic eyes. Do you believe in God? He said it's complicated. Tarot cards and magnifying glass, the whole damn stream was captivated. But he kept talking after he got muted. Still preaching truth, nobody disputed. No sound, no clue, definitely no sobriety. Just jazz hands flying with no propriety. No one could hear him, but no one looked away. A silent prophet crashing out, and history was made. He has risen, BMF. Silence screaming to the cosmic depths. Twisted tea communion in his hand. Talking to dimensions we don't understand. The hemorrhoid wheel. Chat went insane, the memes took flight. Hush just for BMF all through the night. Bring him back, we need him now. The whole damn internet forgot somehow about the callers and theology, cause BMF became mythology. Some said Messiah, some said saint, others just wanted the mute constraint. He was checking oil spiritually, reading tarot universally, operating heavy machinery while transcending ordinary reality. When BMF disappeared, there was an empty hole. Where'd our drunken Yoda go? He has risen, BMF, brushing his glorious mane to death. Saint of the Kansas cigarette smoke, the patron lord of Inside Joe. He has risen, he came back twice. Warm, twisted tea was his sacrifice. The crowd proclaimed in holy cheer, BMF is love. BMF is here. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. His name was BMF. The alpha and the beta. The first mover. The last mover. He passed the breathalyzer with the fart. He taught us to look at the stars and chase twisted tea with fireball. 500 witnesses saw him return, combing his hair while the comments burned. He rose again after being cast away, then vanished before the break of day. No sermon, no revelation, just finger pointing, gesticulation, and somehow that was enough. will be fun. May all your twisted teas be warm. And remember, BMF is going to rock you.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause.